Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 14. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Mirko stood still for a moment, her sharp eyes locked on the spot where Izuku had left, her expression tense but fiercely determined. She turned to Itsuka, who was just as visibly unsettled. "Focus up," Mirko said. Itsuka straightened immediately, scanning the chaos around them before her gaze snapped back to Dr. Anemo, her hands balling into fists. Anemo's laughter echoed through the air, manic and shrill. "Oh, how I wish Midoriya could have stayed to watch you two become shredded relics of heroism. Now, my pets, devour them." He gestured wildly, his monstrous creations lurching forward. The grotesque two-headed rattlesnake coiled tighter around the enormous mutated frog beneath Anemo, its scales glistening as acid dripped menacingly from its fangs. Nearby, the mutated wolves, already massive, began to swell even further. Their limbs twisted unnaturally as their skulls split open, exposing grotesque pulsing brains. They let out bone-rattling howls that reverberated through the streets, shaking the ground beneath their oversized paws. "Magnificent, aren't they?" Anemo gloated, his eyes gleaming with a scientist's twisted pride. "My colleague and I have been enhancing their physiology with experimental techniques. Such glorious results, wouldn't you agree?" Itsuka grimaced, her fists tightening further. "Oh, perfect. Brain exposed Nomu wolves. Just what I needed today," she muttered before glancing toward where Izuku had disappeared. "Seriously, Izuku, don't be an idiot. Stay safe, you dork." Mirko crouched low, her muscles taut as she glared at the snake, her lips curled into a fierce grin. "Battle fist," she barked, her commanding tone cutting through the chaos. "That snake's yours. Crush it before it spits acid all over the place." Itsuka's head snapped toward her. "Got it, but what are you?" Mirko was already moving, launching herself at the towering wolves with a feral roar. "Me? I'm reminding these mutts why I'm the top predator around here." She rocketed forward, her legs blurring as she delivered a devastating kick to the nearest wolf's jaw. The impact snapped its mouth shut with a resounding crack, teeth shattering like broken glass. Another wolf lunged at her from the side, but Mirko spun midair, her powerful legs driving the beast into a nearby building. The creature smashed through the wall with a deafening crash, but Mirko didn't stop, already springing toward her next target. The third wolf came barreling toward her, its grotesque form moving with unnatural speed. Mirko leapt just as it lunged, the force of her jump carrying her over its snapping jaws. The wolf skidded into its injured companion, the two colliding with a sickening crunch that shook the ground. Mirko landed effortlessly, her eyes blazing with adrenaline as she smirked. "Who's next?" Meanwhile, Itsuka surveyed the battlefield with sharp focus, her gaze locking on the circling mutated hawks. Without hesitation, she charged forward, her hands swelling to enormous proportions as her quirk activated. As one hawk dived toward her, Itsuka's massive hand snapped up, catching it mid-dive. Its razor-sharp beak was no match for her crushing grip as she twisted sharply, the sound of cracking bone reverberating through the chaos. Blood sprayed as the limp body fell from her grasp. Another hawk swooped in, talons extended, but Itsuka swung her other hand like a wrecking ball, smashing it out of the air. The creature's body crumpled as it hit the ground with a sickening thud. Without missing a beat, she turned her attention to the two-headed rattlesnake coiled nearby. With an explosive leap, Itsuka launched herself into the air, her massive fists hurtling toward her target. At the peak of her jump, she hurled the crushed hawk's head at the snake with unerring precision. The makeshift projectiles hit their marks, slamming into the snake's skulls with brutal impact through both heads. The first head snapped backward, its bones shattering audibly. The second head let out a guttural hiss before the hawk's beaks pierced through, splitting it open in a burst of gore. The snake collapsed, its massive body writhing briefly before going still. "Damn, Kendo!" Mirko called out. Itsuka landed in a crouch, shaking the blood from her hands as she stood tall. She glanced at Mirko, a faint smirk playing on her lips. With a sly grin. "Guess she's not the only one who gets to have all the fun." Miruko moved first, her legs sprung forward as, her powerful legs delivering a monstrous kick that sent the charging wolf careening into Onomo's mutated frog. The collision sent Onomo stumbling backward, momentarily caught off guard. Wasting no time, Maruko sprang forward, her movements a blur of raw power and precision. She aimed a devastating kick at Onomo's gauntlets, shattering the mechanical arm with a deafening crash. Sparks flew as the device splintered, and Onomo staggered, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and rage. Before he could recover, Maruko struck again, a brutal kick landing squarely against his chest. The transmodulator strapped to him cracked under the impact, releasing a violent surge of energy that rippled through the air. As the energy dispersed, the mutated beasts scattered throughout the city began to revert to their original forms. Itsuka, still streaked with the hawk's blood, exhaled in visible relief as the wolves transformed back to their natural states. But her relief turned to dread as her gaze fell on the scene before her. The wolves, now normal, lay lifeless where they had stood, their bodies still and unmoving. The air grew thick with the aftermath of destruction, the acrid smell of blood and smoke clinging heavily to the battlefield. Maruko, her chest rising and falling with exertion, surveyed the carnage with an intense gleam in her eyes, the adrenaline still surging through her veins. Itsuka, trying to shake off the tension, knelt as one of the wolves approached her cautiously, nudging her leg. A small smile crossed her face as she reached out to pet it. "Not so bad now, huh? Who's a good boy?" she said softly. She straightened and began to walk forward, only to stop abruptly. Her breath hitched as her eyes landed on the still forms of 3 dead wolves, their bodies stark against the blood-soaked ground. A few nameless pros approached the scene, their faces grim as they took in the carnage. The wolves sniffed at the lifeless corpses scattered around, their low whines breaking the heavy silence. "These bodies," one pro muttered, crouching beside a corpse, "they don't look fresh." A female pro knelt next to him, her brows furrowing in concern. "More like they've been dead for weeks. Maybe months," she said, her voice tinged with unease. Maruko, who had been surveying the scene with sharp eyes, strode over, her nose wrinkling as the foul stench hit her. She glanced at the pros, clearly annoyed. "Why's everyone just standing around gawking?" she snapped before locking her eyes on the rotting bodies. Her expression hardened. "Battlefist. Dekiru said taking out the docs machine would revert everything," she said, her tone carrying a mix of doubt and irritation. Itsuka, who had been gently patting the wolf by her side, nodded in agreement. "It's what he told us," she affirmed, though a note of unease crept into her voice. One of the pros shifted uncomfortably. "Then, where did these corpses come from?" Another pro chimed in, their voice tinged with dread. "They just appeared out of nowhere when the machine blew." Itsuka's jaw tightened as a sense of foreboding swept over her, the metallic tang of blood still heavy in the air. Maruko snorted sharply, cutting through the growing tension. "TCH. Figures it wouldn't be that simple." Without missing a beat, she stormed over to the unconscious Onomo, hoisting him up like a ragdoll. With a powerful toss, she sent him sprawling at the feet of one of the pros. Her fiery glare burned into the hero. "You. Make sure this doctor gets locked up tight. No screw-ups. I'll be having words with him myself." The pro straightened immediately, giving her a nervous salute. "Why yes, ma'am. Right away." Ghost Freak hovered protectively above Ochako, his presence a shield against the chaos unfolding around them. Her heart hammered painfully against her chest as her body remained locked in place by Stain's paralyzing quirk. Tears welled up in her eyes, her breath shallow as she gazed at the hero killer before her. The sight of the bloodlust in his eyes made her feel both fear and an overwhelming desire for safety, wishing she could fall into Izuku's arms to escape this nightmare. Dekiru. She whispered, her voice shaking. Despite everything, she longed for the comfort of his embrace, but her paralyzed body betrayed her. Kyoka shared the same fear, her heart racing and tears welling in her eyes, even though she was impaled by a blade. "Greenie," she muttered, though the horror around them seemed to fade as she saw Ghost Freak above. It was strange, but for the first time since the attack, she felt a sense of peace. "Midoriya." Todoroki and Iida both called out, their voices strained as they panted. Todoroki's shoulder bled heavily, and like the others, he was still paralyzed from Stain's quirk. However, Ghost Freak's mood was anything but calm. His hovering form seemed to radiate quiet anger as his green orb-like eyes scanned the alley, lingering over the wounds Ochako had suffered. Blood pooled beneath her, and something dark stirred within him at the sight, something dangerous clawing to break free. And Stain's words only seemed to be the key that unlocked the beast. Stain, regaining his composure after the chaos, finally spoke, his voice cold and precise. "So, I take it you're Izuku Midoriya?" His words cut through the tension. The boy rumored to have All Might's faith, the one said to carry his ideals. "I need to know, Midoriya. Are you worthy of the title he bestowed upon you? Are you the kind of hero who will stand true to those ideals, or are you just another fake, another person who wears the name of hero for glory, fame, or a twisted sense of personal justice? Tell me, what drives you, Midoriya?" Stain asked, his tone still layered with suspicion, but less harsh now, more probing. "Or another fake?" Stain's eyes flickered briefly toward Ochako's battered form, his words tinged with disdain. "Like her someone in it for money or fame?" He turned back to Ghost Freak. "Or like that fool with armor, chasing after a vengeance that clouds his sense of justice? These are not heroes. They're fakes that I must purge, one by one." Ghost Freak's gaze snapped to Stain, a tidal wave of unrelenting bloodlust crashing into the narrow alley. In that instant, his glowing green eyes twisted into an otherworldly, menacing purple, the hue pulsating like a living shadow. Stain's breath hitched, his chest tightening as an unnatural chill swept over him. The air grew heavy, suffocating, as the predator before him shed its restraints. For the first time in years, Stain felt something foreign grip his heart. Fear. Ghost Freak moved without a sound, vanishing like smoke caught in a gale. Stain spun on his heel, his eyes darting through the growing darkness, every muscle taut with unease. "You think you can hide from me, boy?" he growled. The silence was quickly broken. Bam! A sudden, unseen force slammed into his chest with the violence of a sledgehammer hurled like a twig. The impact instant and devastating. A phantom fist-shaped dent erupted across his armor, crumpling the metal as if it were paper. His chest buckled inward with a sickening crunch, the force compressing his ribcage and tearing the air from his lungs in a violent gasp. The blow didn't stop there. The sheer power wrenched his body off the ground, his feet leaving the earth in a blur as a shockwave rippled outward, scattering dust and debris like a hurricane's breath. Stain's body was sent flying, a human missile launched with unnatural precision. He hurtled backward, carving a straight path through the alley like an arrow loosed from a bow. The world blurred around him before he collided with the brick wall with an earth-shaking crash. The impact cratered the surface, jagged cracks spider-webbing outward as loose chunks of brick and mortar rained down around him. Dust billowed in the aftermath, swirling in the dim light as Stain slumped to the ground, his breath ragged. Stain growled, pulling himself free from the dented wall, but before he could fully regain his footing, an invisible force coiled around his body. It felt like an unrelenting serpent that constricted him tighter with every passing second. His arms were pinned to his sides, his legs uselessly kicking at the air as he was hoisted up like a trophy. Without warning, Stain's body was hurled sideways with inhuman speed. He slammed into the opposite wall with a sickening crunch, the impact cracking the stone. He barely had time to groan before the invisible force yanked him back and hurled him again. Wall after wall, he was smashed like a pendulum. Stain's vision blurred as the brutal cycle continued. His armor cracked and splintered further with every blow, his body bouncing off the walls like a helpless pinball. The sound of shattering stone mixed with his strained grunts, the alley trembling under the relentless assault. Each throw seemed more violent than the last, as if Ghost Freak's rage was growing, feeding on Stain's suffering. Finally, with a sickening crack, Stain was hurled downward, his body cratering the ground with the force of a small explosion. The pavement fractured beneath him as he lay in a small crater. He groaned weakly, barely able to move before the force yanked him up again, coiling tighter as if savoring his helplessness. In one final, devastating motion, Stain was launched like a missile down the alley. His body tore through the air before slamming into a dumpster at the far end with enough force to dent the metal inward and send it toppling over. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Stain began to pull himself from the dented trash can, his movements slow and labored but fueled by sheer defiance. His bloodied face twisted into a snarl as he glared at the alien specter looming before him. Ghost Freak's glowing eyes shifted briefly, locking onto Ochako and Kyoka. Without a sound, his form shimmered, and then he was gone, vanishing into the cold, oppressive air like a phantom. Ochako gasped as her body suddenly sank through the ground, her legs disappearing first before the rest of her followed in a slow, eerie descent. She flailed for a moment, her hands grasping at nothing as her wide eyes darted around in confusion. The ground itself rippled faintly where she disappeared, as though disturbed by an unseen current. Stain's gaze snapped to her, his eyes narrowing in alarm. His prey was vanishing, one by one. Kyoka, still impaled by the blade, felt an icy clawed hand grip her shoulder. She froze, her breath catching in her throat as her body tingled with a strange, unnatural sensation. The solid steel pinning her wavered for a moment before the blade fell free with a metallic clank against the ground. Her body phased, turning translucent, and before she could fully register what was happening, she sank backward into the wall, disappearing into the solid surface as though it were liquid. What the hell? Kyoka's voice echoed faintly, fading into nothing as she vanished completely. Stain gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over as he scanned the alley for his remaining targets. He hurled his katana with deadly precision, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle toward Native's limp form sprawled against the wall. But just as the blade was about to strike, Native's body shimmered, becoming translucent before sinking into the wall like a ghost. The katana embedded itself uselessly into the brick, quivering from the force of the throw. Shoto, still bleeding and paralyzed, felt the ground beneath him soften. He widened his eyes in disbelief as his body sank into the pavement, leaving no trace behind. Stain's jaw tightened as he watched the same phenomenon happen to Iida. The boy's rigid body dissolved into a ghostly state, sinking into the cracked pavement before Stain could react. The alleyway fell silent, save for the faint creak of the dumpster Stain had smashed into earlier. The group emerged atop a nearby building, the city lights casting a faint glow over their battered forms. Ghost Freak hovered above them, his spectral form crackling with faint arcs of purple energy as his single eye scanned the group. Juro. Ghost Freak's voice was low, tinged with quiet concern, as his glowing eye lingered on Kyoka's injured shoulder. Blood seeped through her costume, dripping steadily onto the rooftop. Kyoka forced a weak grin despite the pain. "I'm fine. Really?" she muttered, her voice shaky. "It's just a scratch. Okay, maybe more than a scratch, but it's not like I'm dying or anything." She winced, clutching the wound tightly. "Ugh, it just hurts when I move. Or breathe, or talk." Ghost Freak didn't respond, his gaze shifting downward to the alley below. "Midoriya, this is enough." Iida's voice was strained, yet firm. "We've escaped. We should inform the authorities immediately and let the professionals handle the rest. There's no reason to stay and endanger ourselves further." Shoto, still struggling to lift himself from the rooftop, nodded weakly. "He's right," he said, his voice quieter than usual. "Uraraka and Juro are both hurt. Native's barely hanging on. It's best to leave this to the pros now." But Ghost Freak didn't acknowledge their words. His form remained silent and still, like a predator fixating on its prey. Dekiru. Ochako's voice was soft, hesitant. Without warning, arcs of purple electricity began to crackle violently around Ghost Freak's translucent body. The sparks leapt and danced along his form, illuminating the rooftop in brief, eerie flashes of light. The air around him grew sharp and frigid, like a chill cutting through to their bones. "No." His voice was low, venomous, and resolute, carrying a finality that silenced the group. Everyone's eyes widened as, before they could say another word, Ghost Freak vanished. His form faded into nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving a cold void in his wake. "So, you're the one cutting down my friends." Ghost Freak's disembodied voice echoed through the alley, low and menacing. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, making Stain's hair stand on end. Without warning, a whip-like strike lashed out from the darkness, narrowly missing Stain's head. The force of it slammed into a nearby metal pipe, splitting it cleanly in two with a sharp crack. The severed piece clattered to the ground, sending a jolt of sound through the alley. Stain snarled, "You dare defend these imposters?" He spat, his voice dripping with venom. "That greedy girl, chasing money under the guise of heroism. That legacy-driven parasite, Ingenium's shadow, clinging to a name he hasn't earned. His glare darkened. Just a vengeful fool, blind to everything but his own anger. The moment the last word left his lips, Stain stiffened as something slashed across his back with brutal precision. He gasped, the air leaving his lungs as sharp, burning pain tore through his flesh. 3 deep, jagged claw marks ripped across his back, staining his tattered cloak with streaks of crimson. Blood dripped steadily to the ground, pooling at his feet as he stumbled forward. Before he could react, a heavy, whip-like force slammed into his torso. Ghost Freak's tail lashed out with the power of a battering ram, striking Stain square in the ribs. The impact sent him flying like a ragdoll, crashing into the alley wall with a sickening crack. Dust and debris rained down as the bricks fractured beneath the force. Ghost Freak's spectral form materialized in the dim light, his glowing eye narrowing with seething anger. "Don't you dare talk about them like that," he hissed. "You have no idea what it means to be a hero. You're nothing but a murderer hiding behind excuses." Stain groaned, forcing himself to his feet despite the searing pain in his chest and back. His hand clenched tightly around his blade, his knuckles turning white as he steadied his breath. "And what do you know, monster?" he snarled, rolling to the side just as Ghost Freak's clawed hand came down. The strike cratered the ground, chunks of concrete and asphalt flying in every direction. The hero killer darted back, his stance low and guarded, sweat dripping from his brow as he glared at his invisible foe. "You think you're better than them?" Ghost Freak's voice echoed, coming from every direction at once, like a hunter circling its prey. "Everyone here, every single one of them, is more heroic than you'll ever be. And the fact you tried to kill Ochako wasn't bad enough. You have the audacity to claim she isn't a hero," Ghost Freak's disembodied voice echoed coldly through the alleyway. His spectral form appeared for an instant, claws slashing across Stain's chest in a violent arc. Blood sprayed into the air, staining the ground. "She's one of the bravest people I've ever met, and the fact that you tried to take her life makes me sick," he hissed, vanishing again into the shadows. Stain staggered back, blood dripping from the fresh wound as he gasped for breath. His lips curled into a defiant, bloodied sneer. "You think that girl is a hero?" His voice was hoarse but unwavering, filled with cold conviction. "Tell me, what happens when it's her life, or someone else's?" Ochako, lying frozen on the rooftop, could only watch, her body still paralyzed. Stain's words pierced through her like daggers, the weight of them crushing her more than her immobility. "She says she's brave now, but when it counts, when she's staring death in the face, will she sacrifice herself for another? Will she let her family suffer the loss of their daughter? She claims to be in it for the money to support her family." Stain's voice grew louder, more heated, as his eyes flicked to Ochako's motionless form above. "Will she sacrifice herself knowing her family will not have her financial aid? No, heroes like her always pick the selfish choice. Despite the words they shout, the vows they make, when it's a life or death moment, when it's their life or someone else's, they will choose themselves. Every single time." Ghost Freak's form flickered in and out of visibility, his rage palpable, but Ochako's gaze softened. Her heart pounded painfully as Stain's accusations reverberated through her mind. "Would I?" she wondered. "I've seen it before," Stain continued, his voice now a cold snarl. "Time and time again, those who call themselves heroes falter when the cost is too high. They cling to their lives, making excuses for why they couldn't save the person in front of them." Ochako's breaths grew shallow, a knot forming in her chest. "Those without noble intentions will always make the selfish choice," Stain spat, his voice laced with venom, just before an invisible fist collided with his face. The sheer force of the blow sent him careening into the alley wall with a sickening crunch. "You're spouting nonsense," Ghost Freak's voice hissed, disembodied and echoing through the alley like a chilling breeze. "If that were true, she wouldn't be here." Before Stain could respond, Ghost Freak's tail coiled around him like a constrictor, lifting him off the ground. With a swift, brutal motion, Ghost Freak slammed him headfirst into the pavement. The impact left a deep crater, and Stain let out a pained grunt as he tried to push himself up, blood dripping from a gash on his forehead. "Despite how scared she is," Ghost Freak growled, "she still stood up to you. She fought for her friends when she didn't have to. That's what makes her a hero." His tail whipped Stain through the air like a ragdoll before flinging him against the far wall with enough force to crack the bricks. Ochako, still paralyzed on the rooftop, felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. The weight of Ghost Freak's words pierced through her doubts, even as Stain's earlier accusations lingered in her mind. I'm going to help Dekiru, Ochako muttered, her voice trembling. Her breathing was shallow, and her legs wobbled under her, but she clenched her fists tightly. He's always doing so much for me. I've got to help him. Iida, panting heavily, glanced at her and nodded firmly. Agreed. We can't let him face this alone. Kyoka, clutching her bleeding shoulder, winced as she staggered to her feet. Her body ached, but her eyes burned with determination. Yeah, I'm in. Shoto, still paralyzed by Stain's quirk, could only manage a low grunt of agreement. Iida's engines roared to life, a cloud of heat and steam bursting from his legs. With a powerful leap, he launched himself off the rooftop, moving as a blur of motion. Ricocheting off the alley walls with precise bursts of speed, he descended like a missile. Stain, still reeling from his earlier assault, looked up just in time to see Iida barreling toward him. So, he was cut off mid-sentence as Ghost Freak appeared from thin air, his clawed hand slamming into Stain's jaw with an uppercut so powerful it sent a shockwave through the alley. The hero killer was launched skyward, his body twisting as blood sprayed from his mouth. Iida seized the opportunity, boosting himself higher with an explosive burst of speed. As Stain hurtled toward him, Iida pivoted midair and delivered a devastating dropkick. The collision launched Stain back toward the ground like a meteor. Stain's body smashed into the pavement with a sickening crack, the sheer force of the impact creating a spiderweb of fractures in the concrete. Ghost Freak's single eye darted to Iida as Stain hurled his blade with deadly precision. Iida, engines roaring, easily sidestepped the projectile, his speed blurring as he zipped to the far end of the alley. Ghost Freak sank into the ground like a shadow, re-emerging next to Iida in an instant. Iida, Ghost Freak growled, his tone sharp with irritation. What are you doing here? You should be helping the others, not throwing yourself into this. Iida adjusted his glasses, his voice firm and resolute. Midoriya, as your friend, it's my duty to stand by your side. If you insist on charging headfirst into danger, then I'll charge in with you. A hero does not abandon their allies. On the rooftop, Todoroki felt a faint twitch in his limbs. Slowly, he regained control of his body as the effects of Stain's quirk wore off. He groaned, pushing himself up unsteadily. His muscles still felt heavy, his movements sluggish. I can move again, he muttered, surprised, as Ochako and Kyoka began preparing to join the fray. Ochako glanced at Kyoka and Todoroki, her hands glowing faint pink as she focused. To her own surprise, their bodies began to lift off the ground gently. Kyoka blinked as she hovered slightly above the rooftop, then floated alongside Todoroki. Whoa, okay, this is weird, she admitted, clutching her injured shoulder. Ochako didn't respond, her concentration unwavering as she maneuvered the group downward. She shifted her hands slightly. They descended softly, landing beside Ghost Freak and Iida. From behind them, Native coughed harshly, his voice weak but insistent. Wait, kids, you can't. His breath hitched, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Kyoka turned sharply, concern flashing across her face as she glanced back at him. Guys, he's not looking good, she said urgently as blood still seeped from her shoulder wound, staining her jacket. Todoroki frowned, his gaze shifting between Kyoka and Native. Neither are you, he pointed out bluntly. I'll be fine, Kyoka shot back, though her pale complexion betrayed her words. She tore off a sleeve from her jacket, tying it around her injured shoulder in a makeshift bandage. Let's focus on him. So, you children have chosen to face me. Stain growled, dragging his blade along the ground, the sharp screech of metal sending sparks flying. His bloodshot eyes locked on the group. Do you think defeating me will bring you fame? Are you here to claim glory by capturing the elusive hero killer? As if we'd let a murderer like you go free, Kyoka shot back, her tone laced with defiance. She clutched her injured shoulder, her voice steady despite the pain. Ghost Freak's singular eye glowed ominously as he stepped forward, his spectral form casting a cold, otherworldly presence over the narrow alley. If you're all in, then listen carefully, he hissed, his voice dripping with a malice that sent chills down their spines. The group exchanged determined nods, their resolve solidifying. "Todoroki," Ghost Freak commanded, his tone sharp and calculating, "keep your distance. You're more useful from range. I need you to set up something." Stain began his charge, his movements swift and precise despite the blood dripping from his wounds. The hero killer was relentless, a deadly blur closing in. Ghost Freak braced himself, his claws extending into blade-like shapes that gleamed in the dim light. "You're not stopping me," Stain spat, his voice low and menacing. "Use both sides of your quirk," Ghost Freak snapped. "Release your heat and cold together, focus it. Clap your hands, release it as a blast." Todoroki nodded, his focus sharpening as the temperature around him began to shift dramatically. The air grew frigid on one side while waves of heat radiated from the other, clashing with an audible hiss. "Here he comes," Iida warned, engines roaring as he prepared to intercept. "Now, Todoroki," Ghost Freak barked. Todoroki slammed his hands together with all his might, the sound cracking like thunder through the alley. The collision of extreme heat and cold erupted into a swirling blast of pressurized steam. The thick vapor exploded outward, filling the alley in seconds. It roared to life with a violent hiss, the swirling mist wrapping around everything like a living entity. The oppressive fog clung to the walls and ground, heavy and scalding, reducing visibility to nothing. Stain dashed through the thick veil of steam, his instincts sharp as he slashed where he thought the hero students were. Each strike cut through the mist, but met only empty air. His head snapped in every direction, his eyes scanning the oppressive fog for movement. From deep within the swirling steam, the roar of Iida's engines echoed like a battle cry. A blur of motion sliced through the haze as Iida's leg came flying at Stain in a devastating dropkick. Stain narrowly dodged, twisting his body as the impact cratered the ground where he had stood. Landing fluidly, Iida prepared to launch again, but Stain spun with deadly precision, his blade arcing toward him. Before the strike could connect, a serpentine appendage shot out from the mist, wrapping tightly around Stain's torso and arms. The hero killer snarled, struggling against the constricting grip as Ghost Freak emerged from the shadows, his glowing eye fixed on Iida. "Iida," Ghost Freak's voice echoed, low and haunting. "Do you still feel the need to avenge your brother?" Iida froze for a moment, his fists trembling as Ghost Freak's words struck a deep chord. "Do you remember?" Ghost Freak pressed, his tone heavy with purpose. "The way he lay in that bed, paralyzed. The pain he endured while you stood powerless." Iida's body stiffened, the memory cutting through him like a blade. His engines sputtered for a moment before roaring to life, flames igniting behind him. "Yes," Iida growled through gritted teeth, his gaze locking onto Stain with renewed intensity. Ghost Freak's voice curled around him like smoke. "Then don't hold it in. Let that anger, that resentment fuel you. Use it to bring him down." Something shifted in Iida's eyes, a fire lighting within him as he nodded. In a blur of motion, he vanished into the fog, engines howling. Stain barely had time to react as Iida ricocheted off the walls of the alley, each movement faster than the last. The hero killer twisted his head, trying to follow the sound, but Iida moved too quickly, leaving nothing but echoes and faint trails in the steam. In the blink of an eye, he launched himself at Stain, his leg extended in a devastating dropkick. The force of the blow slammed into Stain's skull with a sickening crack, his head snapping back violently as Ghost Freak tightened his grip to keep him from falling. The hero killer's body jerked as Iida ricocheted again, launching another bone-crushing dropkick into the side of his head. The force of the impact sent Stain's head lurching to the side, blood spraying into the mist. Iida didn't relent. Each strike came harder and faster, each kick aimed squarely at Stain's head. The hero killer struggled against Ghost Freak's tail, but the serpent-like grip kept him bound and vulnerable. With a final roar, Iida launched upward, vanishing into the mist before descending with blinding speed. His engines roared as he delivered a brutal, full-force dropkick to the top of Stain's head. The impact was deafening. Stain's head smashed into the pavement below with a thunderous crack, the ground splintering beneath him as he crumpled to the ground. Blood pooled beneath his motionless body. Stain's eyes snapped open with a feral roar. "Raargh!" He bellowed, slicing through Ghost Freak's constricting tail in a single, desperate motion. He landed in a crouch, his blade dripping with Ghost Freak's eerie green blood as he scanned the mist-filled alley. "You're resilient," Ghost Freak said, his tone laced with mock respect. He chuckled, the sound low and menacing, reverberating through the fog. "I like that." His glowing eye narrowed dangerously. "Todoroki." Before Stain could locate the invisible predator, a rush of cold air surged toward him. In an instant, a thick column of ice erupted around his body, encasing him from head to toe. The sudden freeze forced a growl from Stain as he thrashed within the icy prison, his muscles straining against the frost. "You think this will stop me?" Stain roared, his voice muffled by the ice. Cracks began to spiderweb through the frozen structure as his body pushed against it, his sheer willpower driving his movements. Above, Todoroki's hands were steady, his eyes focused as he poured more power into his ice. The column thickened with each passing second, the temperature dropping sharply around them. "You're not breaking free that easily," Todoroki muttered, frost creeping across the alley floor. Stain's roars grew louder. "This will not hold me," he bellowed, the cracks widening as shards of ice broke away. "It doesn't have to," Kyoka's voice called out from above. Stain's eyes darted upward, widening in alarm. Kyoka dangled in the air, held aloft by Ochako's quirk like a puppet on strings. Her bleeding shoulder didn't stop her determined glare as she took a deep breath, her lungs expanding. "Stay down," Kyoka hissed before throwing her head forward. A devastating sonic blast erupted from her mouth, the sound waves rippling through the air with raw, destructive force. The impact shattered Todoroki's ice column into countless shards, the fragments exploding outward like jagged glass. The sheer pressure of the sound slammed Stain into the ground with bone-jarring force, creating a crater beneath him. The sound waves didn't stop. They pressed down on Stain like an invisible weight, pinning him to the ground. He struggled against the crushing force, veins bulging as he tried to rise, but Kyoka's attack was relentless. The crater deepened, the ground cracking beneath the immense pressure. Stain's body quaked, his hands clawing at the dirt as the unyielding sound waves tore through his defenses. Kyoka staggered back, her sonic attack ceasing as she clutched her throat, coughing harshly. Her breaths were shallow, but her determined gaze never wavered. Below her, Stain lay battered and bleeding, the relentless ringing in his ears rendering him disoriented. The hero killer blinked rapidly, his vision swimming. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth as he struggled to push himself up, his movements shaky but unyielding. "You will not." Before he could finish, a piercing, stabbing pain erupted through his chest. His eyes widened in shock, his head snapping down to see 4 sharp points puncturing through his torso. Blood trickled from the fresh wounds, staining his tattered clothes. Stain gasped, his breaths ragged as he looked around frantically, searching for the source of the attack. But there was nothing, no visible enemy, only the crushing reality of his vulnerability. From the swirling mist, Ghost Freak's haunting voice resonated, low and chilling. "You are no savior, just a cold-blooded murderer." Quote. Stain's eyes darted desperately, his heart pounding as his body was hoisted off the ground, his feet dangling in the air. The invisible claws twisted slightly, eliciting a guttural cry of pain from the hero killer. "Ochako," Ghost Freak commanded. Ochako sprinted forward, her heart pounding as she reached out and tapped Stain's floating form with her glowing fingertips. Instantly, the hero killer felt his body become weightless, the sudden shift in gravity making him feel even more vulnerable. Ghost Freak's form shimmered briefly, his clawed hand materializing for a moment as he wrenched it free from Stain's chest. The hero killer let out a choked gasp, blood pouring from the puncture wounds as his body collapsed onto the ground with a wet thud. A crimson pool spread beneath him. Stain's vision blurred, but he managed to lift his head weakly, his gaze meeting Ghost Freak's glowing, malevolent eye. "You are not heroes," he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. Ghost Freak loomed over him, his presence like a shadow of death. "Your judgment means nothing," he hissed. At the far end of the alleyway, Iida tensed, his engines roaring to life with a sudden surge of power. His eyes burned with unyielding resolve as he crouched, poised like a coiled spring. "Iida," Ghost Freaks commanded. Without hesitation, Iida launched forward in a blur, the force of his sprint shattering the silence with a deafening sonic boom. The ground beneath him cracked as he accelerated, his body moving faster than Stain could even process. Stain's eyes widened just as Iida reached him in an instant. Without warning, Iida's leg shot upward in a powerful, precise kick. The force of the blow drove into Stain's chest, sending him hurtling upward like a ragdoll caught in a violent gust of wind. Stain's body was hurled into the air, rocketing upward with a deafening boom, the force of the impact reverberating throughout the alley. As he hung weightlessly in the sky, the blurry edges of his vision flickered, his head spinning. His body drifted, held aloft by Ochako's quirk, her power locking him in place as fear gripped him when his eyes finally focused on the figure before him. Ghost Freak materialized in front of him, his form shrouded in dark, crackling purple electricity. His fists were clenched, ready to strike with devastating force. His purple eyes, glowing with eerie intensity, locked onto Stain's. The storm surrounding him swirled with malevolent energy, as if the very air itself trembled in response to his presence. From a distance, the approaching pro-heroes could feel the tension in the air, their instincts alerting them to the battle taking place. Kyoka's sonic scream echoed far and wide, had brought them. But as they entered the alley, they came to an abrupt halt, their eyes drawn to the scene before them. "What in the world?" one of the heroes muttered, disbelief on their face as they took in the spectacle. "That's the hero killer," another hero exclaimed, his recognition of Stain's battered form. Maruko and Itsuka, who had been making their way toward Izuku, froze mid-leap as they saw the scene unfolding. Their eyes widened in shock. "Hey, that's Izuku," Itsuka said, "and that's the hero killer," Maruko added, grinning, an eagerness in her voice. "Looks like this'll be one hell of a fight." "Release," Ochako commanded. At her words, Stain's body dropped as Ghost Freak unleashed a punch that hit with the force of a cannon, slamming into Stain's face. The blow tore through the air with a deafening sonic boom, his body driven downward with brutal force. With a tremendous crash, Stain was forced back toward the ground. The impact shook the very earth beneath them, debris exploding in all directions as he slammed onto the ground with a boom. The explosion of sound and force echoed for blocks. The dust began to settle, revealing the aftermath of the clash. In the center of the crater, Stain lay motionless, his body sprawled across the pavement, his limbs twisted in unnatural angles. The faint beeping of the Omnitrix cut through the silence, growing louder, as Izuku knelt nearby, his chest heaving with exhaustion. The green flash of the Omnitrix faded as Izuku rose to his feet, standing tall despite the toll the battle had taken on him. "Is it over?" Jiro asked, her voice shaking slightly. Before she could finish, Izuku surged forward and wrapped both her and Ochako in a tight, desperate hug. Their faces were inches apart, and the warmth of his embrace seemed to melt away the tension from the battle. "I was so worried when Itsuka told me about your message. I got here as fast as I could, and then I saw Jiro get stabbed," Izuku explained, his voice muffled by their hair. "Are you both okay?" As Izuku hugged them, Ochako's and Jiro's bodies went rigid for a moment, both of them caught off guard by the sudden embrace. Ochako's arms instinctively wrapped around herself in a protective manner, while Jiro hesitated, her hands fluttering up to Izuku's chest before lightly resting there. Their faces were still very close to his, and both girls' cheeks flushed a soft pink. Jiro's triangular onyx eyes widened with surprise, and her fingers tingled as she lightly pressed against him. Meanwhile, Ochako's usual blush deepened, her face radiating with warmth as she glanced at the ground, trying to fight off the fluttering feeling in her chest. "Ahem." Todoroki's voice cut through the moment, his tone calm but dry. Izuku froze, suddenly realizing what he had done. His face turned bright crimson as he quickly pulled away from the girls, using one for all to create a few feet of space between them. "We're okay too, you know," Todoroki added dryly, his expression as unreadable as ever. "Oh, right, sorry," Izuku stammered, his face now even redder. He glanced between Ochako and Jiro, looking embarrassed. "I didn't mean to make you both uncomfortable." It's okay," Jiro muttered, her voice a little shaky as she avoided his, clearly flustered. I'm fine. And no problem," Ochako managed to squeak out, her mind racing. "Dekiru can hug me like that, but I can't even get a goodbye hug." Jiro was battling a similar internal struggle. "He hugged me. First he kissed me at the sports festival, and now this." Todoroki watched the scene unfold with his usual detached expression, though he couldn't help the faintest smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. At least it's over, Iida said, exhaling a sigh of relief. We should take his weapons, just in case, and find a way to restrain him. I doubt we'll find any ropes around here. 3 pairs of eyes fell on Izuku and Jiro, who exchanged a glance. What? Come on. I don't want my jacks touching Teenage Mutant Ninja Voldemort, Jiro said, making Izuku snort. I'll handle it. Jiro's way too hurt, and I'm not even scratched, Izuku said, his eyes flicking to Jiro's shoulder where the blood had started to slow. He activated the Omnitrix, and in a burst of green light, he transformed into Swampfire. Swampfire, Izuku announced proudly, earning a collective deadpan look from the group. What? Izuku asked, a bit defensive. It's not like you don't need a dramatic name to strike fear into the enemy. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, his tone flat. How do you have the energy to shout your name? Swampfire shrugged, sending vines that quickly coiled around the unconscious hero killer. I've learned that it works, he said with a grin, causing everyone to chuckle despite themselves. A few minutes later, Swampfire reverted back to his normal form, holding an almost comically large pile of blades. Jiro's eyes narrowed as she spotted one with a familiar symbol. The Forever Knight, she exclaimed, her voice sharp. Izuku looked at her, confused, but Kyoka showed him the marking. His eyes widened as he connected the dots. No way, he's working with them. Izuku muttered, a trace of fear in his voice. Who's them? Todoroki asked, raising an eyebrow at the exchange. Oh, remember a couple of months ago, Izuku was cut off by a groan from Native. What happened? Native mumbled, still groggy. 5 teenagers just saved your ass from the hero killer, she said with a smirk. Native laughed sarcastically. No, what really happened? But then his expression changed to a deadpanned expression as Ochako pointed towards the hero killer, looking sheepish. And he looked down, feeling inadequate. I wanna go home. Just then, the sound of fast footsteps echoed, and Gran Torino arrived on the scene with a swift kick that hit Iida in the face. What are you two doing here? He barked, his eyes narrowing as they landed on Izuku. Izuku, relying on his danger sense, managed to dodge the kick just in time. Gran Torino grumbled, that new quirk of yours is a real pain in the ass. Izuku let out a nervous chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. Before anyone could respond, the other pro-heroes began arriving, their presence heavy in the air. Gran Torino glanced over at Stain, still unconscious on the ground. So, I take it the hero killer is still on this mortal plane? He asked, his voice flat. Iida lowered his gaze, looking somber. Yes, sir, he answered quietly. Gran Torino gave a thoughtful hum, his tone softening slightly. Revenge never truly satisfies anyway. But I'm proud of you, Ingenuine, for not giving in. It takes strength to hold back when you could have finished it. Izuku's danger sense flared suddenly, a sharp tingle running down his spine. Look out! Everyone's eyes snapped upward as the massive Nomu from earlier swooped down, its wings slicing through the air. Izuku barely had time to react when, out of nowhere, he felt a powerful shove from behind. He stumbled forward, confusion flaring before he spun around. His heart dropped as he saw the Nomu's outstretched claws, intended for him, now grabbing hold of someone else. The one who had shoved him aside. Ochako! Ochako! Izuku yelled, reaching desperately for her, but the Nomu's grip tightened, its monstrous form lifting her into the air like a predator claiming its prey. Dekiru! The Nomu soared upward, Ochako struggling in its grip. Izuku's heart raced as he instinctively stretched out his hand, but it was too late. She was already slipping out of his reach. Hang on, Ochako! Izuku shouted, but before he could activate the Omnitrix, a sound sliced through the air, the cutting of vines. He whipped his head toward the source. Stain. He had broken free. The bloodied hero killer, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, licked the blood dripping from the Nomu's previous victim. As the vile taste slid down his throat, he paralyzed the Nomu in a single, swift motion, the creature suddenly frozen in midair. This society is overrun with fake heroes. Stain rasped, his voice thick with venomous conviction. And the criminals who wield their power without a thought, should all be purged. In the blink of an eye, the vines that had once bound Stain fell away, and with terrifying precision, he launched himself into the air. He landed on the paralyzed Nomu's back, his blade sinking deep into its neck, drawing a horrific scream from the creature. Deku. The Nomu managed to grunt, its voice pained and twisted. Ochako's eyes widened, recognition flashing across her face as she realized the Nomu was trying to speak. The ground rushed toward them as the Nomu began plummeting, the weight of the battle pushing everything to the brink. Stain, undeterred by the chaos, wrenched Ochako out of the Nomu's grip with brutal efficiency, his arms strong and unyielding. As the Nomu fell to the ground in its death throes, Stain stood tall, blood staining his blade, his voice cold as he spoke once more. "This is all, for a more just society," Stain said, pulling his blade free with a final. Izuku and the others stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces. Stain was still standing, defying all logic despite his injuries. The tension in the air thickened as the heroes steeled themselves, bracing for another battle. Before anyone could act, a voice rang out, cutting through the charged atmosphere. "The villain should have escaped this way," the voice boomed. All eyes turned toward the source, and there, striding onto the scene, was one of Japan's top heroes, Endeavor. His flames flickered ominously as he surveyed the battlefield, his eyes locking onto the twitching Nomu. A confident grin spread across his face as he raised a flaming fist. "Let me finish this," Endeavor said, cocking his arm back, preparing to incinerate the creature. "Endeavor, wait." Gran Torino's voice broke through with urgency, his tone sharp and desperate. Endeavor hesitated, his fiery fist lowering slightly, confusion flickering in his eyes. It was then he noticed her, Ochako, standing directly behind the Nomu, still shaken from her ordeal. Before anyone could react further, Stain stirred, rising with unnerving resolve. His mask slipped, revealing his gaunt face, and the horrific, self-inflicted wound where his nose once was. "You fake," Stain rasped, his voice low and venomous. His eyes burned with an intensity that seemed to pierce through them all. The killing intent radiating from him hit like a tidal wave, freezing everyone in place. The sheer weight of his presence was suffocating. "You dare to call yourselves heroes?" Stain's voice rose, harsh and seething with disdain. "I must make things right." The interns and heroes alike felt their blood run cold, their bodies refusing to move. It wasn't just fear, it was an oppressive, primal force, a manifestation of Stain's unyielding conviction. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed as even he took a step back, unnerved by the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from the hero killer. A younger heroine stumbled, her face pale as she scrambled to regain her footing, her breath coming in short gasps. Stain's gaze swept over them, his scarred face a testament to his twisted ideology. This society, drowned in lies. Someone must be dyed in blood to cleanse it. He stepped forward, slow and deliberate, each footfall echoing like the toll of a death knell. His eyes, sharp and unrelenting, bore into them, stripping away any illusion of strength or courage they clung to. "I must take back what it means to be a true hero," Stain growled, his voice dripping with conviction. Izuku stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat, his face pale with dread as the world around him seemed to distort, slowing to a suffocating crawl. A deep, dark red enveloped his vision, drowning everything else in its oppressive hue. His heart pounded violently against his ribcage as Stain's footsteps drew closer, deliberate and heavy, each one shaking Izuku to his core. "Move. I need to move." Izuku's thoughts raced, but his legs refused to obey, trembling as though weighed down by invisible chains. He took a shaky step back, instinct guiding his retreat. "No." His mind protested, but his body screamed in defiance. His chest tightened, his breaths shallow and labored. The sheer weight of Stain's conviction felt like a tidal wave, dragging him deeper into the red sea of terror. He felt small, helpless, like a child flailing in open water, gasping for air. "No." Izuku's inner voice roared in frustration as he clenched his fists tightly, closing his eyes against the suffocating fear. "I must take back what it means to be a hero. Come, try, and stop me, you fakes." Stain's voice cut through the air, sharp as a blade, reverberating in Izuku's mind like a haunting echo. The words dug into him, forcing him to confront his fear. His foot wavered but didn't retreat. This time, it moved forward, even as his entire body protested. Stain's figure loomed in his mind, but another shadow overlapped it, one far more menacing, far more terrifying. Vilgax, a being feared throughout the galaxy. A destroyer of countless worlds. He had bathed the cosmos in the blood of heroes as powerful as All Might. And yet, there was one thing Vilgax wanted above all else, the Omnitrix. And Izuku had it. He could see Vilgax's monstrous visage, his glowing eyes piercing into him. All Might had feared this creature. How could Izuku, a boy who still struggled to control his power, hope to stand against something so unfathomably strong? But I have to, Izuku thought, his chest tightening further. If I can't even stand up to a murderer like Stain, how will I face him? How will I live up to their ideals, All Might's, and Dad? Izuku gritted his teeth as a burning resolve began to flicker within him. His trembling stopped. I won't run. I can't. Images of Vilgax tearing through cities filled his mind, but Izuku pushed them aside. When that day comes, will I freeze like this? Will I let fear chain me down? The flicker turned into a flame. His body started to hum with power as arcs of verdant electricity crackled across his form. One for all surged through him like a tempest, and with a sharp breath, Izuku pushed forward, breaking through the tidal wave of fear. The air around him exploded as he activated One for All at 16%, the energy roaring to life. He gritted his teeth, his legs surging to 20%, the strain burning through him as he planted his feet firmly. The only one I'll let kill me is. Stain's words cut off, his voice faltering as his eyes widened in realization. Everyone froze, their breaths hitching as Izuku shot forward in a green blur, the air cracking around him. His form was a bolt of lightning, his resolve sharper than ever. Izuku's dropkick came hurtling toward Stain, who barely had time to raise his forearm to block. The sheer force sent a shockwave rippling outward. Stain's grin returned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Izuku's. And in that moment, Stain saw it, the fierce determination burning in the boy's emerald eyes. A conviction that spoke louder than any words ever could. Yes, I see why he chose you, Stain rasped, his voice steady even as Izuku charged forward, launching a punch. The hero killer smirked, easily reading the attack. But you're still so predictable. Izuku's punch was a feint. In an instant, he shifted his weight, driving his knee upward into Stain's chin with a sharp crack. Stain's head snapped back, his body staggering from the unexpected blow. Everyone watching froze, their eyes widening in shock as Izuku pressed the advantage, twisting midair to deliver a follow-up kick. The impact forced Stain back a few steps, his grin faltering as Izuku leapt away, his momentum carrying him into a clean backflip. As he landed, the Omnitrix's faceplate popped open with a familiar hum. Ochako! Izuku shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Ochako didn't hesitate, she stretched out her hand, her quirk activating with a faint pink glow that enveloped Stain. His movements halted as gravity betrayed him, locking him in place. You want to see something really scary? Izuku yelled, slamming down on the Omnitrix. A burst of green light enveloped him, and when it cleared, he had transformed into Ghost Freak. The alien's spectral form floated ominously, his elongated body and unsettling, otherworldly gaze drawing gasps from the heroes behind him. Ghost Freak's voice came out low and chilling as he addressed Ochako. Ochako, close your eyes, he instructed. She hesitated for a fraction of a second before turning her gaze away, trusting him implicitly. Stain's grin faltered as Ghost Freak floated toward him, his movements slow and deliberate, a predator circling its prey. His clawed hands rose to his chest. With a sickening rip, he peeled back his outer layer of skin, as massive writhing, black and white striped tentacles exploded out. Stain's eyes widened, his composure shattering as he stared directly into the abyss. His grin vanished, replaced by a look of pure, unfiltered terror. He stumbled back, his breath hitching as sweat dripped down his face. What are you? Stain's voice was a trembling whisper, the conviction he once carried now buried beneath fear. The hero killer tried to raise his blade, but his grip faltered, the weapon clattering to the ground. His knees buckled as his body began to tremble violently. And then it happened. Stain's eyes rolled back in his head, his body collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. The fear overwhelmed him entirely, leaving him unconscious on the ground, his expression frozen in terror. The heroes and students behind Ghost Freak stood in stunned silence, their disbelief etched on their faces. Even Gran Torino hesitated, his normally sharp demeanor momentarily shaken. Ghost Freak hovered silently over to Ochako, his ethereal form drifting effortlessly through the air. He didn't spare so much as a glance at the hero killer, whose mortified expression remained frozen on his unconscious face. "You okay?" Ghost Freak's raspy, hollow voice broke the silence, carrying a strange gentleness despite its chilling tone. Ochako blinked up at the alien, her eyes darting between Ghost Freak's haunting form and Stain's limp body sprawled on the ground. Realizing the danger had passed, she exhaled shakily, her shoulders relaxing. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Ghost Freak in a sudden hug. The alien form of Izuku stiffened slightly at the unexpected gesture, his claws hovering uncertainly for a moment before lowering awkwardly, careful not to harm her. Behind them, the pro-heroes stood still, taking in the surreal scene. Their breathing began to steady as the adrenaline coursing through their bodies finally started to fade. The oppressive tension of the night dissipated, leaving only a profound silence in its wake. It was finally over. A few minutes later, Maruko and Itsuka arrived on the scene. The Nomu, barely clinging to life, was restrained and awaiting transport as the police and paramedics tended to the injured. Medical personnel moved quickly, bandaging up Ochako, Iida, Todoroki, and Kyoka, who winced as her shoulder was wrapped. "Can't believe you guys ran into the hero killer," Itsuka said, groaning in disappointment as she crossed her arms. Despite the situation, the group chuckled lightly. "It seems you had your hands full as well. We heard you and Maruko faced the villain behind the mutant animals," Iida said, adjusting his freshly bandaged arm. "Yeah, those things were terrifying," Itsuka admitted with a visible shiver. "Is that why you're covered in blood?" Todoroki asked, his tone as blunt as ever. "Yeah," Itsuka replied, glancing down at herself. "Let's just say I had to get ahead of things. I need a shower." "I wouldn't mind soaking in a hot bath," Kyoka muttered, her face pale as she groaned, clutching her freshly bandaged shoulder. The pain was evident in her expression, but she still managed to crack a weak smirk. Ochako turned her attention to Ghost Freak, who was floating silently nearby, his eerie form almost blending with the night. He hadn't transformed back yet, and his lack of interaction was starting to concern her. "Hey, Dekiru, the fight's over. Don't you think you should turn back?" Ochako asked, trying to sound casual. "Yeah, dude, you're probably exhausted. Give yourself a break," Kyoka added, though her voice was strained as a paramedic checked the bandages on her shoulder. Ghost Freak didn't respond, his glowing green eye fixed on Ochako with an unsettling stillness. Dekiru. Ochako's tone shifted slightly, a nervous edge creeping into her voice. Still, he remained silent, the tension in the air growing thicker. "Dekiru, stop creeping me out and turn back," Ochako said, her voice now firm, though the unease was evident. Finally, Ghost Freak stirred. The green glow of his eye flickered to an ominous purple, sending a chill down everyone's spine. "Izuku!" Ochako and Kyoka shouted in unison, their cries cutting through the eerie silence. Ghost Freak finally responded, his voice distant and hollow. "Did you hear me? Turn back," Ochako said, her concern deepening. "Oh, right, sorry, I spaced out," Ghost Freak said, snapping back to reality. He reached for the Omnitrix, the eerie glow of his eye fading back to green as he shifted his gaze to his friends. The group visibly relaxed, though Kyoka winced as the movement jostled her injured shoulder. "You okay?" Ochako asked, glancing at her. "Yeah," Kyoka muttered, trying to downplay her pain. "I've had worse." Who? The Nomu said, its voice barely above a whisper, as it was being restrained by the police. The sound sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. Huh, I thought these things didn't talk, Maruko said, her eyes narrowing in surprise, as she took a step back from the Nomu. They don't, Endeavor clarified, his expression stern, as he inspected the Nomu with a critical eye. But the Nomu continued to speak, its voice growing louder and more insistent. Deku, it cried out, its eyes fixed on Izuku with a desperate intensity. Izuku's eyes narrowed, his face set in a determined expression as he stepped closer to the Nomu. What's it trying to say? He asked, his voice low and urgent. The Nomu's cries grew louder, more frantic, as it struggled against its shackles. Deku, 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 it screamed, its body shaking with sobs. Endeavor's eyes widened in shock, his face pale. What's going on? He demanded, his voice firm. But before anyone could answer, the Nomu began to shed tears. Deku, Deku, it sobbed, its body racked with sobs. Izuku's eyes widened in horror, his face set in a mask of shock. It sound familiar. He stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. Maruko's eyes were wide with fear, her face pale. I just thought these things were mindless killing machines, she whispered. But the Nomu continued to repeat the word, its voice growing more and more desperate. Deku, it cried out, slamming its head on the ground. Deku, 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 Deku. Izuku's eyes were fixed on the Nomu, his expression horrified. Is it trying to say, Deku? Ochako asked, her voice trembling. The word began to make the beast rattle and slam its head on the ground. Deku, 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 Deku. Izuku widened in horror. Pro-heroes began to question the kids. Deku, useless. What does this mean? Endeavor asked. It's a nickname that Bakugo made up when we were kids. Izuku's voice trembled as he revealed the origin of the nickname, his eyes fixed on the Nomu with a look of utter terror. His body stiffened, his shoulders rigid with fear, as he gazed at the creature. His eyes were wide with horror, his pupils dilated with shock. The group's eyes widened in unison, and their faces pale with shock as they turned to gaze at the Nomu. The creature's tears flowed like rivers down its face, its voice repeating the word, Deku, with a haunting intensity. It's what that kids used to call me to make of me. Izuku's voice cracked as he spoke, his eyes fixed on the Nomu with a look of sheer terror. His hands were clenched into fists, his knuckles white with tension, as he took a step back from the creature. His face was pale, his skin drained of color, as he gazed at the Nomu in horror. Deku, Deku, Deku. The Nomu's cries grew louder, more insistent, its voice echoing through the air like a mournful wail. As everyone took this in, Endeavor's expression turned grim. It almost sounds like a crying child, he said, his voice low and gravelly, his eyes fixed on the Nomu with a glimmer of recognition. Izuku's eyes were fixed on the Nomu, his expression a mask of terror, as the creature's cries continued to echo through the air. His body was rigid with fear, his muscles tense with shock, as he gazed at the Nomu in horror. The teens were guided to the nearest ambulance, where paramedics prioritized Kyoka, Ochako, Tenya, and Shoto due to the severity of their injuries. The van sped toward the nearest hospital, leaving behind the chaos of the battlefield. Inside, the silence was heavy. Ochako removed her helmet, revealing a blood-stained face. Tenya sat stiffly, his armor stripped from his torso to expose his wounds. Shoto leaned back, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, while Izuku looked between them, his thoughts swirling. He hesitated before speaking, his voice breaking the stillness. Izuku started softly, unsure if his words would reach his friend. Tenya didn't respond, his gaze locked on the floor. His shoulders sagged, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Izuku swallowed hard, gathering his thoughts. I know this has been a lot. Losing someone who means so much to you, it makes everything feel heavier. Like you're carrying something no one else can understand. Tenya's fingers curled into fists on his lap, but he didn't look up. Izuku pressed on, his voice steady but tinged with emotion. I know what it's like to feel that weight. To wonder if you can live up to someone else's legacy. I've spent so long trying to figure out how to be like All Might, like my dad. Every day, I ask myself, how can I be as brave as them? As strong, as selfless, and every day, I come up short. Ochako, her face pale but attentive, glanced at Izuku. Shoto's gaze shifted toward him, quietly listening. Izuku's voice faltered for a moment, but he pushed through. But I realized something. I can't be them. I'll never be them. And that's okay. What I can do is walk my own path. Make my own mistakes. Because the heroes we look up to, they don't see us as failures trying to fill their shoes. He leaned forward slightly, his green eyes meeting Tenya's. They see the potential in us. They see the heroes we can become. And I know your brother saw that in you. He was proud of you, Tenya. Not because you were trying to be him, but because of the hero you already are. Tenya's shoulders trembled slightly, and his head finally lifted. His glasses were gone, and his reddened eyes locked on Izuku. Izuku's voice softened. When you see him again, I hope you can tell him that you understand how much he believed in you. The ambulance fell silent once more, save for the faint hum of the engine and the beeping of medical monitors. Then, after a long moment, Tenya reached out and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. His voice was hoarse but sincere as he whispered, "Thank you, Midoriya." Izuku nodded, a small smile breaking through his somber expression. Across from him, Shoto gave a subtle nod of approval, acknowledging the weight of Izuku's words. Ochako smiled faintly, leaning her head against Izuku's shoulder. Kyoka followed suit, closing her eyes as if the tension in the air had finally eased. Itsuka sat quietly, her gaze lingering on Izuku, her lips curving into a soft, grateful smile. For the first time in hours, the atmosphere felt lighter. Despite the pain, they had each other. And in that moment, it was enough. Hosu City General Hospital. Momo's voice came through the phone, gentle but laced with concern. "Midoriya, are you okay? We've all been so worried." Izuku, sitting in his hospital gown, responded with a calm tone, though he knew the concern in her voice wasn't going to dissipate easily. "Yeah, I'm fine. Honestly, compared to everyone else, I came out pretty much unscathed." A collective sigh of relief echoed through the call. Momo closed her eyes, her hand resting on her chest as gratitude washed over her. "That's such a relief," Momo said, her voice trembling slightly. "When we heard what happened, we were all so worried about you." "Yeah, Ochako's distress call scared the heck out of us," Mina added, her usual cheer muted by lingering anxiety. "Seeing the news made it 10 times worse. You guys went through so much." Toru spoke up next, her tone uncharacteristically serious. "We were freaking out, Midori. I kept thinking, what if something happened to you?" Her fingers drummed nervously against her leg. Tsuyu's soft voice broke the tension slightly. "I'm just glad you're safe, Ribbit. But how are Jiro and Ochako? Are they going to be okay?" Izuku hesitated for a moment before answering, his voice quieter. I'm sure they'll be fine. They're getting the care they need." Deep down, he was uncertain but clung to hope. Just then, the door to his room opened, and Izuku quickly ended the call. "Ori, I gotta go." He hung up, his face turning crimson as realization dawned on him. I was on a group call with only girls. He began to shake nervously, his thoughts racing. Itsuka Kendo stepped into the room, her usual calm demeanor putting him at ease. She gave him a small smile and sat at the edge of his bed. "Hey, Izuku, how are you feeling?" "I'm fine," Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Her expression softened. "I'm sorry I wasn't there with you," she said quietly. During Stain." Izuku shook his head. "It's okay. You were busy handling Dr. Onuma with Maruko. I wouldn't have been able to do that without you two holding things down." Itsuka smiled, a hint of her usual assertiveness returning. "All right, then I'll forgive you if you forgive me. Deal?" Izuku managed a small laugh and nodded. "Deal." They sat in a comfortable silence for a while, the tension of the day slowly dissipating. "Izuku," Itsuka said after a moment, her voice warm, "I really am glad you're okay. You always push yourself so hard. I don't think you realize how much we all worry about you." Izuku looked at her, surprised by her sincerity. "Thanks, Kendo. That means a lot." As they sat together, Izuku hesitated before leaning slightly against her shoulder. Itsuka didn't move away. Instead, she let out a soft sigh, her lips curving into a faint smile. Just as they were relaxing, Gran Torino walked in, a sly grin on his face. "Hope you two are being responsible," he said, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "I mean, I know you're both young, but, never mind." Izuku's face turned bright red as he sputtered, "And no, Gran Torino. It's not what it looks like. We were just, talking." Itsuka's face was also flushed, and she laughed nervously. Well, we are in a hospital, after all." Gran Torino chuckled, then became serious. "We need to talk, Izuku. Let's go." Izuku nodded, still looking flustered, and Gran Torino gestured for him to follow. As they left the room, Itsuka smiled warmly at Izuku, and he smiled back, still a bit embarrassed. Izuku and Gran Torino sat in a secluded corner of the hospital, the only sound being the soft hum of the machines and the occasional footsteps of a nurse passing by. They had chosen this spot specifically, away from prying ears and curious eyes, to discuss the sensitive topic. "This is about the Nomu, right?" Izuku asked, his voice low and serious. Gran Torino nodded, his eyes locked onto Izuku's. "That Nomu knew a nickname that your friend," Gran Torino said before being cut off by Izuku. "Classmate," Izuku corrected to his own surprise, and even Gran Torino was surprised, but it seemed the kid was growing a backbone, so he didn't comment on it. "Classmate. Made up when you were kids. I'll imagine not many adults called you by that." "No adult called me by that name," Izuku said. This made Gran Torino sigh. "God, I hope that at least one did. I'll imagine I don't have to tell you this, but this has to do with All for One." Gran Torino said. Izuku looked down. "Can you think of any kid from when you were younger? Maybe one that looked like the Nomu?" Gran Torino suggested. "I think I would remember a kid with an exposed brain," Izuku said, scratching behind his head before remembering the Nomu's wings. "Oh, where is he now?" "Not really sure. He was the grandson of our doctor." Izuku smacked himself on the forehead. "Oh, man, I can't believe I forgot to ask Mom." Gran Torino raised an eyebrow. What are yapping about?" Izuku said. A couple of weeks ago me and some of my friends snuck into Forever Night building. There was some books. I saw this picture of my doctor, the one who told me I was quirkless." Gran Torino raised an eyebrow, not seeing an issue so far. "A picture? I don't see why that needs clarification. The picture was like 100 years old," Izuku stated. "I was just curious if the doctor had an aging quirk or something." Of course, you were curious," Gran Torino said, knowing the boy's interest in quirks. He began to walk away, laughing to himself. "Plus, I'm curious about the white-haired man with red eyes in the picture," Izuku said, his voice filled with a sense of wonder. Gran Torino's expression changed in an instant. His eyes narrowed, and his face turned serious, as if he had seen a ghost. He stopped in his tracks, his grip on Izuku's shoulders tightening. "Kid, listen," Gran Torino said, his voice low and grave. "I need you to redraw that picture from memory, every single detail. Use your cerebrocrustacean form." Izuku nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. He felt a shiver run down his spine as he realized that something was off. "Every single detail," Gran Torino emphasized. League of Villains. All for One watched as Shigaraki stormed back into the dimly lit bar, his face twisted in a scowl. The air was thick with tension as he sighed, his voice low and even. "Kurogiri, please return Dr. Onimo. We can't let his expertise be wasted behind metal bars." The screen flickered and went dark as Dr. Kyudai Garaki's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with twisted excitement. "Master, it appears Rei Iwamatsu has arrived." The heavy sound of muffled cries and desperate struggle echoed through the room as Nomu entered, carrying a man who thrashed helplessly in its grip. The man's eyes were wide with terror as he was dropped before All for One. The villain's hand stretched out, touching the man's face with eerie calmness. "Ah, yes," All for One mused, his voice smooth, observer's eye. "This will be quite useful." Dr. Kyudai observed with fascination, his fingers tapping lightly against his chin. "I can certainly understand your interest, sir. A remarkable quirk, indeed." All for One's presence seemed to press heavier upon the room, his power a visible, oppressive force. His voice dropped to a low murmur, but the intensity was unmistakable. This quirk will give me a broader view of things. One that will prove essential for what's to come. The man's cries grew more desperate, turning into shrill screams as All for One's quirk began extracting the observer's eye. Dr. Cudeye watched intently, his smile only widening. Ah, yes, I'm certain you'll make excellent use of it, sir. After all, you always do. The hospital. The morning after the attack, the teenagers gathered at Hosu General City Hospital, still reeling from the events of the previous day. Izuku and Itsuka were relatively unscathed, but Izuku's exhaustion was evident as he had passed out the moment he knew his friends were safe. The hospital room was dimly lit, with only a few rays of sunlight peeking through the curtains, casting a warm glow on the group. So, did any of you get much sleep last night? Shoto asked, his arm wrapped in bandages on his left side, his eyes sunken from lack of rest. I didn't have much choice, Izuku replied, his voice laced with fatigue. I couldn't sleep without knowing you guys were okay. I didn't get much sleep either, Ochako said, rubbing her shoulder and gazing at her blood-soaked costume, the fabric stained with dark red blotches. This whole night has been a blur. I figured as much, Shoto said, his expression somber. Me and Maruko didn't get to you guys until it was all over, Itsuka said, her eyes clouded with concern. We were held up by a Nomu with chainsaws nearby. I heard that his aura alone froze all the heroes in their tracks, Itsuka continued, her voice barely above a whisper. No one could move. Kyoka's expression was distant, and she shook her head slowly, eyes wide with recollection. It felt like the air was thick, suffocating. You couldn't even breathe properly, let alone move. Todoroki exhaled sharply, his eyes far away. Yeah, it was, like that time with Kane. The fear, the power. It paralyzed everyone. Well, almost everyone. His voice softened. Everyone's gaze fell on Izuku, who scratched his neck, his eyes downcast. Yeah, it was overwhelming even for me, Izuku said. I don't know. It's hard to explain. The group nodded in understanding. After thinking about it, I realize we're lucky to be alive, Jiro said, his voice filled with gratitude. Much less defeated Stain. It was pure luck. Yeah, when he impaled Jiro and paralyzed Todoroki, I was sure he was going to kill me, Ochako said, her eyes wide with fear. I've never been so scared. But the fact you guys managed to hold your own for so long shows how much you've grown, Itsuka said, a hint of pride in her voice. I don't think it was just luck. I'm impressed with Iida and Ochako, Jiro said, his eyes shining with admiration. He really seemed to want to kill you both. Yeah, even though he was hell-bent on murdering you both, you didn't let him, Todoroki said, his voice filled with respect. You stood your ground. However, Iida felt the praise was undeserved. No, that's not true. I was. Iida trailed off, his eyes dropping in shame. It's okay, Iida, Ochako said softly. We all did what we had to do to survive. No one blamed you. Quote. The door slid open, and Gran Torino, Maruko, Gunhead, Edgeshot, and a dog-headed man entered the room. Kyoka's eyebrows shot up as she leaned toward Ochako and whispered, "This screams, official reprimand. Tell the green bean to go fast-track and whoosh out of here before anyone catches on." I wouldn't recommend it, the dog man said, his voice calm but firm. Kyoka's face twitched, and she muttered under her breath, "Right. Dog ears. Damn it. Shut the door," the dog man continued, and Torino gave a gruff sigh before complying. Gran Torino took a step forward, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. Now that we're all here, let's bring this mess to a close. Everyone, meet Kenji Suragame, Hosu's chief of police. He's got a few things to say. The chief's keen eyes lingered on each of the students, his expression unreadable. So, you're the students who managed to stop the hero killer. Interesting. I recognize you from the sports festival, Midoriya, right? The kid who blew a hole through the stadium. Subtle. Izuku groaned, his cheeks flushing in mortified acknowledgement. The chief's gaze shifted to Tenya. And you, Iida, Ingenium's younger brother, I presume. Tenya straightened stiffly, nodding. Yes, sir. Suragame hummed, a low sound of understanding. That explains a lot. Now, listen carefully. His voice turned serious, commanding attention. At the dawn of this super-powered era, the police made a decision: no quirks in law enforcement. We prioritized leadership and order, leaving the dangerous work to heroes, who the public came to trust. But with that system comes rules. Unauthorized use of quirks, even in situations like this, is a violation of the law. Stopping the hero killer or not, the law was broken. Kyoka scoffed under her breath, but Shoto spoke first, his voice measured but resolute. If Iida hadn't been there, Native would have died. And if Ochako hadn't shown up, both of them would have been killed. Nobody even knew Stain was still active in Hosu. Ochako nodded earnestly, her tone unwavering. We couldn't just stand by and let people die. Kyoka folded her arms, her eyes narrowing. And there's no way she could have handled it alone. She'd be dead, too, if Todoroki hadn't been there. What were we supposed to do? Let people die because of rules made back when quirks weren't part of daily life? Saragame's expression remained neutral, though his voice grew stern. And so, because it all worked out this time, the law no longer matters. Shoto's gaze sharpened, his words firm. A hero's job is to save people, isn't it? The chief's tail gave a slight flick, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. You clearly still have much to learn. Itsuka stepped forward, her teal eyes unwavering. What you're saying is that we should look the other way when someone's in danger. That's not what being a hero is about. Maruko, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, stood off to the side, her arms crossed, eyes fixed on the floor. The tension in the room hung heavy until Kyoka broke it. There's a difference between vigilantism and saving someone's life, Jiro said, her voice tinged with frustration. If a parent uses their quirk to protect their kid, are you going to arrest them for it? Edgeshot gave her a sharp look. Jiro. Kyoka bristled at the warning but backed down with a reluctant sigh. Maruko finally glanced up, exhaling deeply. I agree, Izuku said suddenly, his voice quiet but resolute. Then, louder and firmer, he continued, do you expect us to admit we made a mistake? That we regret what we did? I don't. I heard my friend was in trouble, and I know the rules about using quirks without a license. But honestly, I think it's a stupid rule. The chief raised an eyebrow at Izuku's defiance. Oh. Izuku's gaze didn't waver as he pressed on. I don't regret it. My friends and Native are alive because of what we did. That's all the justification I need. If there's punishment for that, I'll accept it. Shoto stepped forward, his voice steady and sure. He's right. We'd do it again in a heartbeat. Everyone, stop. Ida's voice cut through the room, his tone thick with guilt. He stepped forward, his head bowed. Please, all of this is because of me. My friends only got involved because I was reckless. I sought out the hero killer with one goal, revenge. I had no intention of saving anyone. I only wanted to hurt him. If anyone deserves punishment, it's me. The chief raised his hand, silencing him. Enough. His voice was calm but firm, commanding the room's attention. I think we've all had enough drama for one day. Arguing won't change anything. He looked at each of them in turn. Listen, I understand your frustrations. I even sympathize with your plights. But the law is the law. You don't have to like it, but it exists for a reason. And unfortunately, this situation is more complicated than we'd hoped. Kyoka frowned, her eyes narrowing. Wait, so we're getting off scot-free? Saragame shook his head, his expression grim. Not exactly. Someone recorded the entire encounter, every detail of your fight with the hero killer. A bystander, from a distance. The video's gone viral. We've been trying to take it down, but it's spreading too fast. People are already questioning why we're so eager to erase it. Ochako looked startled. So, what happens now? The chief sighed. Under normal circumstances, you would face some form of punishment. You broke the law, and the injuries you inflicted on the hero killer were severe. He glanced at Izuku, whose eyes widened in surprise. But this isn't a normal situation. Public perception has become a factor. But, the chief's gaze flicked to the door, where a man in a sharp business suit leaned casually against the wall. Letting out a frustrated, woof, he adjusted his tie. We've been told to let this one slide. Instead, we'll throw you a bone and publicly congratulate you while admitting, with our tails between our legs, that the police force failed to capture the elusive hero killer. It fell to a group of kids instead. Edgeshot's voice was measured as he added, the public has seen footage of the hero killer saving Uraraka. His speech was loud enough to be heard in the recording. Now, his entire image is being questioned, and some are pointing fingers at us for attempting to suppress the truth. Maruko leaned forward, her usual confident grin now replaced with a more serious expression. Don't forget, some of the pros froze up, while you went straight for the guy, kicking his ass without hesitation. Hell, you even got a fan club out of it. Too bad Endeavor's all pissy about it, though. The chief gave a reluctant nod. With the footage spreading rapidly, we need to adapt. Here's the plan. We'll frame this as you being attacked first and fighting back in self-defense. That eliminates any charges of vigilantism. As for unlicensed quirk use, we'll excuse it for this instance. His sharp eyes landed on Ochako and Izuku. You two will receive the credit for bringing down the hero killer. You were acting under the supervision of your internships, and with the footage circulating, there's no way to deny what happened. Ochako's eyes widened. Wait, credit, for taking him down. Izuku looked equally stunned, his mouth opening and closing as he processed the words. The chief continued, his tone firm. Yes, and thanks to his speech, the public has inferred that Stain saw you, Uraraka, as a true hero. His decision to save you from the Nomu solidifies that perception. His attention shifted to Izuku, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. As for you, Midoriya, everyone saw you fight him head-on, and when you scared the hero killer so badly he passed out. That's something people won't forget. The chief adjusted his tie before adding, the press will undoubtedly be curious and ask questions. For now, keep a low profile until things settle. No flashy moves, no unnecessary risks. With a formal bow, he concluded, on behalf of the police force, thank you for bringing down the hero killer. See, I can be understanding. Woof. Kyoka sighed and bowed, sorry for blowing up at you and for saying you're bad at your job. The chief bowed back, no hard feelings. While I cannot commend all of you for your actions as chief of police, as a man simply wishing for peace, I must thank all of you. Izuku and Uraraka exchanged a surprised glance, then bowed back, thank you, sir. The chief smiled, just remember, keep a low profile for now. Let the excitement blow over. Kyoka nodded, still looking a bit sheepish, but relieved that the tension had been diffused. Till then, young heroes, the chief said with a warm smile. Rest and keep up the good work. Maruko smirked. Yeah, heal up, you both clearly need more training. Maruko said, referring to Itsuka and Izuku, who both smiled. Knowing my student took down the hero killer after only 2 days of training, Gunhead said, wiping a tear from his eye. Ochako didn't have the heart to tell him that his lessons were practically useless in the fight. Edgeshot just gave a bow, proud but not wanting to admit it, especially since she disobeyed his orders. Hope you know you're not going to be let off the hook. When you're healed up, I'm gonna beat some sense back into you. Gran Torino shouted. Iida began to shiver in fear, but he nodded. Izuku could only shiver in fear for his friend, knowing that training with Gran Torino would be in hell. As they left, Izuku remembered something and walked up to Gran Torino. Gran Torino, wait, before you go, he said, moving from his bed and taking paper from under his pillow. Here, he handed him the paper, and Gran Torino took it, his face contorting in a grim expression. His body language was tense, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the drawing. Thank you, he said curtly, his voice firm but controlled. Izuku could sense the anger beneath the surface. Why yeah, sure, no problem, Izuku said, taking a step back, unsure of how to react to Gran Torino's grim demeanor. As they stepped out, Maruko's sharp eyes caught the well-dressed man casually leaning against the wall, his posture oozing an air of confidence that only someone in his line of work could pull off. So, Maruko began, her tone cool and direct, why would the HSPC go this far to protect Midoriya? The man let out a soft, almost amused chuckle, his smile sharp and calculated. Izuku Midoriya, a once-in-a-lifetime kind of kid. A power like his doesn't come around every day. To ruin his potential just because of some serial killer. That'd be outright absurd. Maruko's eyes narrowed, trying to get a read on him, but he remained unreadable, his grin never faltering. She kept her voice steady, but the suspicion was clear. HMPH. Seems like you've gone through a lot of trouble for him. He shrugged nonchalantly, his hand casually adjusting his suit. People with that kind of potential, well, they're worth the effort. But hopefully, someone like you can teach him a bit of restraint. We wouldn't want him to get carried away. Huh, Maruko raised an eyebrow. Let's just say, the man's voice dropped a little lower, as if sharing a secret. The hero killer sustained some very major injuries. Particularly the ones we suspect Midoriya inflicted. You know, those injuries. Quite severe. Maruko stiffened, her arms folding across her chest, but she didn't say anything. She was trying to process his words, her mind already working through the possibilities. The man leaned in, as though dropping more of a hint than an actual fact. Shame about the hero killer. He ended up in a bit of an accident. We think the League of Villains attacked the transport vehicle trying to free him. In the scuffle, well, the hero killer didn't quite get lucky, did he? Now he's paralyzed from the waist down. Maruko's brows furrowed in confusion, her instincts flaring at the inconsistency. Funny I didn't hear anything about the hero killer being in an accident. The man's eyes sparkled with a knowing look, as if he had already predicted her reaction. He gave a slight shrug, picking up his briefcase. Maruko's expression shifted, realization hitting her like a punch to the gut. Oh. Well, I'd keep an eye on your little hero, he said, his voice slick, almost too casual. In about 2 hours, the League's little surprise will be making its move. It'd be unfortunate if we had to clean up another mess, don't you think? Toodles, he called over his shoulder, his tone dripping with a level of smugness that made her blood boil. ... Midoriya and Itsuka stood in their UA uniforms, Itsuka adjusting Izuku's tie as the boy blushed furiously. Aye Itsuka, TTH this is not necessary. It's fine, I've been wanting to fix your tie, Itsuka said with a smile. Jiro and Ochako looked on, feeling a little jealous of the tender moment. Midoriya, Iida said, approaching them. Thank you for everything. You've been a true friend to me, even when I wasn't there for you. You asked Gran Torino to take me in, and you've been trying to help me ever since. Iida's voice cracked as he continued, and I haven't been a friend to you. When we learned the truth, you were worried about me, even though you were going through the same thing. You charged in to save us, and I'll do the same for you. We won't let you face this fight alone. Izuku looked down, his eyes avoiding Iida's gaze. He shifted uncomfortably, his hands fidgeting with his tie. I don't want to talk about this, he muttered. But Iida pressed on, his voice filled with emotion. We're your friends too, Midoriya. And as heroes in training, we won't ignore your troubles. Even if you don't want our help, we'll make your problems ours, Todoroki added. That's what true heroes do. Itsuka smiled and said, I'll stand right beside you, Izuku. Ochako nodded enthusiastically. We're in this together, always. Jiro shrugged. Yeah, and even if you don't want our help, we'll give it to you anyway. Izuku's eyes darted around the group, his expression hesitant. I don't need your help, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I can handle it on my own. But the group just smiled and said, together. In unison. Izuku's face twisted in frustration, but he knew he had to say it, too. Together, he muttered, his voice lacking conviction. He didn't mean it. He didn't want their help. But he knew he had to say it, for their sake. It's not the fact he thought his friends were weak and he were powerful, he just didn't want them to get hurt because of him. ... Somewhere light years away from Earth. The red sandstorm howled, twisting violently across the barren landscape, as a cold, menacing voice broke through the storm's fury. Petrosopian. Forcing me into this endless chase was a grievous mistake. Vilgax's heavy boot pressed down, shattering the crystalline body of Tetrax beneath his feet with a sickening crack. His eyes, glowing red with malice. Tetrax struggled through as he tried to push his boot of him only for him to stomp him down like cockroach cracking the ground beneath him. Vilgax. The roar cut through the chaos, loud enough to crack the air itself. The sandstorm that had been raging violently was torn apart in an instant, blown aside like a curtain being thrown back. Standing in the wake of the storm, Ultimos emerged, his presence dominating the landscape. He was massive, muscles rippling under his battle-worn blue skin, his body covered in cuts and bruises but still standing tall. His bald head gleamed with sweat, eyes burning with anger, locked onto Vilgax. His yellow jumpsuit was battered but still intact, and his white cape whipped around him as the winds howled in protest. His fists were clenched tightly, his body ready to unleash all of its power. "You bastard! How far will you go? Is this murder and carnage enough for you?" Ultimos shouted, his voice booming across the battlefield. "I will not let this stand by." With a roar, Ultimos pushed off the ground. The force of his launch cracked the earth beneath him, sending waves of debris spiraling outward. His body cut through the air with such speed and force that the sandstorm was violently ripped apart around him, as if the very wind had no choice but to part like curtains before a storm. The ground beneath him seemed to buckle, leaving a deep trench carved into the landscape, the sand swirling in his wake. His fist was cocked back, charged with enough force to level mountains. With an ear-splitting roar, Ultimos flew toward Vilgax, his body a blur of motion, the sonic boom of his speed cracking the air around him. With a deafening boom, Ultimos drove his fist forward, his entire body straining with every bit of energy he could muster. The impact hit with the force of a cataclysm. The ground beneath them buckled, cracking open violently as a deep fissure tore through the earth, splintering outward from the epicenter like an open wound. The shockwave rippled through the city, tearing apart the sandstorm in an instant, sending debris flying and knocking over anything in its path. Buildings shook, windows shattered, and chunks of concrete and metal were ripped from their foundations as the air trembled. The surrounding buildings were shaken, some collapsing, while others had their foundations cracked wide open. The ground around the area seemed to collapse, leaving an uneven, ruined surface that was scarred by the force of the blow. The sheer force of the strike unleashed a massive shockwave that ripped through the air, pushing the sandstorm back with a violent fury revealing the devastation. Across the ruined city, men and women in suits similar to Ultimos were scattered like broken dolls, their bodies battered and bloodied from the devastating clash. A four-armed woman slumped against a crumbling building, blood dripping from her shattered golden armor. Her spikes were bent, arms hanging uselessly at her sides, and her body was drenched in blood that pooled beneath her. Her red eyes flickered with fading light as she gasped, struggling to push herself up, but her body refused to respond. Behind her, the ground was carved open by a massive crater. The octopus-like figure floated weakly in the air, its cracked containment jar leaking dark fluid. Its white tentacles twitched, dragging limply against the rubble, and the brain inside flickered in its jar, struggling to maintain any sign of life. The digital face flashed erratically. All over the battlefield, plumbers in their black and white suits, marked by red dots at their necks, lay strewn across the wreckage. Their bodies were torn and lifeless, blood staining the cracked streets. The colossal Tokastar, a towering force of muscle and power, lay sprawled across two collapsing buildings. At 300 feet tall, its massive white form was a stark contrast to the urban devastation, its dark stripes marking its once imposing body. Now, it was lifeless, a fallen giant, blood and dark matter spilling from the jagged stump where its head had once been as blood filled the city. And in the epicenter of this destruction, Vilgax stood, his hand gripping Ultimos' fist as though it were a mere plaything, effortlessly clutching the massive blow like a child. Ultimos' eyes widened in shock, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he grasped the overwhelming gap between them. With a deliberate motion, Vilgax produced a sleek, menacing device and drove it into Ultimos' chest. Red energy surged violently, ripping through the hero's body as it was siphoned into the device. Ultimos convulsed, his strength fading rapidly as Vilgax loomed over him. "Thank you, apprentice," Vilgax said, his deep voice laced with mock gratitude. "The study of your meta-ability has been fruitful. I am indebted to you for advancing my power. Rest assured, the one who ended your pitiful existence will pay dearly. You were indispensable. Unfortunately, this device is imperfect." With a flick of his wrist, Vilgax hurled Ultimos aside. The force of the throw was cataclysmic. Ultimos, Body shot through the air like a cannonball, slamming into the ground with such force that a deep trench split open, tearing through the city. Buildings crumbled as his body gouged through rubble, asphalt, and concrete, the devastation like a blade slicing effortlessly through the terrain. When he finally came to a halt, Ultimos lay in ruin, his once proud form reduced to a crumpled, like broken ragdoll. His limbs hung limp as his body slumped in defeat, falling with thud. Blood seeped into the fractured earth beneath him as silence fell, a silence that screamed of Vilgax's dominance. Hovering drones descended upon Vilgax, their mechanical voices devoid of emotion. "Master, what are our next orders?" Vilgax's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he stared toward the stars. "Head course for Earth," Vilgax said, his voice firm. "Soon, the puny Earth being who was keeping the Omnitrix from me will soon hang on my trophy wall. It's time I collected the Omnitrix." Najire Hado, a third-year student at UA and one of the renowned Big Three, had always been surrounded by chatter, curious murmurs about her boundless energy, her quirk, and her tight-knit friendship with Tamaki and Mirio. It didn't bother her. In fact, she thrived on it, her natural curiosity often leading her to engage with those conversations. But lately, there was a new name cropping up more and more often: Izuku Midoriya. The name tickled at her memory. She recalled meeting him briefly during his first day. The green-haired boy had been a stammering mess, tripping over his words and barely able to maintain eye contact. She'd found it cute, if not a little amusing, but hadn't given it much more thought at the time. That impression, however, had been utterly obliterated after the sports festival. The boy wasn't just strong, he was a force of nature. Every event he participated in had left her wide-eyed and brimming with questions. His forms, as everyone called them, were mind-boggling. Each one seemed stronger and more unique than the last, and when he wasn't transformed, he'd still managed to do the impossible, like literally change the weather with a single punch. Najire had been practically vibrating in her seat when she saw that, her mind racing with theories. And then there was the destruction: 3 stadiums, gone. 3. It was reckless, sure, but it was also awe-inspiring. That awkward, stammering first year she'd met had suddenly become one of the most fascinating people in the school. Now, as she floated alongside Ryuko during their patrol, Najire's attention was glued to her phone. A headline about Izuku and Ochako taking down the hero killer had her grinning ear to ear. The article detailed how the 2 first years had coordinated to bring the infamous villain to justice, and Najire couldn't help but be impressed. "You're really interested in this Midoriya kid, huh?" Ryuko's voice broke through her thoughts, light and teasing. Najire looked up, spinning midair to face her mentor, her usual radiant energy on full display. "I'm just curious." She held up her phone, shaking it slightly for emphasis. "I mean, come on, he's a first year, and he's already making huge splashes. His first internship, and he takes down the hero killer. That's insane. My first year, all I got to do was film some boring commercial. So unfair." Ryuko chuckled, folding her arms as she walked. "Sounds like someone's a little jealous." Najire flailed her arms dramatically, nearly dropping her phone in the process. "It's not jealousy, it's admiration. Or, maybe a little jealousy. But mostly admiration. I mean, come on, Ryuko, have you seen what he can do? He's like a walking natural disaster, but in a good way. And his forms, I have so many questions about them." Ryuko raised an eyebrow, her teasing grin growing. "Oh, I thought maybe you'd found a new love interest. You've been talking about him an awful lot." Najire blinked, then laughed, brushing the comment aside with a wave of her hand. "PFF'd, no way, he's a first year. That's like having a crush on your baby brother or something. Gross." She floated a little higher, twirling playfully in the air. "I'm just fascinated. There's so much about him that doesn't make sense yet, you know." Ryuko wasn't convinced, her teasing tone unwavering. Little brother, sure, you've been talking about him non-stop lately. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was your secret crush." "Ryuko," Najire whined, her cheeks flushing pink as she spun in the air to avoid the older woman's gaze. "You're so mean. Are you sure it's just curiosity?" Najire huffed, flipping upside down as she floated alongside the pro. "Yes, I'm sure. I just think he's interesting, that's all. Besides, I have way more important things to focus on than silly crushes, like figuring out how he did that weather punch thing. Did you see that? It was insane. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gestured animatedly. Ryuko shook her head with a fond laugh. Alright, I'll drop it, for now. But don't think I won't bring this up again. As Ryuko and Nejire continued their lighthearted banter, Ryuko's attention suddenly snapped upward, her eyes locking onto a figure on the edge of a nearby building. It was a girl with striking blue hair and a red armband bearing a stylized S. The girl teetered precariously on the edge, and Ryuko's face twisted in horror as realization set in. Nejire. Ryuko's voice was sharp and urgent. Use your quirk. Save her. Nejire's usual bubbly energy shifted instantly into focus, her expression hardening as she nodded. Spirals of yellow energy erupted from her arms, swirling in a mesmerizing dance as she blasted forward, the air cracking around her as she accelerated. Her body blurred with speed, her hair streaming behind her as she raced to close the distance. The wind roared in Nejire's ears, her heart pounding in her chest as the girl stepped forward, her body tilting into a freefall. Nejire's eyes widened in alarm. No, I'm not going to make it. Determination surged through her, and she pushed her quirk harder, her spirals intensifying as her speed doubled. The strain tugged at her body, but she gritted her teeth and kept going, her mind screaming that she had to reach her. And then, a green blur shot past her. Nejire blinked in shock as the figure streaked downward at impossible speed, catching the girl midair in a swift, precise motion. Nejire slowed herself, hovering midair as she watched Izuku Midoriya cradle the girl in his arms with perfect timing, his body twisting midair to absorb the impact as they landed on a nearby rooftop. She floated closer, her eyes glued to him. His landing was smooth, his movements deliberate as he gently set the girl down. Nejire could hear his soft voice, reassuring her, asking if she was hurt, if she could tell him her name. His face was full of genuine care, his green eyes warm despite the intensity of what had just happened. Nejire's chest fluttered, a strange warmth spreading through her. Whoa, that was kinda cool. She blinked rapidly, shaking her head. No, this wasn't the time to get distracted. Still, her eyes lingered on him for a moment longer. Nejire shook her head, trying to suppress the growing blush that warmed her cheeks. Her usual bubbly energy was dampened by the weight of the moment as her gaze settled on the girl Izuku had just saved. The girl was crying silently, her eyes hollow and distant, tears streaming down her face in steady trails. Nejire floated closer, her voice soft yet tinged with worry. Hey, are you okay? Her usual cheer was replaced with genuine concern, her head tilting as she tried to meet the girl's gaze. The girl flinched at the question but looked up slowly. Her eyes flickered with a mix of emotions, anger, despair, and something dangerously close to hopelessness. Why did you save me? She whispered, her voice barely audible but cracking under the weight of her words. I'm nobody, I'm nothing. Izuku's expression tightened, the familiar pang of empathy hitting him hard. He crouched to her level, his voice gentle yet firm. Why were you trying to end your life? He asked, his green eyes searching hers. There was no judgment in his tone, just genuine concern and understanding. The girl's gaze dropped to the rooftop, her shoulders sagging as if the weight of the world pressed down on them. I just can't take it anymore, she murmured, her voice trembling. The pain, the constant feeling of being trapped. It's like there's no way out. Her words broke off into a sob, her hands clenching into fists on her lap. Nejire's chest ached as she watched the girl unravel. Her own eyes softened, her usual exuberance fading into quiet compassion. She floated a little closer, her voice gentle. I know it feels like that right now, like the pain is never going to end, but it can get better. You just have to let someone help you. Izuku placed a steady hand on the girl's shoulder, his grip firm but reassuring. She's right, he said, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. You're not alone in this. I promise, we'll help you. Whatever's hurting you, we'll face it together. But you have to give yourself a chance to heal. The girl sniffled, her watery gaze flicking between Izuku and Nejire. Why do you care? You don't even know me. Izuku smiled faintly, though there was a sadness in his eyes. Because I've been there, he said softly. I know what it feels like to feel powerless and like nothing you do matters. But someone believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself. And now it's my turn to do the same for you. Nejire nodded, her usual bright smile tempered into something gentler. He's right. Everyone needs a little help sometimes, and that's okay. We're here for you, okay? No one's going to hurt you anymore. The girl hesitated, then slowly lifted her head. Her gaze lingered on Izuku for a long moment before turning to Nejire. A faint, almost shy smile tugged at her lips. You're Izuku Midoriya, she said quietly. Then her eyes shifted to Nejire. And you're Nejire Hado. I saw you both at the sports festival, you were amazing. Izuku blinked in surprise, his hand slipping from her shoulder. Oh, thank you, he stammered, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. Nejire beamed, some of her usual cheer returning. Ah, that's so sweet. But hey, I think you're the amazing one for hanging in there as long as you have. You're stronger than you think, you know. The girl let out a shaky laugh, though it was tinged with irony. Well, I guess I got saved by my dream hero and my superhero crush all in one go. What are the odds? Nejire blinked, then turned to Izuku with a mischievous grin, her earlier blush returning. Ooh, Midoriya, looks like you've got a fan. Izuku's face went red instantly, his hands flailing in panic. Wait, that's not, I mean. The girl let out a genuine laugh this time, though it quickly faded as her gaze dropped again. Her shoulders sagged as she whispered, but, it's too late for me. I was ready to end it all. I don't know if I can come back from that. Nejire's expression softened, and she reached out, her fingers brushing the girl's hand gently. It's not too late, she said, her voice steady but kind. Izuku's expression grew serious, his emerald eyes flashing with concern as he leaned in slightly. His voice was soft but steady. You already know my name, but I'd like to know yours. What's your name? The girl hesitated, her lips trembling before she finally answered in a barely audible whisper. Aoi Katsuragi. Nejire floated a little closer, her warm, empathetic smile lighting up her face. Aoi, that's a really pretty name. You don't mind if we call you that, do you? Aoi's shoulders tensed, her gaze remaining fixed on the ground. Her voice, heavy with bitterness and despair, cracked as she spoke. Call me whatever you want. It's still better than the names they call me at school. Nejire's cheerful demeanor faltered, her expression dimming as her heart ached for the girl. She glanced toward Izuku, who returned the look with equal concern, his brows knitting together. Before either could respond, a massive shadow loomed over them. They instinctively looked up to see Yukio in her majestic dragon form descending gracefully, her wings creating gusts of wind that swept across the rooftop. Yukio's golden eyes scanned the scene, her voice deep and steady as she spoke. Nejire, Midoriya, is everything under control here? Izuku stepped forward, nodding as he looked back at Aoi. We're okay, but, I think Aoi could use some help. Yukio's gaze softened as she shifted her attention to the trembling girl. Then let's make sure she gets it. Time skip. Here we are, Nejire said as they arrived at the Yukio agency. You doing okay, Katsuragi? Itsuka asked, turning to Aoi. I'm fine, Aoi muttered, though her words sounded hollow. She tugged at the hem of her skirt, an impossibly short one that barely covered the tops of her thighs. With every step, it threatened to ride up further, exposing more than she clearly intended. Her movements were jittery, her face flushing with embarrassment as she tried in vain to keep herself covered. Nejire's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression concerned. We should probably head in. The girl could use a glass of water, Yukio suggested, leading the way into the office. As they stepped into the agency, Izuku couldn't help but notice how revealing Aoi's uniform was. The skirt was so short it barely qualified as clothing, and every time she moved, she clutched at the hem to keep it from riding up further. Izuku kept his gaze away from her as he could see her panties with each step. She kept her legs pressed tightly together as she walked, her face flushed with humiliation. Hey, Aoi, you don't look comfortable in that skirt, Izuku said, concern etched on his face. Aoi's eyes flashed with distress, and she bit her lip, her shoulders hunching inward. I hate it, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. But we get punished if we don't wear it. Her gaze dropped, and she clamped her mouth shut as if fearing she'd said too much. Tears began to trickle down her face, and her body language screamed of vulnerability. Izuku placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, trying to comfort her. "Don't worry, you're safe here," he said softly. Yukio and Maruko exchanged a skeptical glance, their eyes narrowing slightly as they studied Aoi's behavior. But after a moment, they nodded in understanding. "Katsuragi, do you mind telling us which school you attend?" Yukio asked, her voice gentle but firm. Aoi's face went white with terror, her eyes wide with fear. I go to Seijuku Gakuen Academy," she stammered, her voice trembling. Itsuka's eyes widened in surprise. "Seijuku Gakuen Academy? That's pretty far from here." Yukio nodded in agreement. "About 4 trains from here." "What made you decide to go there, Aoi?" She raised a trembling hand to her mouth, her fingers pressing hard against her lips as though physically holding back her response. Her body began to quake, and tears welled in her eyes. Her voice broke into fragments as she forced herself to speak. I tried to tell the vice principal, but he. Her breathing quickened, and she squeezed her eyes shut as though the memories themselves were too painful to bear. He told me I was nothing. That I was worthless because of my weak quirk. Her voice wavered, cracking under the weight of the confession. Izuku stepped closer, his face pale with concern. "Aoi. He said Kato could do whatever he wanted to me," she continued, her voice trembling, "and that I should just be grateful he was paying attention to me." Her eyes glazed over, and her words became stilted, disjointed, as though an invisible force was trying to choke them off. She raised her hand to her mouth again, trembling violently. "After that, the vice principal, he tried to." Her voice faltered, the sentence left unfinished. Aoi's entire body seemed to collapse inward, her arms wrapping tightly around herself as she shuddered uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, silent but relentless, as though they were the only outlet for her anguish. Najire's expression softened into one of quiet devastation. She reached out hesitantly, her voice trembling with emotion. "Aoi, you're safe now. No one's going to hurt you here." The room fell silent, the only sound was Aoi's ragged breathing. The Yukio agency's top floor was sleek and modern, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a stunning view of the city below. 2 hours passed, and Maruko slumped onto the couch. Yukio entered after being handed a brown file, and she began to scan it. "Well, she's not talking," Maruko said, frustration etched on her face. "I can't imagine what that poor girl has gone through," Itsuka added, concern lacing her voice. She glanced at Izuku, her eyes softening slightly as she looked at him. "Can't we talk to her principal or something?" Izuku suggested, trying to think of a solution. Maruko scoffed, though there was no malice in her tone. "Kid, you're too optimistic for your own good. Schools are corrupt places like that know how to avoid pros." Maruko and Yukio exchanged a skeptical glance, their eyebrows furrowed in unison. Yukio glanced up from the file, her expression dark. Her gaze shifted to Aoi's uniform, lingering on the absurdly short skirt and the constricting armband on her arm. "This uniform," she began, her voice steady but cold, "it's not just inappropriate, it's degrading. There's no reason a student should be forced to wear something like this unless," she trailed off, her eyes narrowing further. Izuku stiffened. "Unless what?" Yukio's lips pressed into a thin line. "Unless there's a hierarchy in place." The way she described herself as having a weak quirk. That says a lot. Schools like this, especially ones tied to ideologies like the Meta Liberation Army, often enforce a rigid social structure. Those with strong, combat-oriented quirks are seen as superior, while those with weaker abilities are treated as inferior. She gestured to Aoi's skirt. This isn't just a dress code violation. This screams coercion. Someone likely made her wear it. Someone with power, someone she couldn't say no to. Probably to get sick kicks in." Maruko muttered angrily. Izuku's brow furrowed. "Meta Liberation Army. But don't they just want people to be free to use their quirks? I don't see how they have anything to do with Aoi." Maruko leaned back, her crimson eyes narrowing. "You're not wrong, but the MLA's not all sunshine and freedom. It's a big organization, and big organizations always have splinter groups. One of those factions believes quirks define worth. The stronger the quirk, the more power you deserve. The weaker the quirk, they're treated like they're worthless, Yukio finished grimly. If the rumors about this faction are true, they'd see someone like Aoi, a girl with a weak quirk, as nothing more than a target. And in a school run by people who share that ideology, she trailed off, her expression darkening further. Najire's eyes widened in horror. You think that's what's happening at her school? They're abusing students who don't have strong quirks. Yes, most likely, Yukio said. Itsuka's voice was laced with concern. And we think this school is under the faction. Yukio's nod was subtle, possibly. And from the rumors, I couldn't imagine what the students who don't have battle-oriented quirks are going through. Izuku swallowed hard, his hands clenching into fists. Then why can't we just investigate? I mean, if this is as bad as it seems, isn't that enough to start looking into them? Maruko let out a bitter chuckle, shaking her head. Kid, it's not that simple. To start an official investigation, we'd need probable cause, a complaint from the victim, eyewitness accounts, anything concrete. But look at her, she gestured toward Aoi, who flinched at the attention, curling into herself even more. She's too scared to say anything. And even if she did, it's obvious she's been through hell. The way she freezes up, the way her body tenses like she's bracing for punishment, someone's drilled fear into her so deeply that she can't even trust us. Yukio nodded grimly, and to make matters worse, Aoi's been blacklisted by the police. It's not the school, it's the police. They've labeled her as unreliable, someone who makes up stories. She's tried to report what happened to her before, but they shot her down every time. Najire blinked, her eyes wide with confusion. The police, why would they side with the school? Yukio's expression remained serious, her voice low. They're likely on the school's payroll. And considering Aoi came from districts away, the pros in the area are probably bribed too. Najire bit her lip, processing the information. So, what can we do? If she doesn't come forward. Yukio's words trailed off as she looked around the room. Then, there's not much we can do. The weight of her words hung in the air, the silence settling heavily on everyone. Izuku felt a pit form in his stomach. This was the first time he felt as powerless as he did when he was quirkless. There was someone who clearly needed help, but he couldn't do anything. Izuku slumped forward, feeling a heavy sense of defeat. We can't do anything. We can't even get Aoi to talk. His voice was quiet, thick with frustration. But as his fingers brushed the Omnitrix, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. His eyes widened as realization hit him. I could possibly hack into the school's system. Izuku murmured, more to himself at first. And get people enrolled. Get them inside the school. He said, his voice growing more confident with every word. He raised his head, suddenly energized by the thought. Everyone else stared at him, clearly skeptical of this sudden plan. Najire's eyes grew wide with interest, her energy bouncing back immediately. She leaned forward, her body practically hovering in excitement. Wait, are you saying we could get people inside? Like, really inside? Her voice was breathless as she tried to process the idea, her lips parted slightly in shock. That's genius. She couldn't hide the smile that crept onto her face. Itsuka tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gave a small nod of approval. That could actually work, she said thoughtfully. If we can get in without them noticing, we could gather everything we need. Izuku's energy built up as he spoke faster, more animated now. Exactly. If we can sneak in and get the proof, then Aoi's testimony won't even matter. We can expose everything ourselves. Yukio raised an eyebrow, her tone steady as she assessed the plan. Midoriya, that's a pretty bold move. You're sure you can make this work? Maruko raised an eyebrow as well, her skepticism clear. Sounds a bit out there, kid. You sure you're not just getting carried away? Izuku, however, wasn't fazed. I know it sounds crazy, he admitted, but he was determined. But listen, I can transform into the brainstorm, enroll some of us into the school, and with Ghost Freak I can get inside unnoticed, find out everything we need, and get the evidence from the inside. No one would ever see it coming. Najire's face lit up, her eyes glowing with excitement. That's brilliant. She practically bounced in place. You could totally pull that off. Yukio and Maruko exchanged a brief glance, their skepticism still lingering, but Izuku could see the wheels turning in their minds. They were considering it, maybe not fully convinced, but intrigued. And that was enough. That's not a bad idea, Yukio said, a hint of a smile on her face. Me and Maruko could sneak in. I don't mean to brag, but we're still young enough to pass for teenagers. Najire's eyes narrowed, and her brow furrowed in concern. No, I don't think that's a good idea. You and Maruko are way too recognizable. If they recognize both of you, you'll be in trouble before you can get any information. Maruko grumbled, can't we just beat someone up till they start talking? Yukio shouted in a comedic fashion, that's torture, Rumi. Maruko shot back, come on Yukio, stop being a stickler. The two began arguing like old friends bickering. Najire watched them for a moment, a thoughtful look on her face, before turning to Izuku. How about me and Midoriya go? I have a license, and people won't recognize us. He'll be under my care. Maruko immediately shut down the idea. Nope, not gonna happen. Najire protested, but he just brought down the hero killer. I'm sure he can do this. Maruko shot back, pointing at Izuku. Exactly, he just brought down the hero killer. His face is all over the place. As if on cue, a massive billboard went up in the background, plastered with Izuku and Ochako's faces, clearly showcasing them from the recent news coverage. Najire's eyes widened at the sight, but she didn't back down. He can wear a disguise. We'll be sneaky, like spies. She turned to Yukio, her eyes pleading. Come on, Yukio, you know I'm right. From what I heard, he has a wide range of abilities, including invisibility. He's the perfect person for recon. Yukio hesitated, looking at Maruko, who was still skeptical. The decision is up to Maruko. She's in charge of Midoriya. Itsuka, Izuku, and Najire all gave Maruko a pleading look. Maruko's eye twitched in annoyance before she sighed. I'll go along with this as long as the disguise is good. We'll need a third party to see if they can recognize him. And we'll need to be in constant contact with Midoriya. Najire exclaimed, what about me? Maruko bluntly replied, you're Yukio's problem, not mine. As for disguises, Yukio said glancing at Maruko. I think I might know someone. Yukio said, a hint of a suggestion in her voice. Maruko's expression immediately turned sour, her eyebrows furrowing in distaste. No, Maruko rejected immediately, her voice firm and resolute. Her lips pursed into a pout, and her eyes rolled in exasperation. Yukio continued, she's the best person when it comes to makeup. But Maruko was unimpressed. Please, no, I'd rather eat a rabbit, Maruko said, her voice laced with disdain. Her face scrunched up in distaste, and she shook her head emphatically. Yukio tried to reason with her, be reasonable. But Maruko was unconvinced. I'd rather not bother her, Maruko said, her voice firm and annoyed. She crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes flashing with irritation. Itsuka, oblivious to the tension, asked, who are you guys talking about? Yukio and Maruko responded in unison, their voices laced with a hint of annoyance. Uwabami. Uwabami Agency. As the elevator ascended to Uwabami's top floor, Maruko's body language was an open book, radiating a clear desire to get out as quickly as possible. Kendo glanced at Maruko and then at Yukio, curiosity written all over her face. Why does Maruko seem so uncomfortable around Uwabami? Maruko's response was sharp, dripping with disdain. I don't hate her, I just can't stand being in the same room, breathing the same air, or looking at her smug face. The elevator doors slid open, and Uwabami greeted them with an overly cheerful, Usagi-chan. Maruko's eye twitched as she instinctively moved to hit the button to go back down. But Yukio, sensing the impending retreat, quickly grabbed Maruko's arm and yanked her inside. No time for that. Listen, Uwabami, we need a favor, Yukio said, pulling the reluctant hero into the room. Uwabami's smile faltered just for a moment, but she quickly masked it with a playful grin. Oh, the top female pro hero, Yukio. I'm honored. But I'm surprised someone like Usagi-chan would come all the way here. Maruko's anger surged instantly, her voice seething. Call me that again, and I'll shove my foot so far up your. Uwabami's laughter was condescending and light, clearly unbothered. Let's keep it civil, shall we? No need for such vulgar language in public. Come, let's talk inside. Izuku and Aoi sat in a cozy corner of the cat cafe, the soft purring of felines creating a soothing ambiance. Izuku sipped his tea, the familiar aroma reminding him of moments shared with Itsuka and Momo. For some reason, cafes always brought him a sense of calm. Breaking the quiet, Izuku glanced at Aoi and hesitated before speaking. Aoi. Why are you helping me? She suddenly asked. Aoi's eyes lowered, her fingers curling around her cup. Her voice trembled, heavy with despair. Why would you help me? It's not like I matter. I'm just useless. A burden. Aoi nai. That's all anyone ever calls me. Izuku's chest tightened, her words cutting deeper than he expected. He knew that pain, the helplessness of feeling like you didn't belong. It reminded him of himself before he got his quirk and of people like Kevin, who had struggled in their own ways. He swallowed hard and leaned forward slightly. Aoi, he said gently but firmly, his voice steady. That's not true. None of what they say about you is true. You're not useless. And you're definitely not a burden. She scoffed. Like you know anything about me. Like you someone who can change the weather in a punch knows what I'm going through. Izuku didn't respond, instead he let her go on. She just needed to someone to talk to, rant and yell. Why does my worth have to rely so damn much on my quirk? She quivered. I didn't ask to be born powerless. I didn't ask for every stupid elite tier to grope me because they know I can't do shit. Tears began to streak Aoi's cheeks as her body shook with quiet sobs. You don't understand. My school, it's horrible. People like me, people with weak quirks, were treated like trash. They beat us, humiliate us. And Kainari, the vice principal. Her voice faltered, but she pushed herself to continue. He's the worst. He gropes us, forces us to do things, humiliating things. Izuku's jaw clenched, his hands tightening into fists under the table. He felt a fire ignite inside him, a familiar mix of rage and determination. Aoi's words mirrored the same feelings of helplessness he once knew. But no one should have to feel that way, especially not her. Aoi, he said, his voice filled with quiet resolve. He reached out, gently taking her trembling hands in his own. None of that is your fault. Not a single part of it. And you don't deserve to be treated like this, no one does. Aoi's tear-filled gaze met his, her vulnerability laid bare. For a moment, Izuku hesitated, then his resolve solidified. He tightened his grip on her hands slightly, his green eyes glowing with unshakable determination. You're not alone, Aoi. I promise, I'll help you. No matter what it takes, I'll make sure you don't have to go through this anymore. In that moment, Izuku made an unspoken vow. He wasn't just going to stand by. He was going to fight for her, protect her, and prove that she was worth so much more than the world had made her believe. Uwabami's eyes gleamed with a knowing smile as she turned to Nejire. So, you're asking me to whip up a disguise for Hado-chan, huh? She looked Nejire up and down with a playful glint in her eyes. Though I do wish you'd returned for your second year, but you've definitely matured, in the right places. Nejire resisted the urge to stick out her tongue, instead flashing a bright smile. Itsuka, however, bristled at Ubami's next comment. And that Izuku Midoriya, I heard he just took down the hero killer, but he seems so plain. Maruko's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Maruko raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback, while Itsuka's face twisted in irritation. Plain, she scoffed. She seriously hasn't seen him fight. He's anything but plain. The word I'd use is exciting. Things are never dull when he's around. Itsuka opened her mouth, ready to snap back, but then she remembered her own first impression of Izuku. Her face flushed pink, and she stayed quiet. Nejire, however, jumped to Izuku's defense. Oh, but he's not plain. He's super cute, right? I mean, his green hair is like, really fluffy, and it bounces all over when he moves. And his freckles are all sparkly, like little stars. Ubami and Yukio exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes sparkling with amusement. So, it seems Hado-chan has a little crush, Ubami teased, her voice dripping with playful sarcasm. Najire, her face turning bright pink, flailed her hands in front of her defensively. No, no, no. I just think he's really cute, like a puppy. Not that I have a crush or anything. Yukio and Uebami giggled. All right, I'll help, Uebami said, her smile mischievous as she leaned forward. But only if Maruko, Yukio, and Kendo agree to be in my next commercial. Nope, Itsuka and Maruko replied in perfect unison, spinning around and heading straight for the elevator. Uebami's eyes gleamed with playful mischief. I've got the best makeup kit in the country, one that lasts for days. But I guess it's pointless if you two aren't willing to put your pride aside to make sure Midoriya and Najire stay safe. Itsuka and Maruko exchanged a look, and with an exaggerated sigh, they stopped in their tracks, the reluctance clear on their faces. Fine, they muttered, barely above a whisper, clearly not thrilled about it. Uebami's grin widened as she leaned back, satisfied. Splendid, you won't regret it, I'll make sure it's worth your while. Yukio's agency. The group sat around the table at a ramen shop, steam curling from their bowls as they quietly enjoyed their meal. Yukio, resting her chin on one hand, broke the silence. All right, we still need a detective. Anyone near the police departments is likely compromised by the MLA, she said, her voice calm but firm. Izuku paused mid-bite, then stood and reached for his phone. Yukio arched an eyebrow, curious as to who he might call. A familiar gruff voice picked up after a few rings. Midoriya, it's good to hear from you. The picture you sent earlier. It's been invaluable. We've got our eyes on Dr. Kyudai Garaki. He's under investigation now for connections to the Nomu. Izuku managed a small, nervous laugh, scratching the back of his neck. That's great, Detective Tsukauchi, but I'm calling to ask for another favor. There was a long pause before Tsukauchi sighed. What is it now, Midoriya? Tell me you're not tangled up in something dangerous again. Taking a deep breath, Izuku explained everything, the Meta Liberation Army, their suspected infiltration of key institutions, and the young woman who had come forward with critical information. As he spoke, Yukio noticed his expression shift between worry and determination, and her interest in the call grew. When Izuku finished, the line was quiet for a moment before Tsukauchi's tone hardened. You realize what you're suggesting, right? If this girl is lying, it could backfire badly, not just for you, but for anyone involved. I know, Izuku replied firmly. He thought back to Aoi's trembling hands and the despair in her voice. But I trust her, I believe she's telling the truth. Tsukauchi let out a heavy breath. You're too trusting for your own good sometimes, Midoriya. But you've got good instincts. Send me whatever proof you have. If it's solid, I'll move forward with it. Just understand, the MLA isn't like anything you've faced before. They've got moles everywhere, even among pros. You'll need to tread lightly. I understand, Izuku said, his voice steady. The detective's tone softened, though it still carried a hint of exasperation. You're always getting in over your head. But I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do, not because I like it. You've got too much riding on your shoulders, All Might's legacy, the future of Hero Society. Don't let your determination make you reckless. I won't, Izuku promised. Good, Tsukauchi replied firmly. Keep me updated, and for once, Midoriya, try not to end up in a hospital bed. A small laugh escaped Izuku. I'll do my best. Thanks, detective. When the call ended, Izuku slipped his phone back into his pocket. Yukio's eyes hadn't left him the entire time. So, she asked, crossing her arms, care to explain what that was about? Izuku glanced at her, determination clear in his expression. We've got backup. Guro Iwamoto, the principal of Seijuku Gakuen Academy, sat stiffly at his desk, his hands hovering over his laptop. His stern demeanor faltered as his phone buzzed beside him. The caller ID made his heart race. Quickly, he answered, clearing his throat to hide his nerves. Mr. Yatsubashi, Guro greeted, his voice steady but not entirely free of tension. On the other end, Re Destro's smooth, composed tone carried a weight that sent a chill down Goro's spine. "Principal Iwamoto, I thought it was time we had a conversation. Your academy has been instrumental in shaping individuals who align with our ideals. I appreciate your contributions." Goro swallowed hard, his hand gripping the phone tightly. Thank you, sir. We aim to uphold the principles of the Meta Liberation Army in every way." Destro's tone remained calm, but there was an edge of scrutiny. "I trust you're ensuring your students fully embrace our philosophy. Our vision is a world where quirks are not bound by laws or limitations, a society where individuality reigns above all." "Of course, sir," Goro responded quickly, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Seijuku Gakuen is located far from scrutiny. Our students are free to use their quirks as they wish, without interference. We ensure they understand their role in the future we're building." Destro paused, the silence on the line stretching long enough to make Goro's palms sweat. Finally, he spoke, his voice laced with subtle menace. "Good. Keep it that way." In a far more lavish office, Destro set his phone down and leaned back in his chair. His calm expression didn't falter as Chito's Kazuki, his ever-curious subordinate, stepped into the room, holding a tablet. "You didn't mention that one of his students was spotted entering Pro Hero Yukyu's agency," she said, her tone lilting with mild amusement as she raised an eyebrow. "No, I didn't. Prepare a new headline," he said, his tone smooth but laced with malice. Student Izuku Midoriya exposes corruption at Seijuku Gakuen." Chito's smile grew wide. "I'll get right on it. ... Back with Izuku." Izuku stood before the mirror, inspecting the changes. His freckles were concealed, his green hair was now black, and the blue contacts shifted his eyes to a completely different color. As he sighed, his phone rang, interrupting the quiet moment. It was Ochako. "Hey, Dekiru, how's the fame treating you?" Ochako's voice came through the phone, lighthearted and teasing, with the faint sound of crickets in the background. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. "Honestly, it's weird. I'm not used to all this attention." Ochako laughed. "I get that. I had a bunch of guys ask me out during patrol today. It was so embarrassing." Izuku felt a knot in his chest. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous, one that he felt with Ojiro and Itsuka talked, or when Jiro teased Kaminari, he would admit he wished felt comfortable enough to tease him the way she teased Kaminari. Dekiru." Ochako's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Oh, sorry." Izuku scratched the back of his head, awkwardly trying to brush it off. "I guess it's just all this attention. I'm not used to it." Ochako softened her tone. "Yeah, I get it. It's not easy being the center of attention. But you'll get used to it, right?" Izuku sighed. "I don't know. Sometimes it feels like unwanted attention, you know. I don't know how All Might handled it with all those fans fawning over him." Ochako grinned. "Well, you could always turn invisible like Ghost Freak." Izuku chuckled but shook his head. "From what I've seen with Mina, that doesn't always work. Plus, I don't have a license, so I can't exactly transform whenever I want." He paused, thinking aloud. "Maybe I should just go the underground route, like Mr. Aizawa." Ochako snickered. "Sorry, but I don't think the next #1 hero is gonna be an underground hero. And with how much trouble you cause, there's no way you'd stay hidden." Izuku let out a resigned sigh, feeling the weight of it all. His mood shifted slightly as his usual comedic aura took over, but it was mixed with a touch of melancholy. Ochako couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head at her friend's self-deprecating humor. "Well, if you're really nervous about giant crowds or tons of fans." Ochako's voice trailed off, and Izuku could tell she was trying to find the right words. She hesitated for a second, then blurted, "You could always, well, never mind." Izuku tilted his head, confused. What was that?" Before he could get a clearer answer, Ochako abruptly ended the call. Bye, Dekiru." She quickly hung up, leaving Izuku staring at his phone, still puzzled. Ochako stared at her phone screen for a long moment, her cheeks flushed deep pink. She slid down the door, her back resting against the cool surface, heart racing as her thoughts swirled. With a quiet sigh, she whispered, almost too softly to hear. Hold my hand. The phone slipped from her fingers, landing with a soft thud, but her thoughts were already a million miles away. Izuku's eyes widened in curiosity. I wonder what she was going to say. He shook it off, deciding not to dwell on it. Najire's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. So, you and your girlfriend caught the hero killer. Congrats, she teased with a mischievous grin. Izuku's face turned a deep shade of red. What? Me and Ochako are just friends. His voice came out louder than he intended, making him even more embarrassed. Najire raised an eyebrow, her grin widening. But you call her by her first name, don't you? Izuku stuttered, his words tumbling out in a rush. I mean, yeah, but it's not like that. We've gone through a lot together, and... He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. Really, we're just friends. Izuku's mind wandered back to that accidental kiss with Ochako. He couldn't shake the feeling that there had been something there, even if it was unintentional. But Ochako seemed to want to brush it off, and that made Izuku think that she was uncomfortable with the whole thing. Najire's voice pulled him back to reality. Oh. She wore a blissful smile, her cheeks flushed as if she had figured something out, but Izuku was still lost in his thoughts, the unease from the kiss lingering in his chest. We're just friends, Izuku repeated quietly, almost to himself, his voice barely above a whisper. He smiled faintly, though it didn't reach his eyes. There was a dull ache in his heart that he couldn't ignore. He shook his head, trying to suppress those feelings. Najire stepped into his personal space, her face suddenly inches from his, making Izuku blush at how close she was. So close, so close, so close. She teased, spinning around to show off her new look. Izuku blinked, momentarily taken aback by the sudden proximity. You don't look that different, he stammered, still trying to process everything that had just happened. Najire pouted dramatically, her lower lip sticking out. Yes, I do. My hair's in a ponytail, and I'm wearing glasses. I'm a totally different person now. She leaned in even closer, her face almost brushing against his, causing Izuku to turn even redder. But before he could react, the door opened with a quiet creak, and Yukio and Tsukauchi entered. All right, if you're both ready. Tsukauchi began, looking around the room before his gaze landed on Najire. Wait, where's Najire Hado? She's supposed to be with Midoriya, right? Najire turned to Izuku, her expression smug yet playful, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Izuku's face twisted in a mix of embarrassment and acceptance. He couldn't help but chuckle nervously. This is Najire, he stuttered, gesturing to the girl standing so close to him. Yukio's eyes widened in pleasant surprise before a grin spread across her face. Well, look at you. Quite the transformation, Najire. Tsukauchi raised an eyebrow, blinking in surprise. I almost didn't recognize you, Najire. You look completely different. Izuku tilted his head, glancing at Najire. I mean, she only put on glasses and tied her hair back, he muttered under his breath, still trying to wrap his mind around it. Izuku took a deep breath, accepting their new reality. Yukio nodded. Thanks to Midoriya's efforts, you're both enrolled in this boarding school. Najire, you'll investigate the girls' dorms, while Midoriya, you'll focus on the boys' dorms. At night, Midoriya uses Ghost Freak to gather as much information as possible. The school's administrators have likely grown complacent and arrogant, leaving them vulnerable to exposure. Izuku nodded, understanding his mission. From now on, you'll be known as Kato Yamato, Midoriya, and Nami Takahashi, Najire. Midoriya, you'll be a first-year student, while Najire, you'll be a third-year student. Yukio's expression turned serious. You have 3 days to uncover the school's dark secrets. Do you both understand? Yes, sir, they replied in unison, determination in their voices. The next day, Izuku Midoriya, now known as Kato Yamato, wore a black shirt with a red armband featuring the school emblem, a stylized kanji character for strength or power. Najire, now Nami Takahashi, wore a white blouse with a red tie, a black skirt, and a black jacket with the same emblem. They sat together on a bus with other new students, likely late arrivals like themselves. Izuku's heart pounded with excitement as he thought, Can't believe my plan is actually working. Najire sat beside him, and they both gazed out the window at the school as the bus approached the entrance. Doesn't look threatening at all from the outside, Izuku said. Najire whispered, well, obviously not, dummy. That's how a lot of bad guys get away with their stuff, they hide in plain sight. Yukyu's voice chimed in from the glasses. Often, villains, especially well-coordinated groups, don't have a scary or spooky appearance. They blend in, making it easy to overlook them. That's how they stay hidden, like cockroaches. Najire added, you heard that, Kato. Izuku looked at Najire, questioning their use of aliases. Najire nodded, we're using our first names as aliases. Izuku asked. Najire nodded. Isn't it kinda weird for a first-year and third-year student to hang out? We won't be able to just move around freely together. People will get suspicious. Izuku thought about it, and he nodded. I guess it would be a little weird. Quote. So, I thought of a solution, Najire said, a blush slowly growing. Izuku's curiosity was piqued. Oh, Najire closed her eyes, scooted closer, and whispered, we tell people we're dating. Her face flushed with a small blush. Izuku's mind froze, like a record scratching to a halt. He stuttered, huh. On the other end of the comms, Maruko and Itsuka did a spit take, surprised by Najire's suggestion. Najire's voice was laced with nervousness as she proposed the plan. I mean, think about it, if we want some private alone time, we could just sneak away, no one would question it, people will think we're just being teenagers, you know, kissing and other stuff. Izuku's mind raced as he considered the plan. It was sound, but his thoughts drifted to Itsuka, and his heart skipped a beat. He hadn't realized it before, but he knew Itsuka had feelings for him. He thought to himself, wait, what about Itsuka? She likes me, I know she does. How can I do this to her? Najire's face grew redder as she awaited his response. Look, I know it's a little weird. But do you have a better suggestion? Izuku's inner turmoil intensified. He couldn't bring himself to reject the plan outright, not without considering Itsuka's feelings. Just as he was about to speak, Itsuka's voice came through the comms. I think it's a pretty good plan, Izuku. Go for it. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Itsuka. Itsuka continued, everyone at the school needs our help. This will help you maintain your cover. We should put our personal feelings aside, we're heroes, Izuku, or at least in training. I know it might be weird, but you have to. Izuku felt a surge of admiration for Itsuka's strength and selflessness. His eyes began to well up with tears as he thought, Itsuka is so strong. She's willing to put her feelings aside for the mission. She's always been like this, prioritizing others before herself. He took a deep breath, inspired by Itsuka's courage. Itsuka's right, I can do this. Najire's face lit up with a relieved smile. Really, you'll do it? Why yeah, Izuku stuttered, hiding behind his hands in embarrassment. Alright, Seijuku Gakuen Academia newbies, get ready to get off. The driver said, making the two perk up. As the bus approached the entrance of Seijuku Gakuen Academia, Izuku and Najire perked up, gazing out the window in awe. The school's gate was flanked by 6 statues, 3 on each side, dressed in suits of armor and standing in powerful poses. Each statue wore a helmet with a visor and had a large, flowing cape extending from their shoulders. They grasped large, ornate weapons, possibly lances or staffs, exuding an air of strength and authority. Above the entrance, 2 bird-like figures perched on the rooftops, gazing out over the school. The one on the left was a humanoid, bird-like figure adorned in sleek, aerodynamic armor with large talons and feather-like appendages extending from its arms and back. On the right, a creature with large, red wings and a body covered in red, pink, and green armor like feathers crouched down, its sharp, angular features and beak-like mask giving it a fierce appearance. As the bus stopped, Izuku and Najire, along with a few other new students, got off, their eyes fixed on the grand entrance. The school's building was a majestic, modern structure with a mix of Japanese and Western architectural styles, reflecting its prestigious status as a private high school. Najire nudged him playfully. Come on, Kato, let's go. As they walked towards the entrance, the principal stood there in a professional look. Welcome, Principal Guro Iwamoto boomed, his eyes closed in a cheerful smile. However, Najire detected a hint of malice behind his warm demeanor. As they followed the principal, Najire whispered to Izuku, Kato, we should be careful. That guy gives me a bad feeling. She wrapped her arm around his, pulling him close, and pressed her bosom against his arm. Izuku's face flushed bright red as he felt his heart race. Relax, we're a couple, remember? Najire reminded him, her voice barely audible over the murmurs of the other students. Izuku's eyes darted around, hoping no one noticed his flustered state. As they walked, Izuku felt the weight of gazes from the male students, some of whom seemed to glare at the two with envy or suspicion. Principal Iwamoto continued, "We're a school that prioritizes freedom, so feel free to use your quirks as you wish. However, for safety reasons, please share your quirk with me." Najire raised her hand enthusiastically. "Nami Takahashi, my quirk is Sonic Pulse. It allows me to generate powerful shockwaves from my hands and feet, which I can use for combat and even flight." Some boys scoffed, glancing at Najire with a mix of disdain and jealousy. However, Najire remained unfazed. "Kato, your turn," Najire nudged him, her bosom still pressed against his arm. Izuku hesitated, trying to compose himself before speaking. Kato Yamato, my quirk is Velocity Boost. It allows me to temporarily increase my speed and agility." Izuku groaned inwardly as he touched the Omnitrix, hidden beneath his sleeve. Man, it sucks that I can't use the Omnitrix, he thought out loud, feeling frustrated. Najire noticed his subtle gesture and leaned in close, her breath tickling his ear. "Remember, use it only for emergencies," she whispered. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he felt a flutter in his chest. He couldn't help but react to Najire's proximity, her warm breath sending shivers down his spine. He tried to brush off the feeling, focusing on their mission, but his face grew slightly flushed. "Got it," he whispered back, trying to sound calm, but his voice was barely above a whisper. "She's right, Midoriya," Tsukauchi's voice echoed through the comms, "your quirk is way too recognizable. Your forms, like four arms, are pretty well known. If you transform, your cover is pretty much blown. You can't risk exposing your true identity, not now." Izuku nodded to himself. Principal Iwamoto stroked his beard, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Yes, you both seem powerful, and from how Ms. Takahashi seems to cling to you, Yamato, I take it you're both a couple." Najire responded immediately, yes, her voice confident and assured. Izuku's face flushed bright red as he nodded in agreement, feeling a bit flustered by her ease. The principal chuckled, Good. The strong should be together, to make powerful children." His comment raised eyebrows among the students, and Izuku exchanged a worried glance with Najire. As they walked, two more students approached the principal, eager to introduce themselves. The first, a girl named Akane, stepped forward nervously. Hello, I'm Akane. My quirk is Petite Bloom. I can make small flowers bloom in my hands." The principal's expression turned cold, his eyes filled with disdain. He didn't say a word, but his silence spoke volumes. The second student, a boy named Caitlin, introduced himself with a mix of confidence and nervousness. "Hey, I'm Caitlin. My quirk is Gentle Gust. I can create a moderate breeze with my hands." The principal nodded curtly, his expression unchanging. Noted. As they continued the tour, the school seemed like a regular high school, with bustling hallways and students chatting with friends. But Izuku couldn't shake off the feeling of unease, especially after the principal's uncomfortable comments. He remembered Aoi's words, warning him about the school's dark secrets, and he wondered what lay beneath the surface. "It seems like a pretty normal high school, nothing noteworthy or suspicious," Tsukauchi observed over the comms. "Yeah, I thought there would be something," Itsuka agreed, her voice tinged with disappointment. Maruko chimed in, crunching on a carrot. "To be fair, they are new kids in town. It's not like the school is going to show off their dirty deeds right off the bat. We need to give it time, gather more intel." "Why yeah," Izuku said nervously. A boy with blonde hair was suddenly sent hurtling through the hallways, slamming into the wall with a loud thud. He groaned, his eyes wide with fear, as he struggled to sit up. "And no, I tried my best. Please, he begged, his voice trembling. The boy's tormentor, a teenager with unkempt light orange hair dyed dark brown at the base, stood over him, his ember eyes blazing with rage. He clutched a test paper in his hand, crumpled in a tight fist. 70. A fucking 70%, he bellowed, his face red with fury. The blonde boy cowered, his eyes fixed on the boy's raised fist, as he pleaded for mercy. But the boy's tormentor was unforgiving, his fist descending in a cruel arc. I told you if you got any lower than fucking 90%, I would beat your ass. Just as the fist was about to strike, a blur shot past and the fist was caught in midair. That's enough, Izuku said, his eyes blazing with one for all's power. The boy's tormentor glared at Izuku, his eyes flashing with anger, but Izuku stood firm, his gaze unwavering. The air was thick with tension as the two boys stared each other down. The blonde boy, still cowering on the floor, looked up at Izuku with a mix of fear and gratitude in his eyes. Izuku glanced back at him and nodded. Go, he said softly. The blonde boy scrambled to his feet and fled the scene, his eyes fixed on the safety of the crowd. As he disappeared, the two boys felt a pat on their shoulders. Principal Goro's smile faltered for a moment before he regained his composure. Now, Yamato, that was just a little roughhousing. Please don't take Tanaka's outburst to heart, he was just relieving some stress, isn't that right, Tanaka? Izuku and Nejire widened in absolute horror. Are relieving stress. On the other end Tsukauchi, Maruko and Ryuko listened carefully to grim expressions. As everything Aoi had told them had been true. But Tanaka's rage only intensified. HMPH, little shit can't even do a project right. I'm going to beat him to a bloody pulp today. Goro's tone turned threatening, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. Now, Tanaka, I told you we would be having new students today, so you should behave. Tanaka's bravado crumbled, and he quivered back, stumbling away from the principal. But Goro's hand shot out, grasping the boy's head like a vice. Black lightning crackled around his fingers, and the boy screamed in agony, tears streaming down his face. Izuku and Nejire watched in horror as the principal's quirk, Psyche Crush, took hold, torturing the boy's mind and bending him to Goro's will. The air was heavy with the stench of fear and submission. This is what happens when you disobey me, Goro hissed, his eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure. You will all learn to obey, or suffer the consequences. The principal released his grip, and the boy stumbled away, his eyes wide with horror, his face etched with trauma. Goro calmly took out a handkerchief and wiped his hand, as if cleansing himself of the boy's fear. Remind me that the other boy also needs to be disciplined, he said, his voice devoid of empathy. The blonde weak one, he can't even get a good grade, for Tanaka. Damn him, what is he even useful for? Nejire's eyes flashed with anger, but she quickly composed herself, her rage simmering just below the surface. That other kid didn't do anything wrong, she thought, her mind racing with indignation. The principal, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil he had just caused, smiled warmly and turned to face the new students. Now, welcome to Seijuku Gakuen Academia, he said, his voice dripping with false sincerity. I trust you will all learn to thrive in our unique environment. Welcome to Seijuku Gakuen Academia, Amawato said, his voice dripping with false sincerity. I trust you will learn to thrive in our unique environment. Izuku and the other students felt a chill go up their spines as danger sense flared off. We at Seijuku pride ourselves on those who are strong, powerful, Amawato continued, his eyes scanning the group. Who can actually make a contribution to our society? Everyone here is free to use their quirks as they please, of course. As they walked, Amawato explained the school's hierarchy. We have a system, you could say. Everyone must follow it to a T. That's how we keep order in this fine establishment. So, what exactly is this hierarchy? Someone in the group asked. Amawato's lips stretched into a calculated smile. Ah, I'm glad you asked. Our system has 5 tiers. Let's start at the bottom. Tier 5. The outcasts. These are the students with quirks deemed useless. They're given the menial tasks no one else wants. No resources, no privileges. They are, in essence, disposable. He gestured toward a girl standing silently against the wall. Her mutant-type quirk left her with scaled skin and sharp, clawed hands. Her face was smeared with food, and her too short skirt revealed bruises on her legs. A group of students nearby snickered, pointing at her like she was an object of ridicule. Her downcast eyes and trembling posture painted a picture of quiet humiliation. Izuku's eyes lingered on the girl, and he felt a pang of empathy for her. He knew exactly what it felt like to be humiliated, to have food dunked on him and be forced to walk back to class feeling defeated. The memory of his own experiences in Aldria flashed back, and he felt a surge of anger towards Amawato and the school's hierarchy. Next up, we have Tier 4, the disfavored. Students with weak or niche quirks. You will be delegated to menial tasks, Amawato said with a wave of his hand. Izuku and Nejire exchanged a glance. And Tier 3, the middle ground. You'll receive standard treatment and resources, but I hope you will seek to improve yourselves, Amawato continued. Then there's Tier 2, the favorites. These students have shown potential, but need to prove themselves further. They will receive additional resources and attention from the faculty, but must continue to perform well to maintain their position. And if we don't, Amawato stopped in his tracks, his expression cold. You will be forced down a tier, of course. With the other trash. And what about Tier 1? Someone asked. Amawato's smile grew wider. Ah, Tier 1, the elites. These are the students who excel in every aspect. They are the best of the best, and they will be treated as such. They will receive special privileges, resources, and attention from the faculty. They are the future leaders of our society, and we will make sure they are prepared. Izuku's eyes narrowed, sensing the weight of the hierarchy. He knew what it was like to be at the bottom, and he didn't want anyone else to go through that. Just then, Guro spoke up. Ah, Vice Principal Ryujin. Ryujin's eyes scanned the group, his gaze lingering on Nejire for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. He smiled, his lips curling up slightly. Welcome, new students. I'm Vice Principal Kanari Ryujin. Izuku noticed a subtle tension in Ryujin's posture, a slight leaning forward as he addressed Nejire. His eyes seemed to hold a hint of interest, but it was quickly masked by a neutral expression. Sorry, this is all new and has made me stressed, Izuku said, pulling Nejire closer. As his hand wrapped around hers, Nejire felt a sudden jolt of electricity run through her body. Her heart began to pound in her chest, and her face burned with a warm flush. She felt a sense of safety wash over her, as if Izuku's touch was a shield protecting her from Ryujin's unsettling gaze. My Nami always makes me feel better, especially when she's close to me, Izuku continued, his voice low and gentle. Ryujin's eyes flicked to Izuku, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Yes, having such a beautiful woman by your side, I can imagine how relieving she can be. Nejire's breath caught in her throat as she met Ryujin's gaze, but Izuku's grip on her hand kept her grounded. She felt a surge of gratitude towards him, and her heart skipped a beat as she realized how much she appreciated his presence. Izuku's eyes never left Ryujin's face, his expression wary. He didn't like the way Ryujin was looking at Nejire, and he was determined to protect her. Tsukauchi here, the voice crackled over the comms. We've got a problem. We can't just barge in there and arrest everyone. This is a private academy, and they have the legal right to operate as they see fit, provided they stay within the bounds of the law even if their methods are morally questionable. Yukyu's voice cut through, sharp with frustration. I know, but that principal just used his quirk to humiliate and harm a student. That's not just a matter of school policy, that's assault. I don't disagree, Tsukauchi replied, his tone steady but firm. But think about it. If we move in now without a solid case, all we have is hearsay and circumstantial evidence. The Academy's lawyers will spin it as a misunderstanding or disciplinary action. They'll claim the student consented to whatever happened or that it was within their educational policy. Without concrete proof of systemic abuse or criminal intent, they'll walk away untouched. That's a load of crap, Maruko growled, her frustration bubbling over. And in the meantime, that principal gets to keep terrorizing kids. Yukyu snapped. I hate it as much as you do, Tsukauchi admitted, his voice softening. But we have to think long-term. If we go in guns blazing, we risk tipping them off. They'll destroy evidence, threaten witnesses, or even move the victims somewhere we can't reach them. And what's worse is his quirk. It's not just any quirk, it's a mental type quirk that can invade someone's mind, Tsukauchi said, his tone dark. Victims of abuse from quirks like that almost never come forward. 1 in 500. But we've seen it before. Places like this are often built on layers of secrecy. Overconfidence and hubris can work in our favor, but only if we're smart about it. Maruko scoffed. So, what's the plan? Sit back and let him keep acting like he's untouchable. Guys like him, people who think they're invincible, they always have skeletons in their closet, Yukio said. The group continued their tour of the school as Ryujin addressed them, his voice smooth. Alright, we'll be doing a test of sorts to see what tier you'll be placed in. Follow me, please. Izuku's earpiece crackled to life. Midoriya, Hato, try to get confirmation if they're working with the Meta Liberation Army, Tsukauchi's voice said through the comms. We can't see anything on our end, but everything is being recorded. Izuku nodded, trying to act natural. Got it, he replied, earning a confused look from Ryujin. So, are we allowed to use our quirks? Izuku asked, faking uncertainty. Ryujin's smile widened. Of course. Here, we believe societal constraints have weakened people. Those with simple or useless quirks have been led to believe they can be heroes because they've been sheltered from their true power. We want to change that. Izuku's thoughts flashed to Ojiro, his heart racing. I think anyone can be a hero if they try hard enough. Ryujin scoffed. Anyone with power can be a hero. You do know that 90% of hero schools in Japan don't even let quirkless people sit the entrance exams. UA only recently allowed quirkless students to apply, and that's more of a charity case than anything. Izuku's silence was heavy before he shook his head. Ryujin continued, voice dripping with disdain, and this whole society. It's a joke. They claim we can't use our quirks unless we have a license. And then there's the incident with those 2 students from UA, took down the hero killer, no license, no official sanction. This has only proven that the license system is a sham, a way to oppress the powerful. Izuku's stomach churned as he realized Ryujin was talking about him. His nerves flared, but he kept his composure. Nejire, ever direct, asked, are you guys part of the Meta Liberation Army? Ryujin's smile faltered for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his cool. The Meta Liberation Army, a radical group with some similar ideas. But our methods and goals differ. He studied Nejire with a sharp, calculating gaze before continuing. Let's just say we aim to create a society where power is valued. A place where those with strength can use it freely, without the outdated laws and norms holding them back. His eyes gleamed with a cold intensity, but his tone remained smooth, even measured. We're not here for reckless rebellion. No, we have a more refined approach. We want a new order, where strength defines authority. Tsukauchi's voice came through the comms, tight with frustration. He's dodging the question. Ryujin gestured grandly as they emerged from the tunnel, revealing an imposing arena structure reminiscent of ancient Rome. The stone edifice boasted multiple tiers of arches and columns, encircling a central floor. Welcome to the proving grounds, he announced. Our top students will engage you in combat, determining your position within the class. Hiroki Kyuka, a second-year student with striking crimson hair, fair skin, and piercing golden eyes, stepped forward. His quirk, Inferno Blast, enables him to unleash devastating energy beams from his hands, Ryujin explained. Ryujin's gaze shifted to Akane, who approached the arena with trepidation. You'll be facing her. The match began, and Hiroki's apathetic expression belied his swift and merciless attack. A blast of energy sent Akane flying across the arena, crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. Izuku and Nejire rushed to her side, concern etched on their faces as they quickly assessed her condition. Akane lay unconscious, prompting Izuku and Nejire to spring into action, checking her vital signs with urgency. Nejire gently lifted Akane's eyelid, checking her pupil's response. She's got a mild concussion, but she'll be okay, she said, her voice calm and professional. Izuku hovered anxiously beside her, his eyes fixed on Akane's pale face. Is she going to be all right? He asked, his voice laced with worry. Nejire offered a reassuring smile. Like I said, she'll be fine. Just needs some rest. She carefully examined Akane's limbs, checking for any signs of injury. No broken bones, but we should get her to the infirmary to be sure. Ryujin's voice dripped with condescension as he said, and that's why we have cheer for the disfavored. Two boys arrived to assist Akane, gently placing her arms around their shoulders. We'll take her to the infirmary, one of them said before they departed. Izuku's gaze lingered on Akane's retreating form, his eyes following her until she disappeared from view. Nejire's glare snapped back to Ryujin, her eyes blazing with anger. He chuckled, cupping her chin and forcing her to meet his gaze. Oh, you're feisty. I love it. I hope you are in the lower ranks. Breaking you will be so much fun. Izuku's attention snapped back to Ryujin, his expression darkening as he saw the instructor's hand on Nejire's chin. With a swift slap, Izuku sent Ryujin's hand flying away from Nejire. Ryujin's face twisted in annoyance, his eyes flashing with anger. He took a step closer to Izuku, his movements fluid and deliberate. Ryujin's eyes seemed to bore into Izuku's skin, his gaze intense and unsettling. His lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of sharp teeth. "Ah, the boyfriend is getting protective again," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. As he turned back to his tablet, Ryujin's hand clenched into a fist, his knuckles white with tension. "Akane. Tier 5. Outcast," he announced, his tone dismissive. Ryujin's gaze snapped back to Izuku, his eyes blazing with frustration. He shoved Izuku forward, his movements aggressive, yet controlled. "Next up, Nami Takahashi. You'll be facing Kaishiya Tanaka." Kaishiya Tanaka stepped onto the arena with unwavering confidence, her sharp purple eyes piercing through the air. Every step she took was measured, purposeful, her body language radiating strength. Her short, teal-colored hair framed her face perfectly, and her gaze never wavered, as though she was already sizing up her opponent before the match had even begun. Nejire watched Kaishiya with a mixture of curiosity and determination, her usual bright smile taking on a more serious edge. She exchanged a quick, confident look with Izuku, offering him a wink. "I got this," she said with unwavering confidence before stepping into the arena, ready to face her opponent head-on. Kaishiya's eyes narrowed as she sized up Nejire. She didn't need words to communicate her intent, her sharp expression spoke volumes. She raised a hand, and before Nejire could fully react, green energy coiled around her arm like a serpent ready to strike. With a flick of her wrist, the energy shot forward, forming dagger-like projectiles aimed directly at Nejire. Nejire's eyes sparkled with focus as she quickly reacted, dodging the incoming projectiles with expert agility. Her body flowed effortlessly as she evaded each attack, a whirl of motion in the air. Then, with a powerful leap, Nejire shot into the air, her body surrounded by a golden aura of energy. She extended her hands, and in an instant, a massive shockwave of energy blasted out from her, sending a ripple of golden spirals toward Kaishiya. Kaishiya didn't falter. With a swift motion, she summoned an energy whip from her hand, its green tendrils snaking toward Nejire with precision. The whip snapped through the air, ensnaring Nejire by the waist and slamming her down to the ground with force, cracking it. But Nejire wasn't finished. She grinned, undeterred, her body already in motion as she grasped the energy whip with both hands. With a powerful yank, she pulled Kaishiya off balance, her own momentum fueling the motion. Kaishiya's concentration wavered as Nejire's energy rippled through her body, and with a swift punch, Nejire shattered the whip, sending a blast of energy into Kaishiya's form. Nejire's golden spiral energy crackled with intensity as she focused her power, her body glowing with the vibrant force. Without warning, she unleashed a concentrated shockwave directly at Kaishiya, the blast surging forward with a force that seemed to tear through the air. The shockwave hit Kaishiya with the power of a freight train, sending her crashing into the arena wall with a sickening thud. The crowd gasped as Kaishiya slumped, clearly knocked out by the force of the blow. Ryujin's voice echoed through the arena, a begrudging tone of respect in his words. "Nami Takahashi wins. Powerful quirk, excellent battle prowess. Tier 2, high tier." When Kaishiya finally regained consciousness, she stumbled groggily to her feet. "Hey, Kaishiya." Nejire bounded up to her with that signature wide-eyed grin, her hands clasped behind her back as she tilted her head to one side. That move you did earlier, it was so cool. How does it even work? Like, do you have to, like, think about the shape and stuff, or can it just kind of, like, appear however you want? Oh, or maybe it's like one of those things where you just have to feel it first and then it just happens. Kaishia sighed, already feeling the irritation bubbling up. I just focus, okay. That's it. Nejire didn't seem to notice the edge in Kaishia's tone. Oh, so focus is the key. But, like, how detailed can you get? Could you make something super intricate, like a sculpture or oh? What about like person? Flowers, like every detail of flower. If you created a sea, would it grow? Kaishia's eye twitched. I don't know. I don't care. Why does it matter? Nejire blinked but pressed on, tilting her head curiously. It's just really cool. Like earlier, when I hit you, the construct disappeared like poof. Kinda like cloud. Does losing focus cancel it out? Or is it because of a limit on your quirk? I mean, it kinda seemed. Why do you care so much? Kaishia snapped, spinning around to glare at her. Are you trying to figure out how to beat me again, or is this just a fun way to make fun of me? What, you think you're better than me because you've got a flashy quirk and a big smile? Just leave me the hell alone. Nejire froze, her smile faltering as Kaishia stormed off without another word, muttering under her breath. Without a word, she stormed off. Airhead bitch. Nejire watched her leave, clenching the fabric of her skirt tightly. Her cheerful demeanor faltered, her lips pressed into a thin line as she muttered under her breath, why does it always have to be like this? Izuku, blissfully oblivious to her distress, approached with his trademark enthusiasm, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Hey, Neji, I mean Nami. Your quirk is seriously incredible. I mean, the way you control the energy output and release it from multiple points on your body, it's amazing. Can you adjust the spiral density midair? It's so efficient in both offense and defense. Nejire's initial frustration began to wane as she glanced at him. Though she tried to hold on to her annoyance, Izuku's infectious energy and genuine fascination chipped away at her frustration. Her lips curved into a small smile as her natural curiosity took over. She tilted her head and leaned in slightly, her eyes sparkling with interest. You really think so? She asked, her voice soft but tinged with intrigue. Izuku nodded fervently, already diving into his next thought. And Kaishia's quirk, do you think it's a form of energy manipulation too? The way her constructs disappeared when she lost focus reminded me of something like Green Lantern, Nejire exclaimed, finishing his thought with childlike glee. Her frustration melted away completely as she launched into a discussion with him. I was so thinking the same thing. Did you see how she had to focus to maintain her whip? The second I hit her, poof, it was gone. I bet her constructs aren't as solid as they look. Oh, do you think she could make more complicated stuff, like drills or shields? Or ooh, maybe she could make a rocket launcher. Izuku's hands gestured excitedly as he replied. Exactly. If her constructs are based on concentration and energy output, then in theory, she could probably do anything if she trained enough. The possibilities are endless. Nejire's enthusiasm only grew, and she began circling Izuku as she spoke, her arms moving animatedly. It's kinda like my quirk too, right? Except hers looks like it's more about shaping the energy, while mine's about releasing it in spirals. Spirals are so much cooler, don't you think? They're so efficient, like, they just keep going, you know. Izuku nodded quickly, his own excitement matching hers. Yeah, spirals are amazing. The way they concentrate force and maintain momentum, it's genius. And the way you use them midair is just totally awesome, right? Nejire beamed, her cheeks glowing with happiness. You know, I don't usually meet people who get this excited about quirks. Most people just get annoyed or think I'm weird for asking too many questions, but you're, like, really into it. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish smile on his face. I mean, how could I not be? Quirks are so fascinating, and yours is one of the coolest I've ever seen. And Kaishia's too, even if Shia wasn't the friendliest. Nejire giggled, leaning forward slightly as if sharing a secret. She was kind of grumpy, huh? Maybe I hit her too hard. Oh well, she'll be fine. Hey, do you think if she focused more, she could make a car or something? Or a giant energy fist. That would be so cool. Izuku's eyes widened. A giant fist would be awesome, and if she could control multiple constructs at once, it would be. Ahem. Ryujin's sharp voice cut through their excited chatter like a whip. Both Nejire and Izuku froze mid-sentence, turning to see the instructor glaring at them, his expression a mix of annoyance and impatience. Sorry, they said in unison, their voices overlapping as they quickly straightened up. Nejire felt her heart flutter, and Izuku's face lit up with excitement as he never had someone to geek quirks about with. He felt his heart flutter as well, a blush across his face. I see. You both have a splendid connection, Ryujin said, his voice dripping with false sincerity. He glanced around before his eyes landed on Akira Nakahara, a young man with blonde hair and angular blue eyes, small light blue stud earrings glinting in his ears. Yamato. Versus. Akira Nakahara, Ryujin announced, a malicious grin spreading across his face. The crowd gasped in shock, eyes widening in awe. Akira Nakahara? The Akira Nakahara? The one who's never lost a fight? The elite of elites? Izuku's eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face before determination set in. His heart raced, both nervous and eager. He had never faced anyone like this before, and the weight of the challenge wasn't lost on him. Nejire's gaze was unwavering, her confidence in Izuku shining brightly. She whispered to herself, fists clenched, her voice filled with hope. He's got this. Ryujin leaned in close to Akira, a whispered conversation passing between them. Akira's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes glinted with cold confidence as he locked eyes with Izuku. Akira's movements were a study in grace and confidence as he approached Izuku, his every step calculated. The crowd collectively held its breath, the tension thick in the air. A sneer curled on Akira's lips as he faced Izuku, his voice dripping with contempt. You'll be in Tier 5, that much I can guarantee. A weak, pathetic person like you doesn't deserve to be in the upper ranks with the true elites. Izuku's muscles tensed, and his quirk, one for all, crackled to life, a surge of raw power coursing through his body. In a blink, he shot forward, faster than anyone could track, his fists aimed with surgical precision. Akira, startled by the sudden onslaught, raised a barrier with his quirk just in time. The impact of Izuku's fist slamming into the barrier reverberated through the arena, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Izuku's punch was powerful, but Akira's barrier reflected the blow with an equal force, causing a shock of pain to ripple up Izuku's arm. The intensity of the strike was enough to send him stumbling back, teeth gritted against the agony. Akira smirked, preparing to taunt, "See what I mean, Pa?" But his words were cut off by a resounding crack. The sound echoed through the arena like a thunderclap. The barrier, which was supposed to be impenetrable, shattered under the force of Izuku's power, splintering like glass. Akira's confident facade faltered as he staggered, wide-eyed. No. This can't be happening, Ryujin thought to himself. Akira's barrier is supposed to be impenetrable. Yamato's supposed to be the fool, not Akira. Nejire's hands flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with excitement. He's doing it. Kato's actually doing it. Izuku, his mind racing, observed Akira's barrier closely. His quirk reflects damage back at the attacker. He thought, if I had the Omnitrix, Ghost Freak would be perfect for this. But I'll make do. With One for All now surging at 16%, Izuku shot forward again, moving like a bullet from a gun. He slammed his heel into the already weakened barrier with such force that the entire structure buckled under the pressure, shattering into a million pieces. Akira gasped, coughing up blood as the force of the blow knocked him off his feet, a trail of crimson staining his lips. Before Akira could even react, Izuku pressed forward with unrelenting speed. He threw 3 vicious punches, each one shaking the air around them, the barrier closing in on him, but Izuku was faster. The third punch landed with bone-crushing force, obliterating the shield like it was made of paper. Akira, struggling to recover, tried to conjure another barrier, but it was too late. Izuku was already in the air, his body coiling with power as he delivered a spinning roundhouse kick that landed squarely on Akira's temple. The impact was thunderous, sending Akira crashing to the ground, his body going limp. The arena fell silent as the impact of the match sank in. Nejire's cheer broke the tension, her voice ringing out excitedly. "Way to go, Yamato. You're amazing." She practically bounced in place, her pride and joy evident. The principal, Guro, stepped forward, clapping as he descended into the arena. His applause echoed in the still air. Yamato, that was truly impressive. I'm pleased to announce you've earned your place in Tier 1. The highest tier, the elite. A ripple of shock spread through the room. Akira slowly stood, his expression darkening as he wiped the blood from his face. His humiliation was palpable. A pink-haired girl rushed toward him, concern etched across her face. Akira, are you okay? Akira shot her a glare, his voice sharp and laced with bitterness. Piss off, you low-rank trash. He shoved past her, his hands stuffed into his pockets as he stormed away. The girl flinched, hurt flashing in her eyes. She stammered, trying to explain, I just wanted to help. Fuck off, Akira snarled, cutting her off without looking back as he disappeared from the arena. Izuku watched the exchange, his jaw tightening as his distaste for Akira grew. Najire's cheerful expression faltered slightly, her eyes narrowing as she looked between the pink-haired girl and Akira's retreating figure. Guro, seemingly oblivious to the tension, patted Izuku's shoulder, his tone casual. You were remarkable, Yamato. Now then. He scanned the room. Where is Katsuragi? A blonde girl hesitated before speaking up. Sir, Aoi hasn't been seen since yesterday. Goro's cheerful demeanor shifted, his annoyance barely hidden as he let out a low groan. TCH. Typical Tier 5 deadweight. Can't they be useful for anything? Izuku and Najire exchanged a tense glance, a shared frustration simmering between them. From the back of the room, a boy with brown hair muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. She's not here because she hates this place. The room stilled, all eyes darting toward the boy as Goro's piercing gaze zeroed in on him. His smile returned, but it was sharp and cold. Is there something you'd like to share with the rest of us? The boy froze, his face pale as he scrambled to respond, his head lowered submissively. And no, sir. Goro's smile widened, his satisfaction evident. Good. Turning his attention to the pink-haired girl, Haruno, Goro's tone became clipped. Haruno, escort Mr. Yamato and Ms. Takahashi to their dorms. Haruno hesitated for only a moment before bowing stiffly, her eyes flashing with anger. Yes, Principal Imawato. She approached Izuku and Najire, her expression calm, but her narrowed gaze lingered on Izuku. It was a clear warning, unspoken but unmistakable. This isn't over. As they walked through the dimly lit corridor, Najire attempted to break the tense silence with her usual cheer. Hey, I'm Nami Takahashi, nice to meet you. Haruno abruptly stopped in her tracks and spun around, her voice dripping with venom. Don't talk to me, second-tier trash. Najire blinked, startled by the hostility. Oh, okay, she said softly, her confidence momentarily shaken. Izuku, sensing the tension rising, stepped in with his usual calm. So, I take it you're one of the elites? Haruno's icy glare shifted to Izuku. Her lips curled into a sneer as she stepped closer, her eyes blazing with anger. You have no idea what you've done, do you? Akira was the strongest, the best of us. And then you came out of nowhere and humiliated him. She jabbed a finger into his chest. You think you're better than him? It was a fluke win, nothing more. Najire's protective side flared up as she stepped in front of Izuku, her hands on her hips. Hey, Kato won that fight fair and square. Maybe Akira isn't as untouchable as you thought. Haruno's expression darkened, her voice cold as ice. I wasn't talking to you, she hissed, her body sparking with faint streaks of blue lightning. The crackling electricity filled the air with a sharp tang of ozone. Her gaze slid back to Najire, and her lips twisted into a smirk. What's the matter? Not going to have your boyfriend step in to protect you this time? Maybe if I mess up that pretty little face of yours, he'll finally come to his senses and find someone worthy of him. Izuku moved to speak, but Najire put a hand on his chest, stopping him. Her bright smile, though strained, stayed firmly in place. You've got a cool quirk. I know you're upset, but this doesn't mean we can't try to be friends, right? Haruno let out a sharp, humorless laugh. Friends? With you? She took a step closer, her voice low and menacing. Listen, fighting amongst the elites is forbidden. We can't risk weakening our strongest. But people like you? Lower tiers? we're allowed to remind you where you belong. And trust me, we will. Izuku's and Najire's eyes widened in disbelief as Haruno suddenly slammed her fist into the wall beside Najire's head, leaving a deep crack in the concrete. You and your boyfriend made a big mistake crossing Akira. My friends and I will make your lives miserable. And who knows? Her smirk turned cruel. Maybe you'll slip so far down the rankings that Vice Principal Ryujin will get his hands on you. I bet he'd love that. Izuku's jaw clenched, his voice tight as he asked, what does he do to the lower ranks? Haruno shrugged, feigning disinterest. Who cares? If you're smart, you'll stay out of his way. Her gaze flickered back Izuku, filled with unspoken malice. Anyway, enjoy your time in Tier 1 while it lasts. It won't be long. They arrived at the dorms, and Haruno stopped, turning back to glare at them. Make sure you're both at tomorrow's morning announcement. Wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of the staff so soon. Without waiting for a response, she turned on her heel and strode away, her shoulders stiff with barely contained fury. Izuku and Najire exchanged uneasy glances. A few minutes later, Izuku stood among around 10 other students, divided into 2 rows of 5, with males on one side and females on the other. Akira stood behind him, having been ordered to stand in front, which made Izuku suspect that he was now considered the top of their tier. The girls glared at him, and he noticed that the students were lined up in their respective tiers, with many more 3rd and 2nd tier students than in his own tier. We must be standing in our tiers, Izuku thought, observing the arrangement. Chatter broke out among the students, reminiscing about military formations. Excuse me, don't push. It's yourself for letting yourself get pushed. Izuku looked around, surprised to see many students, especially from the 3rd to 2nd tiers, with impressive physiques. I can't believe they're unnecessarily swole, he thought. Behind him, a student groaned audibly. Man, I'm so tired, can't even remember the last time I had to wake up this early. Their complaint confirmed Izuku's suspicions these students were working themselves to exhaustion to avoid slipping into the dreaded lower ranks. As his eyes wandered over the assembled crowd, he noticed a few individuals whose dangerous auras made him instinctively tense. The sheer effort and desperation that hung in the air only deepened the unease in his gut. Why does this school have so many students, especially low-tier ones? They're treated like trash, so why even keep them here? What's the point? Izuku thought, his mind racing. He couldn't stop the questions from piling up. On the applications, their quirks must have been registered, right? Why even accept students with weak quirks? And those with strong ones, why aren't they at hero schools? What's keeping them here? There's no way this place is their first choice. His thoughts were interrupted when a voice called out from behind. Is that guy a teacher? Several heads turned toward a man standing by the door. He was dressed in a coach's uniform, his brown hair slightly unkempt, and his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Najire pointed out, hey, his clothes have the school's name printed on them. Najire asked the man, hey, you at the door. When does the morning announcement begin? Another student added, yeah, how long do we have to stand here? But before they could get an answer, Guro commanded. Silence. The students instantly fell quiet as Guro stepped forward, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. His presence alone seemed to press down on them, a heavy weight of authority. Izuku couldn't help but notice how everyone was obedient to him. He barely had raised his voice above a whisper but commanded the room's attention. Izuku think that was cool and terrifying. The weekly announcement will begin shortly. He surveyed the student body, his gaze lingering on each tier. ... Goro's voice carried across the hall, smooth and commanding. Well, a lot of new faces this time. Welcome to Seijuku Gakuen Academia. I see some fine talent among you, especially in the 2nd and 3rd tiers. And, of course, our newest addition to the elite. His gaze swept over the students like a predator assessing his prey. But let me be honest, he continued, his tone dropping to something sharper. Many of you, particularly those with powerful quirks, have already learned the bitter truth. You're just small fish in a very large pond. All the praise you got growing up, it made you believe you were special, didn't it? And then, when reality hit and you faced real defeat, it crushed you. The silence in the hall was oppressive as Goro's words cut through. He smirked, reveling in their discomfort. That's why most of you gave up on the hero track. Expelled. Black marks on your records. Some of you even disgraced yourselves by abusing your so-called gifts, thinking your strength meant the weak should bow before you. A murmur spread through the students as a few exchanged bitter looks. One boy sneered, "Yeah, that damn quirkless punk ruined everything. Had to run his mouth, didn't he?" A girl next to him scoffed, crossing her arms. "TCH, that nosy little bitch should have just stayed out of my business." Guro ignored the outbursts and continued. "But this school, it's designed for people like you. You've been mistreated by society, haven't you? Cast aside, forced to hide who you really are. But here, we value your individuality. Here, you can let your quirks flourish. And if you play your cards right, you'll get everything you've ever wanted. Luxury cars, wealth, power, everything those so-called heroes have, but without their ridiculous constraints." In Izuku's ear, Yukyu's voice crackled through the comms. "That's not a good sign." Tsukauchi's calm, skeptical voice followed. "Whenever someone starts selling you the high life, you know it's going downhill fast." Goro's voice drew Izuku's attention back to the present. "Our school boasts a 100% employment rate. Every graduate starts a new life. With the help of our faculty, and certain associates who support our mission, you can make a name for yourself. We're working with an organization that believes quirks should be used freely, without limitations." A student with a sharp glare and bobbed brown hair spoke up from the crowd, his voice thick with skepticism. "Bullshit." The room stiffened as the boy stepped forward slightly, locking eyes with Guro. "Cut the crap about starting over and tell us what's really going on. You think we're all idiots? You're part of the Meta Liberation Army, aren't you? Trying to recruit us into Redestro's cult." His words dripped with defiance. "What are you really after? Why gather so many of us? And accepting late applications this late? That doesn't scream legit." Nejire exchanged a worried glance with Izuku as the boy continued, his tone growing darker. "I only came here to check this place out because I got kicked out of my last school for burning it to the ground." Izuku's eyes widened. "He burned down a school?" he whispered under his breath. Another student near the boy hesitated, then asked nervously, "Shouldn't you be in prison?" The boy smirked darkly. "I should be, but these bastards got me out early and dragged me here. And now you want me to believe in your employment guarantees? Please." The air in the room shifted dangerously as the coach by the door suddenly moved. His hand shot out like a viper, gripping the boy's face in a crushing hold. "What the?" The boy choked, his feet lifting off the ground. The coach's voice was cold and unforgiving. "The director is speaking. This isn't the Q&A portion of the program." The boy writhed in the coach's grip, his teeth grinding audibly as the pressure intensified. Hey, my teeth." Flames erupted from the boy's hands, scorching the coach's sleeve, but the man didn't even flinch. Goro's voice was eerily calm as he observed the scene. "You disappoint me, all of you." The coach's arm tensed, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled the boy across the room like a ragdoll. The student crashed into the wall with a sickening thud, leaving a crater behind. Izuku and Nejire stared in stunned silence at the hole in the wall, their faces pale with shock. Behind Izuku, Akira whispered urgently, "Look forward. Don't react." "But," Izuku began, his voice shaky. "Just do it," Akira hissed. "If you don't, we're all screwed. Do you want everyone here to get the same treatment? Keep your eyes forward." Izuku glanced at the girls who had been glaring at him earlier. Now, they stood rigid, their faces pale and their brows slick with sweat, their eyes locked straight ahead in terror. Maruko's voice crackled through Izuku's comms. "He's right, Midoriya. Keep it together. Whatever just happened, don't give yourself away." Nejire's hand brushed against Izuku's, and their eyes briefly met. They both understood the unspoken message: play along, no matter how horrifying the situation. Goro's voice broke the heavy silence. "Let me ask you this. What kind of lives do you think await you if you leave here? Most of you have black marks on your records. And for those of you in the lower ranks who think you can just walk out." His smile was razor sharp. "We've made sure you have plenty of reasons to stay." Izuku's thoughts raced. How? Why is everyone so obedient? What kind of leverage do they have over these students? The coach's voice jolted him out of his thoughts. "You look familiar." Izuku's blood ran cold as the coach stood before him, his gaze narrowing dangerously. "What's your name?" Izuku's mind scrambled. Kato Yamato, he stammered, his voice trembling. The coach's eyes bore into him, suspicion flickering across his face. "Take off your glasses," he ordered. Izuku froze. His heart raced as his mind screamed, "He knows." Before the situation could escalate, the principal's voice boomed over the hall. "That's enough. Let's move on to introducing the faculty." The coach hesitated before stepping back, his piercing gaze lingering on Izuku a moment longer. Izuku exhaled shakily, his heart still pounding as he thought, that was too close. Najire's relieved glance told him she was thinking the same thing. Goro's voice brought them back to attention. "Once introductions are done, we'll begin the student placement evaluations. ... As the students were dismissed, Izuku and Najire walked side by side amidst the shuffle of feet and muted chatter. The tension from the earlier assembly still lingered in the air. "Man, that was exhausting," Najire muttered, stretching her arms high above her head. "Standing around pretending to care is harder than it looks." Izuku chuckled nervously, glancing at the paper in his hand. "Well, at least we have a break next hour. Maybe we can." Before he could finish, Najire snatched the schedule from his hand, rolled it up, and tossed it into the nearest trash can with a flourish. Izuku gasped. "Wa, Najire-senpai, that's my why would you do that?" Najire wagged a finger at him, her expression mockingly stern. "Izuku, we're on a mission. We don't have time to play the perfect student. 2 days. That's all we've got to figure out what's going on here. Did you really think we'd be sitting through math class?" Izuku hesitated, his face flushing in embarrassment. I mean, well, Najire ruffled his hair playfully. "You're so pure sometimes, it's adorable. Anyway, we're splitting up. I'll take the girls' dorms, you check the boys'. Sound good?" Izuku froze. Wait, splitting up. Isn't it better if we stick together? You know, just in case something happens. Najire rolled her eyes dramatically. "Sure, if you want people to think you're some kind of pervert sneaking into the girls' dorms." "Not happening, hero boy." Before Izuku could counter, Kendo's voice buzzed through their earpieces. "Najire's right. It'll raise fewer suspicions if you both move separately. Midoriya, go alien. Use something fast, like fast track. You can search the dorm faster and avoid detection." Izuku frowned but nodded reluctantly. "All right, just be careful, Najire-senpai." As they moved to part ways, a commotion caught their attention. A familiar orange-haired boy loomed over the blonde from earlier, who was huddled in the corner, trembling. "Guess the director wasn't gentle with him," a student murmured nearby. Najire's smile faded as she noticed the blonde muttering incoherently, clutching his head. His voice was weak and broken. "Mom, please don't look at me like that. I'm sorry." Izuku's heart clenched at the sight, and he instinctively stepped forward. Hey, are you?" Najire grabbed his arm, her voice low but urgent. "Don't. We can't blow our cover." "But Midoriya." Her tone was sharper this time, though her eyes held the same sadness he felt. "We can't save anyone if we're caught. Come on." Izuku hesitated before reluctantly nodding, following her lead. As they separated at the dorm entrance, he glanced back once more, the blonde's broken whisper echoing in his mind. The boys' dorm was eerily quiet as Izuku stepped inside, his footsteps muffled on the carpeted floor. He moved cautiously, his eyes scanning for any signs of cameras or other students. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from further down the hallway. "Pathetic," sneered a voice. Izuku peeked around the corner to see Caitlin, the black-haired boy from earlier, sprawled on the ground, clutching his stomach. Standing over him was a tall boy with purple hair and a smug grin, flanked by 2 others. "You call that wind? My grandma's breath is stronger," the purple-haired boy taunted. Caitlin struggled to his feet, raising his palm to produce a weak gust of air. The bully didn't even flinch, laughing as his goon with dark, hardened skin stepped forward. "Let's show him a proper welcome." Before the goon could strike, Izuku intervened, his foot connecting with the bully's jaw in a swift, precise motion. The impact sent the larger boy stumbling back, clutching his face. The purple-haired boy's grin faded as he turned to Izuku. And who the hell are you supposed to be? A hero wannabe, he sneered. Mind your own business, new kid. Or maybe you'd like to learn your place too. Izuku stood his ground, his gaze steady. Leave him alone. You shouldn't be using your quirks to hurt others. The bullies exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Wow, listen to this guy. What are you, the quirk police? The leader mocked. Just some advice, the hardened skin goon added, cracking his knuckles. Keep your head down, or the director'll make sure you regret it. With that, they sauntered off, leaving Caitlin slumped against the wall. Izuku crouched beside him. Are you okay? Caitlin nodded weakly. Yeah, thanks. I'm starting to think coming here was a mistake. Izuku hesitated. Why did you come here? Caitlin sighed. Money. This place has connections, and my family needed the financial help. But, he glanced down the hall. I didn't sign up for this. Izuku's expression softened. Hey, could you do me a favor? Keep an eye out for anyone coming this way. Caitlin blinked, confused. Sure, I guess. Thanks. Izuku slipped into a secluded corner, activating the Omnitrix. The device's familiar green glow lit up the darkened space as he turned the dial, selecting his alien form. He slammed it down, and in a flash of green light, his body morphed into Fast Track. Caitlin flinched as a sudden gust of wind rushed past him, nearly knocking him off balance. He stumbled, looking around wildly. What the? Fast Track was already gone, a blue and green blur zipping through the dorms at impossible speed. The cameras couldn't keep up, their footage reduced to streaks of distortion as he darted from room to room. Drawers were opened and closed in an instant, files skimmed and photographed with incredible precision. Najire walked through the dimly lit halls of the dorms, her mind focused on her mission. If only I could move as quietly as Midoriya when he's transformed into one of those aliens, she murmured, blushing as she caught herself. I mean Izuku. Wait, Midoriya. Focus. Shaking her head, she straightened up, ready to approach her target. She turned a corner, only to stumble upon a cruel scene unfolding. A younger girl was cornered by a group of upper-class students, their sneers cutting through the air like daggers. You're pathetic, one of them sneered, leaning closer to the trembling girl. Why even bother showing up every day? Yeah, another chimed in, yanking the girl's hair tie and letting her hair fall messily over her face. You're better off hiding. Heroes aren't supposed to cry, right? The younger girl shrank against the wall, tears spilling down her cheeks as she tried to stammer out a defense. Please. I'm trying my best. Best. The leader of the group laughed mockingly. Your best is worthless. You'll never be anything but a failure. Najire's eyes narrowed, her normally cheerful demeanor replaced with a rare flash of anger. Without hesitation, she released a controlled energy wave that sent the bullies stumbling back, clutching their heads. Leave her alone, Najire said, her voice calm yet commanding as she floated off the ground, spirals of energy swirling around her. The bullies glared at her, one of them muttering under their breath, who the hell does she think she is? Another growled, stay out of this, or you're next. Najire tilted her head with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Oh, I'd love to see you try. Grumbling, the bullies retreated, their glares promising trouble later. As they left, Najire let herself relax, turning back to check on the younger girl. But she was gone. Hey, are you okay? Hello. Najire looked around but saw no sign of the girl except for her shadow disappearing around the corner. Najire floated after her silently, weaving through the dorm's twists and turns until she spotted the girl unlocking a hidden door behind a large tapestry. The girl slipped inside, but Najire wasn't about to let her escape. Before the door could close completely, Najire phased through and revealed herself. Hey. The girl jumped back in fear, her hands trembling as she stammered, please don't tell anyone. I'll do anything, just please don't say anything to them. Najire softened her tone, raising her hands to show she meant no harm. Whoa, easy, I'm not here to hurt you or snitch. I promise. But the girl didn't seem convinced, tears spilling down her face as she backed away. You don't understand. If they find out, they'll punish me. My friends. I can't. Najire sighed, realizing she had no choice if she wanted the girl to trust her. Lowering her voice, she said, Okay, listen carefully. My name isn't Nami Takahashi. She paused for effect. I'm Najire Hado. The girl froze, her wide eyes darting to Najire's face as recognition dawned. Wait, Najire Hado, from the Big Three. Najire smiled sheepishly, pressing a finger to her lips. Shish, don't blow my cover, okay. The girl, still trembling, nodded slowly. I'm Mei Kasumi. All right, Kasumi, Najire said gently, resting a hand on her shoulder. Let's talk somewhere more private. Kasumi hesitated but eventually led Najire down a narrow staircase. They reached a small hidden room at the bottom, softly lit by glowing orbs. Blankets and pillows were scattered across the floor, creating a cozy yet worn atmosphere. As Najire stepped inside, a group of students froze, their expressions filled with fear and suspicion. Everyone, it's okay, Kasumi said quickly, her voice shaking. She's not like the others. The tension in the room eased slightly, but Najire could still feel their wary gazes. She sat down, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. So, what's going on here? One student spoke up, her voice barely a whisper. We come here to hide. The others, those upper-tier students, they won't leave us alone. Another added bitterly, they treat us like garbage. They steal our money, our food, they even make us do their homework. If we say no, he trailed off, rubbing a bruise on his arm. Kasumi spoke up, her voice trembling. The teachers don't help. They say it's our fault for being weak, for not standing up for ourselves. One teacher even told me I should be grateful for the bullying, another student muttered, clenching her fists. Said it would toughen me up. Najire's jaw tightened, but she forced herself to stay calm. Why not report this to the police or pro-heroes? They won't listen, Kasumi said bitterly. The school has connections. They blacklist anyone who speaks out. And with that on our records, we're stuck, another student added. Najire frowned, her mind racing. What about the dorms? Anything unusual there? Any secrets? The students hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Finally, one of them spoke up. There's a rumor about the boys' dorms between 4 and 6. The group exchanged nervous glances. Yeah, the rumor. About students who disappeared. Najire's attention sharpened. Disappeared. What happened to them? Kasumi bit her lip. No one knows. It's like they just vanished. And no one talks about it. If you ask, people act like they never existed. Another student whispered. Some say it's connected to one of the older students, someone who seemed perfect but had a dark side. Najire's eyes narrowed. Perfect how? The student hesitated. Like, too good to be true. Like they were hiding something. Yeah, Kasumi added. We don't know much, but something weird happens there. People say it's off limits for a reason. Najire's curiosity piqued, but before she could press further, her calm crackled to life. Tsukauchi's voice came through. Najire, we've identified a potential lead. Focus on the boys' dorms between 4 and 6. Midoriya's been informed as well. Najire nodded to herself. Got it, she whispered. Turning back to the students, she smiled reassuringly. Thank you for trusting me. I'll do everything I can to help. Before Najire could ask more, her calm crackled to life. Tsukauchi's voice came through, calm but urgent. Dorm room between 4 and 6. I'll notify Midoriya. As she left the hidden room, Najire couldn't shake the weight of what she had just learned. This school was hiding more than just bullies, and she was determined to uncover the truth. Izuku's search of the boys' dormitories had yielded nothing so far. But then, Tsukauchi's voice crackled through the comms, making him jump to attention. Midoriya. Yes, sir, Izuku replied, his back straightening. Relax, I need you to investigate the second-year dormitories, elite section, between rooms 4 and 6, Tsukauchi instructed. Izuku's eyebrow rose as he made his way to the designated area. He walked down the deserted hallway, the fluorescent lights overhead casting a steady glow. As he reached the supposed location, his heart quickened. Something felt off. He scanned the area, his eyes fixed on the room numbers. But when he reached the spot where room 5 should be, there was nothing. No door, no sign of a room. Just a blank wall. Izuku's confusion turned to unease. Tsukauchi, There's no dormitory between 4 and 6. Try knocking on the wall, Midoriya, Tsukauchi suggested, his voice low and cautious. Izuku hesitated for a moment before rapping his knuckles against the wall. The sound was solid, with no hint of hollowness. It's not a false wall, Tsukauchi, Izuku confirmed, his voice firm. It's a solid wall. The silence on the other end of the comms was oppressive, leaving Izuku wondering what secrets lay hidden behind that wall. Izuku and Nejire sat at the lunch table, Nejire resting her head on her arms, her frustration evident. I really hoped we'd find something, she groaned. Izuku shared her sentiment, his brow furrowed in concern. Yeah, but we can try again tonight, sneaking into the faculty rooms. Nejire pouted, her lower lip jutting out. You can turn invisible, but I can't. Izuku chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. True, but... Nejire's expression transformed, her face lighting up with excitement. Oh, right, I've been meaning to ask you so many questions about your forms. How does it feel when you transform? What's up with that green lighting? Is it another part of your quirk? Which is your favorite transformation? How many do you have? When you transform, is it like a magical girl? She struck magical girl poses, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Izuku's initial bewilderment dissipated, replaced by a genuine interest in sharing his experiences. It feels incredible when I transform. The green lighting is part of my other quirk, enhancing me in my forms. I don't have a favorite, and I have around 10 forms so far. Nejire seemed to study Izuku, her gaze piercing. You don't think me asking so many unnecessary questions is irritating? Izuku tilted his head, his smile faltering for a moment. I mean, when we first met, you didn't seem to have a problem with me asking you questions, now you just answer all my questions without much issue. Nejire's eyes narrowed slightly. I kinda just chalk it up to you not having interacted with a girl much. Izuku's face fell, his aura taking on a depressed quality. I mean, yeah, having a pretty girl like you ask questions about your quirk was something that caught me off guard. Nejire's cheeks flushed pink as she looked away, her voice barely above a whisper. It's not like that. Izuku continued, oblivious to Nejire's blush. Actually, back in middle school, people used to think it was kinda creepy when I asked people about their quirks, though I couldn't help it. When I see a quirk... Nejire's face brightened, her smile radiant. I get it, quirks are so interesting. You want to know what it can do. Izuku's smile returned, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Exactly. As they talked, their shared enthusiasm for quirks created a palpable connection between them. Nejire's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Izuku's face lit up with a warm smile. It's like we're speaking the same language, Nejire said, her voice filled with wonder. Izuku nodded, his eyes locked onto hers. I know exactly what you mean. The moment Nejire's heart fluttered, Izuku's cheeks felt warm, so entrance the two had completely forgotten. Yukyu's voice chimed in over the comms. Oh, you two are so cute. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he realized they were being listened to, his face turning beet red. He slapped his hands over his cheeks, as if trying to hide his embarrassment. Nejire's face was a deep crimson, her eyes cast downward in mortification. She slumped forward, her head in her hands, her body language screaming, I want to disappear. Tsukauchi's chuckling voice followed. I mean, that was adorable. I think I might get cavities from how sweet you two were. Izuku's embarrassment turned to utter humiliation, his hands still covering his face. He wanted to melt into the floor. Nejire's blush deepened, her shoulders shaking with suppressed giggles. She peeked through her fingers, her eyes meeting Izuku's, and they both looked away, unable to bear the awkwardness. Yukyu added, teasingly, cavity. Oh no, I think I got diabetes. Their body language screamed embarrassment. Slumped postures, hidden faces, and avoidance of eye contact. Ah, man, Izuku said. Slow footsteps approached their table, followed by a nervous voice. Do you mind if I sit here? Izuku and Nejire, playing the roles of welcoming students, responded in unison. Sure. We don't mind. Kasumi sat down next to Nejire, a small blush on her face. So, you're Nejire Hado. You kinda look familiar, she said, her eyes fixed on Izuku as she tried to place him. Mei introduced herself with a nervous smile. I'm Mei Kasumi. Izuku hesitated before responding, trying to maintain his cover. I'm Kato Yamato. Izuku couldn't help but reminded of a certain link-haired girl with dreadlocks from the name. Nejire nodded, reminding them that Mei already knew they were Hero Course students. So, Mei, did you find out anything? Mei fidgeted, looking anxious. I think I did. I overheard some girls talking about Haruno, a third-year student who's been held back a year or two. Apparently, she's the one who really knows what's going on. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Haruno, the girl with pink hair and an electrical quirk. Nejire and Izuku exchanged a knowing glance. Kasumi chimed in, scratching behind her head. Yeah, but I don't think she'll be willing to talk to us. She's been pretty hostile so far. Kasumi added, it makes sense, though. You did beat Akira, so they're probably not too fond of you. Nejire frowned, puzzled. But why? This school is all about strength and hierarchy. You'd think they'd respect Kato for taking down the strongest. Mei hesitated before responding. When you take down the strongest, it shakes things up. People get uneasy, and some girls may have personal feelings for Akira, even though he treats them poorly. It's weird, but that's how it seems. The cafeteria doors swung open, and the principal strode in, his vice principal shadowing him. Their swift approach towards Izuku's table commanded attention, and the room fell silent. Yamato, the principal said, his tone laced with a warning beneath a forced smile. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as the principal's eyes locked onto his, their intensity hinting at a deeper concern. Why were you snooping around dormitory number 5? The principal pressed, his voice low and even. You're a first-year student, and that's a second-year dorm. Your curiosity is unsettling. The principal's gaze seemed to bore into Izuku's soul, as if searching for any hint of discovery. His smile now seemed more like a thinly veiled threat, a warning to back off before uncovering secrets. I was just curious, that's all, Izuku stammered, trying to downplay his actions. It's not like there was anything there in the first place. The principal's expression softened, and he offered a conciliatory smile. Ah, forgive me, Yamato. I didn't mean to come across as stern. It's just, some things are better left in the past. I'm sure you understand. They began to leave and walk, leaving the student. Ryujin's eyes snapped back towards Izuku, his suspicion piqued. Yamato, I think you're getting a bit too curious for your own good. What are you really after? Mutters broke out through the place, whispers and mutters. However, Kasumi noticed the girl Haruno stood up with other girls and left. She slipped through and began to follow them. This is my chance to finally get out of this hell. I'll follow them and find out what tea they know. No one should leave like this. She though as she began to follow them. Nejire grabbed Izuku by his forearm from prying eyes. However, red-haired teenager with golden eyes began to watch them carefully. They made themselves to the library and hid in a secluded area. Did you notice? Nejire asked. Izuku gave nod shakily. Why yeah, Izuku responded. The way the principal reacted was tactless and temperamental. There's nothing we could see, but the way the director, Tsukauchi, said through the comms. There must be something there. Nejire and Izuku said in unison. Okay, I'll go ghost freak. Izuku's danger sense went off, as he made a shushing motion with Nejire. I think someone is trying to overhear us, Izuku whispered, his danger sense tingling as he noticed the boy with fiery red hair and piercing golden eyes edging closer, his gaze narrowing suspiciously. Before Nejire could react, she instinctively grabbed Izuku's tie, pulling him in with a sudden urgency. Wait, what are you MMPH? Izuku's protest was muffled as Nejire's soft lips pressed against his, sending a jolt of surprise through his body. The kiss was brief, but electric, with Nejire's lips barely brushing against Izuku's before she pulled away. The boy with red hair snorted in disgust, his eyes flashing with annoyance. TCH. Annoying. They just went all lovey-dovey. As they separated, Izuku's danger sense subsided, replaced by a flutter in his chest. Nejire's heart felt like it skyrocketed, as she still her usual bright smile. Izuku's face turned a deep shade of red as Nejire whispered, okay, that should distract him for a while. Tsukauchi's voice crackled through the comms device, huh? What happened? Nejire intervened, her voice calm, me and Midoriya just ran into a little problem, that's all. She turned away, her hands intertwined behind her back, but it's all good. Before they could process the sudden turn of events, Kasumi appeared, bumping into someone who glared at her before walking away. "Glad I found you guys," she exclaimed, huffing and puffing. Haruno and her friends were asking about the whole Dorm 5 thing. They said they were going to discuss it and probably headed to Melodic Meteor, the karaoke place. Najire's eyes met Izuku's, but he quickly looked away, still flustered. They decided to follow Kasumi's lead and made their way to the train station. The ride was quiet, with Izuku avoiding eye contact with Najire, his thoughts a tangled mess. He was still reeling from the kiss with Momo, and now, another girl had kissed him. It was overwhelming, to say the least. "Oh man, I'm blowing this way out of proportion." It was just to distract the guy, Izuku muttered under his breath, running a hand through his hair. Yet, the gnawing guilt lingered, clawing at the edges of his mind. "I shouldn't feel this way. It's not fair to Momo or Itsuka," he thought, sneaking a glance at Najire. She seemed completely unfazed, chatting cheerfully with Kasumi about something he couldn't quite hear. How could she be so relaxed while he felt like his chest was about to explode? As they arrived at Melodic Meteor, the neon lights of the karaoke bar gleamed brightly even in the midday sun, casting a colorful glow over the pavement. The three of them scanned the area, searching for Haruno and her friends. They spotted a booth nearby, faint voices drifting through the thin walls. Najire tilted her head, her brows furrowing in frustration. I can't hear a thing. It's all muffled," she complained, crossing her arms. Izuku cupped his chin in thought. If Jiro were here, she could use her quirk to pick up the sounds, but Spider Monkey's got great hearing too. That'll work. Before either girl could question him, he activated the Omnitrix. Kasumi's eyes widened as a brilliant green light filled the room, casting dancing shadows across the walls. When it faded, Spider Monkey stood before them, his multi-limbed frame and vibrant yellow eyes drawing all their attention. "Whoa," Kasumi gasped, stepping back in awe. "You're really Izuku Midoriya, the first year who blew holes in 3 stadiums." Najire's eyes sparkled with unrestrained curiosity as she leaned in closer. "This is so cool. So, do you have Spider-Man powers but monkey style? Oh, do you get spider sense? Wait, since you're a monkey, are you, like, stronger than Spider-Man? Or is it more?" Spider-Monkey held up one of his hands, placing a furry finger gently on Najire's lips. "How about we discuss all that later? Right now, we have a mission." Najire blinked, her cheeks dusting pink, but she nodded eagerly. Kasumi's gaze flicked between them, lips twitching in an amused grin. Spider-Monkey closed his eyes, letting his acute hearing zero in on the voices in the next room. The muffled sounds sharpened into distinct words, and he began piecing together the conversation. Inside the booth, Haruno's voice dropped into a hushed, conspiratorial tone. "What's up with the 5th dorm?" one girl asked, her curiosity evident. "What's up with the 5th dorm?" one of them asked nervously. "I heard rumors," another chimed in, lowering her voice further. "Like a ghost or something creepy." One girl chuckled uneasily. "Nah, it's an alien vampire. Totally believable, right?" But Haruno's expression turned grim, silencing their weak attempts at humor. "No, it's worse than that," she whispered. The girls froze, their curiosity quickly giving way to unease. "It's about an elite student who was expelled," Haruno continued, her voice trembling slightly. "He was charismatic, sure, but he was arrogant, manipulative, and obsessed with power." The whispers of skepticism vanished as the girls listened intently, their pale faces reflecting the weight of her words. Rumors floated around, but no one paid attention. Not until students started disappearing. People said they left, but Haruno's voice dropped further. They were murdered. The air seemed to grow heavier, the weight of her words pressing down on the small group. "The school covered it up with help from the police and even the Meta Liberation Army," Haruno said, her voice shaking now. 3 students and a vice principal, wiped out. It's like they never even existed. Spider-Monkey leaned back, his fur bristling as he recounted the chilling tale to Najire and Kasumi. Their faces mirrored his shock, their expressions pale and uneasy. "Tsukauchi," Izuku murmured through his communicator. Back at the police station, Tsukauchi's voice crackled with barely restrained anger. I heard. Damn it, he spat, his fist slamming against his desk. His lips pulled into a tight line as his knuckles turned white. To think they would just let this happen, sweep it under the rug like it was nothing. Maruko, standing nearby, what do you expect from those cowards? They're too busy protecting their own asses to actually deal with this mess. We need to dig deeper, Tsukauchi said, his voice steady despite the fire in his eyes. This isn't staying buried any longer. Izuku transformed back to his normal self, the weight of the moment pressing on him as he looked around the room. Nejire and Kazumasi sat next to him, their eyes just as wide, unsure of how to react to the shocking information they'd just learned. The air between them was thick with tension. Before anyone could speak, a loud commotion echoed from the next room. A male voice broke through the silence. Hey, you're not gonna sing. The voice jeered, dripping with arrogance. The door to the next room swung open, and a brunette boy wearing a Seijuku Gakuen uniform stepped in, wrapping an arm around the girl beside him, whose uniform was slightly different but still formal. Sing, the girl asked, her voice trembling as she pulled away from him, her panic starting to show. Her eyes welled up with tears as she struggled against his hold. You're playing hard to get, the boy sneered, his hand sliding down to her chest, violating her boundaries without a hint of remorse. Please, let me go home, the girl begged, her voice cracking under the pressure of fear. Fuck, don't wreck the mood, Seikai smirked, completely unfazed by the girl's pleas. I'm Seikai from Seijuku Academia. I'm elite. That means I do whatever the hell I want. Just then, another boy, dressed in a similar uniform to the girl, burst into the room, his face red with fury. Seikai, you son of a bitch. What the hell do you think you're doing? He shouted, his fists clenching in anger. Seikai didn't even flinch. He swung a punch, sending the boy crashing to the floor. In one swift motion, Seikai stomped on his chest, the sound of his boots crunching against the boy's ribs loud and jarring. Are you joking? Seikai taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. Stop, please, don't. The boy's screams only seemed to encourage him. The girl, her hands shaking, clutched onto Seikai's leg, her eyes desperate as she pleaded for him to stop. Then, sing a song, Seikai demanded, his cruel smirk widening. Trembling uncontrollably, the girl finally took the microphone, her body shuddering as she fought to suppress her sobs. Her voice quivered as she began to sing, the sound of her distress barely hidden beneath the notes. The goons in the background laughed, one of them sneering, wow, they must really be in love. Seikai leaned back, watching her with sadistic delight. I know, it's hysterical, he replied, clearly enjoying the girl's suffering. Izuku had had enough. His hands balled into fists, his body tense with fury as he stormed into the room. Leave them alone, he shouted, his voice filled with authority and determination. The goons paused, turning their attention to him, amused at the interruption. One of them blew a cloud of cigarette smoke directly into Izuku's face. Get lost, shrimp, one sneered, puffing out another ring of smoke. Izuku didn't flinch, his resolve was unwavering as he met their eyes. I said, back off. Seikai's grin faltered, his eyes glowing a toxic green as he stood, ready to challenge Izuku. Suppose we don't wanna back off, hero, he growled, the venom in his voice unmistakable. Nejire and Kazumasi appeared behind Izuku, standing tall and ready for whatever came next. The atmosphere thickened, the tension mounting with each passing second. Seikai eyed them all with a twisted smile. Oh, looks like we got ourselves a hero, he mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. But before he could move, one of his goons pressed a lit cigarette to the boyfriend's forehead, making him scream in agony. The girl's scream followed, and Izuku's fury reached a boiling point. His composure snapped, and with a fierce roar, he stepped forward. Enough. His voice shook the room with the intensity of his rage. The white-haired boy, Sora Iwamura, released a large amount of black smoke from his mouth, his quirk, Kuroba, black smoke filling the karaoke bar. Izuku gulped nervously, feeling like he was back in his quirkless days, helpless against the bullies. Seikai Tachibana, with a malicious smile, activated his quirk, Kojin, Steel God, his body glowing with fierce energy. His durability and speed increased exponentially, making him a formidable opponent. Before Izuku could react, Seikai punched him with incredible force, blowing him through the thin wall of their private karaoke booth and into the next one. Izuku crashed into the booth's table and chairs, sending microphones and drinks flying. The tension was palpable as the third boy, Ryota Oni, transformed, his quirk, Boryoku, brutal strength taking hold. His skin turned purple, muscles rippling beneath as he grew from 5 feet 10 inches to 7 feet tall, his strength increasing tenfold. Izuku stood up. Nejire was about to interfere. No, Izuku said, glaring at the three bullies. Even Itsuka, Maruko and Tsukachi, who were listening, were surprised. "This is my fight," Izuku declared, glaring at the trio. His green electricity began to crackle around him, illuminating the smoke with flashes of energy. On the comms, Itsuka and Tsukauchi were listening intently. Even Maruko, who had been silently observing, perked up at his words. The smoke thickened as Sora unleashed another wave, completely clouding the area. Izuku's danger sense flared, and he instinctively sidestepped as Ryota's enormous fist smashed into the floor where he had stood moments earlier. The force of the impact cracked the tiles, sending shards flying in every direction. Without hesitation, Izuku countered, flipping backward to gain momentum before delivering a spinning kick directly to Ryota's jaw. The sound of the impact echoed like a gunshot, and the giant stumbled, crashing to one knee. Not letting up, Izuku surged forward, driving his foot into Ryota's midsection with a devastating stomp. The sheer force lifted the larger boy off the ground, sending him hurtling into a wall, where he slumped, dazed and gasping for air. Izuku's breath was steady as he turned to Seikai, who was already charging at him. The metallic sheen of Seikai's skin reflected the crackling green lightning around Izuku, making it hard to tell where his body ended and the glinting light began. Seikai threw a rapid series of punches, his speed almost imperceptible. Izuku weaved through the attacks with precise movements, feeling the wind from each missed blow whip past his face. Spotting an opening, he dropped low, sweeping Seikai's leg with a spinning kick that forced him to stagger. Seikai tried to recover, but Izuku surged upward, delivering a brutal uppercut that caught him square in the jaw. The metallic sheen on Seikai's face warped as blood and spit flew from his mouth. The force launched him backward, and he crashed into a table, scattering debris across the room. Sora, now visibly panicked, tried to retreat, releasing another thick cloud of smoke in desperation. But Izuku wasn't letting him escape. His danger sense flared again, and he lunged through the haze, catching the fleeing boy by the collar midair. "Running won't help you," Izuku said coldly, his glowing eyes piercing through the fog. He spun and delivered a powerful kick to Sora's ribs, sending him crashing into the floor with a bone-rattling thud. The smoke began to clear as Nejire used her quirk to disperse it. Izuku stood amidst the wreckage, his breathing heavy but controlled, green electricity flickering faintly around him. The three boys lay sprawled and groaning on the floor, battered and unconscious. On the comms, Itsuka's voice cut through the silence. "See, you idiot, you've gotten so much stronger, you don't even realize it." Izuku looked at his hands, the faint glow of one for all dissipating. I didn't even need to go alien," he muttered to himself, still processing how easily he had overwhelmed his opponents. The girl who had been harassed earlier approached cautiously, her boyfriend leaning heavily on her shoulder. "Thank you," she said softly, bowing her head. Izuku turned to her, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "Oh, no problem. Just make sure to report this to the police." The girl hesitated, her shoulders tense as she glanced down at her injured boyfriend. Her voice was quiet at first but carried an unmistakable bitterness. "It's not like we haven't tried." She exhaled shakily, her tone turning melancholic. "The police, the pro-heroes, they always brush us off. Tell us it's nothing to worry about. That it's just a misunderstanding." Izuku froze, his green eyes widening in shock. Nejire, standing beside him, straightened, her expression one of disbelief. "Wait, what? The pros and the police?" Nejire's usually bubbly tone was replaced by anger. The girl bent down to help her boyfriend, lifting him onto her shoulder with surprising strength. "Yeah, most of us in the area know by now, she said bitterly, her voice laced with resignation. Seijuku Gakuen students run this district. Everyone knows that. The school's got some kind of deal with the heroes and police, or at least that's what we all think. They always turn a blind eye. Izuku clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening as he tried to process her words. Nejire shot him a concerned glance before turning her attention back to the girl, her lips pressed into a tight line. "It's my fault anyway," the girl continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "I should have known better than to come anywhere near here." Izuku glanced at Nejire, and their eyes met, both of them sharing an unspoken understanding. Through the comms, Tsukauchi's sharp intake of breath was audible, his silence more telling than words. On the other side of the line, Maruko's voice broke through, her tone venomous. "That's disgusting. Let me go kick them in the balls. I'll stomp them out." Yukyu's voice followed, heavy with disappointment. "It's disgraceful. They're supposed to protect people, not bow to a school's influence." A sudden, loud tch cut through the comms, startling Izuku and Nejire. Tsukauchi's voice came next, low and filled with barely contained fury. "Stay put." There was a sharp sound of movement, and then, over the line, the screech of tires and the roar of an engine filled their ears. Izuku and Nejire barely had time to react before the karaoke bar's front doors slammed open with a deafening crash. Tsukauchi stormed in, his usually calm and collected demeanor replaced by a fiery rage. The three boys, still groaning as they regained consciousness, froze when they saw him. At first, their smugness returned, their lips curling into mocking grins. "Oh, great," Seikai muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "The police. Let me guess, you're here to lecture us and then let us go." Same as always. But their arrogance quickly faded when they noticed the look in Tsukauchi's eyes. There was no hesitation, no appeasement, no sign that he was part of their school's protected network. Instead, there was nothing but cold anger. Fear gripped them as they realized he wasn't playing by the same rules. Without a word, Tsukauchi advanced, pulling out handcuffs with practiced ease. The boys tried to scramble away, but their injuries slowed them. Wait, Oni stammered. "You can't do this. You're not allowed." "Not allowed." Tsukauchi's voice was sharp and biting as he cut him off, his movements precise as he cuffed Ona's hands behind his back. "You assaulted a civilian. Used your quirk like a villain. And you think I'm just going to let you walk out of here?" He scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "You disgust me." Seikai and Sora, now pale with fear, didn't resist as Tsukauchi cuffed them next. Their earlier smugness had dissolved entirely, replaced by trembling panic. Please," Seikai stuttered. "We didn't mean." "Save it for the judge," Tsukauchi growled, his glare silencing the boy instantly. Izuku and Nejire stood frozen, watching the scene unfold with wide eyes. It wasn't often they saw someone like Tsukauchi lose his composure, and the sheer intensity of his anger was enough to leave them both speechless. As Tsukauchi marched the boys out of the bar, he paused, turning back to glance at Izuku and Nejire. His expression softened slightly, though his voice remained firm. "Good work. Now let's get these bastards." Izuku glanced at Nejire, then turned to the girl and her boyfriend. His emerald eyes glimmered with an intensity that almost seemed toxic, his determination burning brightly beneath the surface. "Huh?" the girl asked, confused by the sudden change in his demeanor. Nejire offered her a cheerful, reassuring smile. "Don't worry, you and your boyfriend will be able to hang out at this karaoke place all the time soon enough," she said, her tone light and chipper. The girl tilted her head, bewildered. "What do you mean?" she asked, but neither Izuku nor Nejire elaborated. Instead, Izuku cracked his knuckles, his eyes narrowing. "Let's go," he said, his voice low and resolute. "It's time to see what's really behind dorm room number 5. Over the comms, Maruko's voice cut through like a blade, dripping with unrestrained fury. "And when we're done, we're burning this damn school to the ground." "Yeah," Izuku said, cracking his knuckles. "It's hero time." Time skip. As night descended, Izuku and Nejire sought a secluded spot for Izuku to transform without being seen. "Okay. I think Ghost Freak can turn others invisible and intangible. We can both sneak," Izuku said, his eyes fixed on the Omnitrix. He activated the device and he cycled past the hologram of Fast Track before settling on the spectral figure of Ghost Freak. Ooh, that sounds like Mirio's quirk. But spookier, Nejire chimed. Kind of, Izuku replied with a small nod, his nerves showing in his voice. But, less cheerful. He hesitated only briefly before slamming his hand down on the dial. A burst of green light lit up the area, forcing Nejire to shield her eyes. When she looked again, Ghost Freak hovered before her. Ghost Freak, the alien hissed, his hollow voice carrying an unsettling echo that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Nejire took a cautious step forward, her initial shock giving way to fascination. Whoa, you're even creepier than I thought, she said, her voice a mix of awe and giddy enthusiasm. Wait, are you, actually a ghost? Are you dead? And what's with these chains? Are they just for the vibe, or do they mean something? Without hesitation, she stepped closer, reaching out to touch the strange, jagged opening, attempting to open it up and see what's inside. Before she could make contact, Ghost Freak phased out of reach, her hand passing straight through him. She froze mid-motion, blinking at the empty space where his arm had been. Maybe it's better if you don't know, he said cryptically, his tone sending a shiver down her spine. Come on, Nejire pouted, puffing out her cheeks before quickly recovering her usual enthusiasm. Ghost Freak extended a pale, clawed hand toward her. Hold on to me, you'll stay invisible as long as you're in contact. Nejire nodded eagerly, gripping his hand without hesitation. Okay, this is so cool. Wait, if I trip while invisible, will I fall through the floor? Or would I just bounce back? You'll be fine, Ghost Freak assured her as they rose into the air. His body shimmered faintly before vanishing completely, taking Nejire with him. They flew through the night sky, passing through the second-year dorms, and made their way to the gaping space between rooms 4 and 6. Here goes nothing, Ghost Freak muttered as his translucent hand pressed into the seemingly solid wall. The surface rippled like water. Ghost Freak's pale hand sank through the 18-inch thick concrete as though it were nothing but liquid. For a moment, the dense wall resisted, but then his hand broke through to open air. There's a space behind this, Ghost Freak said, withdrawing his hand and glancing back at Nejire. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ooh, hidden space, like a secret compartment or maybe even a whole secret room. This is so cool. Without responding, Ghost Freak shifted forward, the wall rippling again as his body phased through. Nejire followed closely, her hand still gripping his, and they passed through the thick concrete together. The sensation was surreal, like walking through a cool, rippling pool of water, except they emerged on the other side completely dry. The room they entered was dark and suffocatingly still. Dust hung heavy in the air, undisturbed for what felt like years. A faint light flickered above them, casting uneven shadows across the space. Cobwebs stretched across the corners of the room, and in the center, a bare bedframe sat forgotten beneath layers of dust. The walls bore faint markings, as though someone had once moved furniture in and out, but now the room was entirely empty. This is dorm room number 5. Yatsubashi Rikia stood at the window of his penthouse, the city stretching out before him like a kingdom waiting to be reshaped. He took a slow sip of whiskey, savoring the burn as he listened to the soft approach of footsteps behind him. Chito's Kazuki moved with practiced ease, her bathrobe barely concealing the sharp intelligence in her striking green eyes. Without a word, she wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her chin lightly on his shoulder. Rikia, she murmured, her curiosity unmistakable. Why didn't you warn Seijuku Gakuen Academia about one of their students joining Yukyu's agency? Rikia took another sip, exhaling slowly. His voice remained light, casual, even warm. Because it's not our problem, Chito's. Chito's tilted her head. Not our problem. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. We are the Meta Liberation Army, Chito's. We fight to liberate quirk users, to return power to those whom society has deemed too dangerous, too unruly. But they, he scoffed, his fingers tightening slightly around the glass, they've twisted our cause. Internal factions, corrupt ideals. Some seek only profit, others control and subjugation. They wear our banner but betray our mission. Her brow furrowed. Factions. She tapped a finger against his chest. That's news to me. Yodashiba nodded solemnly. Yes, and it's a problem. Exposing Seijuku Gakuen Academia's wrongdoings would spark infighting, jeopardizing our progress. Chitose understood. So, you're leaving it to others to expose them. Yodashiba nodded. Yes, let the professionals handle it. Let them reveal the school's atrocities. Chitose raised an eyebrow. And what about Midoriya? Why make him the hero? Yodashiba's eyes gleamed with intensity. Izuku Midoriya is a prime example of how this society prioritizes its laws over the lives of people. The laws that restrict and oppress our quirks. Take the hero killer incident, for instance. If Midoriya had followed the law and not used his quirk, the hero killer would have murdered those students. But because he chose to act, despite not having a license, he saved lives. Chitose nodded, understanding. So, you're saying that if Midoriya had obeyed the law, it would have meant ignoring the situation and allowing innocent people to die. Yodashiba nodded. Exactly. The law would have restricted him from using his quirk, even in a life or death situation. But Midoriya chose to prioritize human life over legal restrictions. That's the kind of heroism we need to promote. And that's why I want him to be the hero, to show the world what it means to truly be free. ... A green flash erupted, and when it faded, Izuku stood where Ghost Freak had been moments ago. So, this is dorm room 5? Izuku asked, flicking the light switch. The fluorescent bulb above flickered a few times before humming to life, casting a dim, eerie glow across the abandoned space. Dust covered everything like a forgotten memory, and cobwebs stretched from corner to corner. The air felt heavy, stale, and oppressive, as though the room itself had been holding its breath for years. In the middle of the room sat a single rickety desk, its surface scarred with scratches and time-worn graffiti. Izuku and Nejire stepped cautiously into the room, their footsteps echoing faintly against the bare walls. The silence was unsettling, broken only by the occasional groan of the old building settling. Nejire glanced around, her nose wrinkling. I don't know, Izuku. It's just a dusty old room. Are we sure this is the place? Izuku's eyes scanned the room methodically. It's not just a hunch, he said, his tone serious. Tsukauchi wouldn't send us here without good reason. Tsukauchi's voice crackled through the comms. Stay alert. There's more to this room than meets the eye. Got it, Izuku replied, determination etched on his face. They began their search. Izuku crouched to peer under the bed while Nejire checked the corners of the room. As Izuku lifted the bed with ease using one for all, Nejire's eyes couldn't help but linger on his flexed arms for a moment, a soft heat rising to her cheeks. Her mind wandered. That kiss. I totally just stole his first kiss without even thinking. What if he's mad? Or worse, what if he's got a girlfriend? Or is in love with Uraraka? Hey, Nejire, Izuku's voice interrupted her spiral. Check this out. Nejire turned, blinking her way out of her thoughts. Izuku was standing by the closet, holding something in his hand. As she joined him, their shoulders brushed briefly, and Nejire felt a shiver shoot through her. Izuku dusted off what appeared to be a handheld mirror. He held it up, examining its cracked surface. It's just a mirror, Nejire said, tilting her head, her tone skeptical. Yeah, Izuku replied, frowning. But why would someone leave this here, tucked away, like this? He met her gaze, his green eyes serious but gentle. Nejire's heart skipped. The moment lingered longer than it should have before Izuku cleared his throat and looked away, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Ahem. We should keep looking, he stammered, holding the mirror a little too tightly in his hands. Right. Nejire quickly looked away as well, her hands fidgeting with her sleeve as she tried to shake off her own embarrassment. The two continued their search, their determination unwavering, though neither could entirely ignore the tension simmering between them. Goro's scowl deepened as he gazed upon the students on his monitor, his anger simmering like a cauldron about to boil over. Yamato, he growled, his voice dripping with venom. Just 6 hours ago, Sora Iwamura, Ryota Oni, and Seikai Tachibana were taken into police custody. They will be facing charges for assault and sexual battery. The police are demanding a minimum of 2 weeks in juvenile detention, pending further investigation. Damn it. Goro's face twisted in rage as he clenched his fists, blood dripping from his knuckles. And to make matters worse, Detective Tsukauchi was on the scene, which means our usual arrangements couldn't be made. Damn it. He slammed his fist on the desk, making the room shake with his fury. Ryujin, lurking in the shadows, spoke up with a sly smile. Sir, I recommend bringing Yamato in for re-education. The extreme procedure would be fitting. Goro's eyes narrowed, his grip on his desk tightening. You want me to leave him a mindless shell, don't you? Just so you can claim that girl for yourself. Ryujin's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with malice. Aoi's disappearance still haunts me. But Nami, Nami. Her spirit is unbreakable, her beauty unmatched. That blue hair, that captivating body. Goro slammed his fist on the desk, silencing Ryujin. Enough. You'll not touch the high-ranking students. They're too valuable to be corrupted by your twisted desires. And as for Yamato, his actions have cost us 3 promising students. He will face punishment, but not at your hands, Ryujin. Ryujin's smile faltered, but only for a moment. Tomorrow morning, I'll unleash my punishment. And it will be memorable. Izuku and Nejire lay sprawled across the dusty dorm room floor, exhausted from their 2-hour search. The faint hum of the fluorescent light above was the only sound as they stared up at the ceiling, both too tired to head back to their dormitories. Still nothing, Izuku finally asked, breaking the silence. Nope, Nejire replied simply, her voice carrying an uncharacteristic calm. Her sapphire eyes remained fixed on the ceiling, a rare moment of quiet from her. Moments passed before Nejire suddenly turned her head to look at him, a bright smile breaking through her fatigue. Hey, Midoriya, what's your favorite flower? Izuku blinked, caught off guard. Huh. Nejire propped herself up on one elbow, her grin widening. We've been lying here doing nothing, and we hardly know anything about each other. I want to get to know you better. So, spill it favorite flower. Go. Izuku fumbled for an answer, a blush creeping across his face. I don't know. I guess, maybe sunflowers. Or hibiscus. Oh, and cherry blossoms are nice too. Nejire's eyes sparkled as she listened. Ooh, good choices. Sunflowers are so bold, hibiscus is exotic, and cherry blossoms are all poetic and dreamy. She paused for a moment, then added, my favorite's lilies, by the way. No reason, though, she chuckled awkwardly. Yu says it's because they symbolize innocence and purity, but I think she's just teasing me. Izuku smiled, her energy lifting the mood in the room. Lilies suit you. They're, graceful. Nejire blinked, surprised by the comment, before her expression softened. Thanks, Midoriya. That's sweet of you. Nejire rolled onto her side, propping her head up with one hand. Your turn, ask me something. Izuku hesitated, his nervousness evident. Me. All right. What's your favorite hero? He fidgeted slightly, unsure of what to say. Nejire's face lit up. Oh, that's easy, Ryuko. She's my personal mentor and the best hero ever. She's strong, smart, and one of the youngest top 10 heroes out there. Plus, she's so cool under pressure. I want to be just like her someday. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and Izuku found himself smiling again. You really look up to her, huh? Izuku said, thinking of his own admiration for All Might. I do. She's my inspiration. What about you, Midoriya? Is All Might your favorite? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Izuku nodded. Yeah, All Might's always been my hero. He's the reason I wanted to become one in the first place. Nejire tilted her head, studying him. Makes sense. You've got that symbol of peace vibe, you know. Like you'd throw yourself into danger just to save someone. Kind of reckless but really admirable. Her bluntness was softened by the sincerity in her tone. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, unsure how to respond. I just want to help people. That's all. Though I still think Yukyu's way cooler. All Might's kinda basic, she said with a giggle. As Nejire rambled on, Izuku glanced down at the handheld mirror he was still holding. Something in the reflection caught his eye. He squinted, tilting the mirror slightly. There it was, a faint outline in the floorboards, a rectangle just barely visible in the mirror's surface. But when he looked directly at the floor, the outline disappeared. Nejire, Izuku said, his tone cautious. She replied, still mid-sentence about Ryuko's incredible heroics. There's something weird here, Izuku said, standing and moving toward the spot. He held the mirror low, angling it to keep the outline in view. Nejire blinked, her curiosity immediately piqued. She scrambled to her feet and followed him. Whoa, that's so weird. How does that even work? Mirrors don't normally do that, right? Unless do you think it's magic? Or maybe some kind of advanced tech? Do you think it's quirk-related? Wait, can mirrors have quirks? That'd be so cool. Izuku chuckled softly at her rapid-fire questions. I don't know, but let's find out. He moved to the spot and pressed the mirror to the floor. A faint glow illuminated the room, and Nejire let out a small gasp as the floorboards shifted, revealing a hidden compartment. Tsukauchi, we found something, Izuku said into the comms, his voice steady despite his excitement. Nejire knelt beside him, peering into the compartment. Her nose crinkled at the dust, but her eyes gleamed with interest. What's in there? Is it treasure? Something pervy? Or? She stopped abruptly as Izuku pulled out a worn leather journal and a strange brown mask etched with intricate circuitry. The journal's cover was cracked with age, and the initials, MM, were engraved on the first page. Nejire reached for the mask, studying it closely. This thing looks ancient, and kinda creepy. I wonder who made it. Do you think it belonged to the person who used to live here? And what about the mask? Never seen anything like it. Izuku examined the mask, his expression thoughtful. The circuitry seemed unusual, but he didn't think much of it. Probably some theater kid's prop, he deduced. Nejire pulled her head out of the compartment, dusting herself off. There's nothing else in here. Just this weird mask and a journal. Izuku tucked the mask into his pocket. Yeah, that's it. Nejire's eyes lit up. Ooh, let's read the journal. I didn't think boys kept secret diaries. Izuku shrugged and opened the book. The initials, MM, were engraved on the first page. Must be the owner's initials, Izuku said. Yay, reading a boy's diary. Izuku hesitated but decided to focus on the journal, opening it to the first entry. Let's see what it says. As Izuku began to read aloud, Nejire leaned closer, her blue eyes darting between his hands and the pages. 1st of April, my first day at Seijuku Gakuen Academia. The uniform was impressive, tailored perfectly, though I'd expect nothing less. It felt like it was made for someone superior, someone like me. Naturally, I turned heads the moment I walked in. They couldn't look away. Nejire raised an eyebrow. Someone sure loves themselves. Izuku managed a nervous laugh and continued reading. The ceremony was a bore, as expected. But I did spot a few intriguing individuals, ones that stood out in the sea of mediocrity. Takeru Shinoda, full of reckless energy, Lila Tachibana, radiating that nauseating optimism, and Mayuki, practically glowing with naive kindness. All so vibrant, all so ripe. Nejire shuddered, her skin crawling. Whoa, okay, gross, ripe. Is he seriously talking about people like their fruit? Izuku's voice tightened as he turned to the next entry. May 3rd. Lila was my first. Her spirit shone brightly, too brightly. But draining her was exhilarating. Her light dimmed, leaving her nothing more than an ordinary shell. The rush was indescribable. I feel unstoppable. The faculty noticed, of course. But rather than scolding me, the principal praised my abilities. He said, "You're exceptional, M. Don't waste your potential." Exceptional. As if I didn't already know. Izuku raised an eyebrow. He doesn't even use his real name. Maruko's voice came through the comms, laced with sarcasm. Sounds like a cautious guy, keeping his name off the record. Nejire's face twisted in disgust, her voice dripping with revulsion. This guy's unbelievable. Izuku's grip on the journal tightened. It gets worse. Listen to this. June 7th. Takeru was next. She struggled more than Lila, but that made it all the more satisfying. I didn't just drain him, I broke her. Yet, again, no consequences. It's like they don't care what I do, as long as I keep delivering results. They look the other way because they see me as their future. And honestly, I like it that way. Nejire's face twisted in disgust. Someone like him was here, and they just did nothing. Izuku's voice wavered as he flipped to another entry. October 5th. I need to be cautious. The director is shifty and unpredictable variable in my plans. But I'm smarter than them. I'll gather evidence, build leverage. This school hides secrets, and if I can exploit them, I'll secure my freedom and my future. After all, only the strong deserve to thrive, and I was born to rule. Izuku and Nejire shared a glance that was both disgusted horrified. Tsukauchi's voice came through the comms. This person is clearly consumed by his own vanity, judging by how he talks about himself. And the way he describes his victims like they're ripe for the picking. His voice was one of disgust but not too surprised. He must have a quirk that drains others. To him, people are just fruit on a tree, there for the taking. And that nasty obsession with women. He's definitely dangerous. To think someone like him is roaming free. Keep going, Midoriya. We need to understand just how deep this goes. Mirko, arms crossed, scoffed in disgust. Guy sounds like a real piece of work. I already want to burn this school to the ground, knowing they allowed scum like him to walk through their halls. Her teeth ground together, seething with anger. Yukyu's frown deepened. It's unsettling to think someone like this could operate so freely, especially in a school. The system failed those students. Itsuka clenched her fists, her voice sharp. And the staff just let it slide. They let him hurt people all because he was special. That's beyond messed up. Nejire's gaze drifted to the mask lying forgotten on the floor. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. If this is what he was willing to write down, imagine what he kept hidden. Izuku felt his stomach twist, unease crawling under his skin as he held the journal. Izuku flipped through the aged journal, his eyes scanning the uneven handwriting. October 12th. I wanted Orihime alone, but her idiot boyfriend wouldn't take a hint. So, I made him disappear. Honestly, she should be thanking me. He was beneath her, beneath me. Izuku frowned but continued reading. January 14th. Homework was a nightmare. Did they really expect someone of my caliber to waste time on this nonsense? As if equations and essays will ever be relevant when I ascend to my rightful place above these dullards. Nejire glanced over his shoulder, her lips pressing into a thin line. This guy really loves himself, huh? Izuku ignored the comment and flipped ahead, skipping a few pages. May 10th. Finally, I knew it. I knew that pompous fool was hiding something. He actually thought he could keep it from me. No secret is beyond my reach. If anyone finds this journal, consider this my final stroke of brilliance, a parting gift to the school that dared to cast me aside. Guro Imawato and Seijuku Gakuen Academia's dirty little secrets, money laundering, student abuse, all of it are stored on a hard drive. And that sanctimonious principle, he wears it around his neck like some kind of self-righteous martyr. Izuku's breath hitched. Nejire's eyes widened. Everything, she exclaimed. When he says, everything, she trailed off, her voice quieter now. Izuku skimmed the page, nodding grimly. Yeah, he details everything that's on the drive. He got it from the previous vice representative, right before he drained her. Nejire visibly tensed, swallowing hard. He actually. Izuku's jaw clenched. That was the breaking point for the principal. There had been other incidents, but once he started targeting high-tier students and staff, he finally drew the line. Nejire's voice barely rose above a whisper. And the vice principal, she saw it all happen. Yeah, she worked closely with him. Izuku's fingers tightened around the journal. Why would someone this paranoid keep a record of his own crimes? Tsukauchi's voice crackled through their comms. Because he thinks he's untouchable. People like Guro Imawato believe they're above the law, the detective continued. They convince themselves that no one can challenge them. That arrogance makes them reckless. Izuku exhaled sharply and shut the journal. His mind raced with possibilities, but one stood out. How do we even confirm that the hard drive is still around his neck? Nejire yawned, stretching her arms. We should probably head back to our dorms. I'm exhausted, and I doubt we'll figure it out tonight. Izuku hesitated before nodding. Yeah, you're right. He activated the Omnitrix, cycling through its interface before slamming it down. The room flashed green, momentarily drowning out the unease that lingered between them. As the sun rose, Izuku sat in his dorm, glasses perched on the counter, engrossed in the journal. He was disgusted by the writer's villainous nature and the fact that he was still out in the world. is a legit villain, and he's probably not much older than me. He treats everyone like energy sources to be exploited, but it also sounds like he needs that energy to survive. Izuku turned the page, reading about the victims. This guy is a total creep, treating his victims like trophies to be claimed. A few minutes later, Izuku closed the journal and began getting ready for the day. He put on his Seijuku Gakuen Academia uniform and headed out to meet Nejire. "Hey, Nejire, ready for classes?" Izuku asked, trying to sound cheerful despite the disturbing journal entries still on his mind. Nejire smiled, and they walked together towards their first class. Just then, the announcement echoed through the halls. "Kato Yamato, please report to the principal's office." "Kato Yamato, please report to the principal's office." Izuku and Nejire froze, exchanging worried glances. Izuku gulped, thinking, have we been found out? Tsukauchi's voice came through the comms, "Midoriya." Before he could respond, Ryunin appeared behind Izuku, his voice low and menacing. "Come with me, Yamato." Murmurs began to spread among the students. If Vice Principal Ryunin is involved, the punishment will be severe. "You're done for, Yamato. He's in big trouble now." Ryunin's hand rested briefly on Nejire's shoulder, his touch deliberate and lingering. Leaning in close, he whispered, his tone low and unsettling, "Don't worry, Nami. While Yamato recovers, I'll make sure you're well taken care of." His hot breath brushed against her ear, making her stomach churn. Nejire froze for a split second, revulsion flashing in her eyes. Her instincts kicked in, and she stepped back sharply, twisting her body away from him as her elbow grazed his hand, forcing him to withdraw. "I'm fine on my own," she said firmly. Izuku's jaw clenched, and his fists curled at his sides. He wanted to lash out, but he knew better. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on Nejire's arm, meeting her worried gaze. "I'll be okay," he said softly, though the beads of sweat on his brow betrayed his nerves. Nejire hesitated, then nodded slightly. "Be careful, is Yamato," she whispered. As Ryunin led him away, Tsukauchi's voice crackled in Izuku's hidden earpiece. "Midoriya, listen to me. That man is dangerous. His quirk has terrified students into silence. Aoi couldn't even testify after what she endured." His voice lowered, urgent and firm. "If it gets bad, transform and escape. Don't let them corner you." Izuku's lips pressed into a thin line. He couldn't respond with Ryunin so close, but the warning weighed heavily on him. Izuku couldn't respond verbally, as Ryunin was right next to him. He remained silent, his heart racing with anticipation. "Midoriya, Midoriya." Tsukauchi's voice grew more urgent through the comms as Izuku entered the director's office. The director sat in his desk, a visible scowl as Ryujin stood behind him, a visible smile on him. "Yamato, do you know why I called you here?" Amawato's voice was stern, his expression severe. Izuku gulped, his eyes darting around the room. "No, sir. I don't," he stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Amawato's face darkened, his eyes narrowing. "We're trying to create a hierarchy, Yamato. One where the strong, like yourself, can reign supreme. But you've disrupted that balance." Ryunin, standing by the window, smiled, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Yes, Yamato, you've caused quite a stir." Izuku's eyes flicked to Ryunin, his heart racing with fear. He turned back to Amawato, trying to appear brave. "You caused severe harm to Sora Iwamura, Ryota Oni, and Seikai Tachibana," Amawato growled, his voice low and menacing. "And because of you, they will be facing consequences." Izuku's eyes widened as Amawato slammed his fist on the desk, making him jump. They were harassing a girl and her. Amawato cut him off, his expression unyielding. "That's no excuse for your actions, Yamato." Ryunin chuckled, his smile growing wider. "Yes, Yamato, you should have just let them have their fun." Izuku's looked down, his clenched fists trembling with restrained rage. His teeth gritted, he spat out the words, "Fun. You think kids humiliating one another is fun?" His voice cracked with indignation. Memories of the boyfriend, beaten and helpless, flashed before his eyes. The image of Bakugo's sneering face, telling him he was worthless, quirkless, and weak, fueled his outrage. You think beating up someone who can't fight back, just to stroke your fucking egos, is entertaining? Izuku's voice rose, his words dripping with venom. Amawato's expression remained unyielding, his eyes cold and unempathetic. Ryunen's smile never wavered, his gaze gleaming with amusement, as if he enjoyed Izuku's outburst. Izuku's anger boiled over, his resentment towards the bullies, the system, and the injustices he had faced, erupting like a volcano. Especially now as the whole time has been at the school memory of Aldria were flooding in like a dam ready to break. As every low tear who were tripped, food was poured over them, the tears of those feeling powerless against the world that seemed to put them down. How is it fun putting down someone who's just trying to live their dream? How's it fun constantly telling someone they're useless, worthless, that they should kill themselves for a better quirk in the future? His voice became more furious, each word spitting out. Years of constantly being bullied that he believed he had gotten over, that he put behind him, but seeing people experience pain, humiliation he had gone through, he felt an unbelievable amount of rage and anger. No one, I mean no one, deserves to be treated like that, just because of the way they were born. Izuku exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion. One for All exploded in a burst of wind pressure that sent papers and a mug of coffee flying. The room shook, the air vibrating with Izuku's uncontained anger and resentment. Amawato's expression didn't change, his voice devoid of emotion. Enough, Yamato. Ryunen chuckled, his smile growing wider. Oh, this is priceless. The little hero, so quick to anger. Amawato stood up from his desk, his eyes blazing with anger. Clearly, you need to be re-educated on how things work around here, boy, he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Izuku's danger sense screamed in alarm as Amawato stepped forward, his movements slow, deliberate, and utterly without fear. His piercing gaze bore into Izuku like a predator savoring the moment before the kill. Then, stone hands seized him. The statues lining the office surged to life, their massive fingers closing around Izuku like a vice. He struggled, muscles straining, but the grip was unrelenting. Ryunen stood nearby, his lips curled in amusement, eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, the same unnatural radiance pulsing through the statues' cracks. Before Izuku could react, Amawato was upon him. A cruel hand clamped over his face. A sharp, electric shiver crawled down Izuku's spine. Then came the voice, low, cold, poison dripping from every syllable. You must be disciplined. A sickening force poured into him. Black lightning crackled wildly across his skin, his nerves igniting as if they were being shredded apart. Agony, raw, unrelenting agony tore through him. His body convulsed, every muscle spasming under the oppressive weight of Amawato's power. Gah! It felt like something crawling into his mind, tendrils of darkness slithering into the cracks of his consciousness, prying, searching, seeking to violate, to own, to break. But then, the void around him shifted. From the depths of his suffering, something stirred. Eyes, 9 of them, each one gleamed like a burning ember in the abyss, surrounding him, standing between him and the invading force. A presence, no, a wall rose from within him, barring the intruder from stepping further. With alien unison they all spoke. Leave. And then, boom, a shockwave erupted from Izuku's body, rippling through the air like a thunderclap. The statues shattered into rubble. The very walls groaned under the unseen force. The windows shattered and rained down below. Amawato was blasted off his feet. His body slammed into the far wall, cracking it on impact. His hand, the one that had been on Izuku's face, sizzled and smoked. The sleeve of his pristine uniform was burned away, revealing charred flesh underneath. For the first time Amawato winced. Ryunen's smirk was gone, replaced with stunned disbelief. He had never seen anyone repel the director before. Amawato pushed himself upright, his breaths slow, controlled, but Izuku saw the subtle tremor in his fingers. The man lifted his scorched hand, turning it over, inspecting the damage. His jaw clenched. A quiet, seething rage burned beneath his cold exterior. It wasn't just that he had been rejected. It was that he had been denied. That his power, his control had been repelled. By a boy. His lips curled in contempt. His patience had worn thin. Get him out of my sight. His voice was low, yet the weight of the order pressed against the air like a blade against the throat. Ryunin hesitated, uncertainty flashing across his face. But, sir. Get him out, now. The office shook with the force of his fury. Ryunin flinched. He hesitated only a second longer before quickly nodding. His grip locked around Izuku's arm, yanking him forward. Izuku stumbled, his breath still ragged, his body aching. He lifted a trembling hand to his face, feeling the lingering burn of Amawato's touch. But beneath his exhaustion, beneath the pain, something else simmered. A small smirk spread across his face. He unclenched his fist, revealing a thumb drive clutched in his palm. Ryujin's scowl deepened as he shoved Ryujin's scowl darkened as he shoved Izuku. You've been nothing but a nuisance since the day you showed up here, he growled, always sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, acting like some righteous hero. Izuku staggered back slightly, steadying himself. He met Ryujin's glare, nervousness flickering across his face but refusing to look away. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Izuku stammered. Ryujin leaned in, his eyes narrowing like a predator stalking prey. Don't play dumb, Yamato, he hissed. I don't know what you're hiding, but I'll find out. Mark my words. With that, he turned on his heel and stormed away. Izuku let out a shaky breath, his chest heaving as he clutched his shirt, trying to calm his erratic heartbeat. Panic set in, but he knew there was no time to falter. Focus. Activating full cowl, he bolted down the hallway, weaving past startled students as he tapped his comms. Tsukauchi, Izuku called, his voice hushed but urgent. Relief flooded the line as the voices on the other end responded. Midoriya, Maruko's voice crackled over the comms, ready to chew him out. I got the drive. Izuku's breath was ragged as he sprinted past her, clutching a small but crucial device in his hands. His words sent a ripple of shock through the comms. Midoriya, are you sure? Yes. It was around his neck just like the journal said. He barely slowed down as he shouted his confirmation, his focus locked on the nearest computer lab. There was a brief pause before Tsukauchi's voice came through, steady but firm. Midoriya, verify the data first. We're not putting faith in the ramblings of a murderer unless we're sure it's viable. Izuku nodded instinctively before realizing they couldn't see him. Why yes, sir. From the corner of his eye, he caught movement. Nejire was already airborne, spiraling through the air as yellow energy coiled around her arms. And if it is, her voice carried through the hallway as she kept pace, gliding over the heads of startled students. A cold steel edge entered Tsukauchi's tone. Then we move in immediately. And I'll personally make sure that school is reduced to ashes. Izuku gritted his teeth, his legs burning as he forced himself to move faster. He weaved through the crowded halls, dodging students as Nejire soared above them, her presence casting momentary shadows over the sea of heads. Guro Amawato, _ quirk name, _ psyche dominion, _ explanation, _ psyche dominion allows the user to control and manipulate the mental and physical state of others, crushing their spirits and bending them to their will. Prolonged use of this quirk also grants the user access to the target's memories and thoughts, allowing them to learn sensitive information about the person, such as their deepest fears, desires, and secrets. This makes psyche dominion a powerful tool for interrogation, manipulation, and exploitation. Guro sat at his desk, eyes closed, rubbing his sore arm. That boy repelled me, but I think I still managed to breach his mind, slightly. He concentrated, trying to re-establish the residual connection. However, what he saw confused him, a boy with green hair and freckles. Sitting up, he realized that Kato Yamato wasn't who he claimed to be. His hand instinctively went to his neck, and his eyes snapped open in horror. No. It can't be. The truth dawned on him. Kato Yamato was actually Izuku Midoriya. Goro's face twisted in rage as he slammed his fist into his desk, shattering it. Damn it, he bellowed. Ryujin, we have intruders. Find Kato Yamato. He has the drive. Guro roared, his voice echoing through the halls. Ryujin's eyes widened, and he took a step back, his face pale. He glanced around nervously, his gaze darting towards the students. If that drive gets out, it could compromise certain individuals, he stuttered, his voice trembling slightly. Izuku and Najire slipped into the computer lab, finding an empty terminal amidst the bustling students. Izuku quickly plugged in the drive and began to scan its contents, his weak smile faltering as he delved deeper. Disgust etched on his face. He couldn't believe the atrocities committed by some staff and students. Najire peered over his shoulder, her expression mirroring his horror. "Tsukauchi, it's all here," Izuku confirmed, his voice barely above a whisper. "All right, Midoriya, just hand me the drive." Tsukauchi's voice was abruptly cut off by static, severing their communication. Izuku and Najire frantically tried to re-establish contact, but only static responded. Static. Izuku questioned, confusion and concern etched on his face. Before they could react further, the door to the computer lab burst open, the hinges snapping as the door flew across the room. Students screamed and scattered as Coach Matsumoto stormed in, his face twisted with rage. "Hand it over," Matsumoto bellowed, his eyes scanning the room like a predator searching for prey. The intercom crackled to life, and Principal Goro's cold, commanding voice echoed through the school. "Lock down the premises. Find them. Do not let them escape." Ryujin's voice followed, calm but dripping with malice. "Yes, Principal Goro. I'll seal every exit." Throughout the school, the sound of groaning metal filled the air as statues lining the halls began to move. Their eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and their stone limbs creaked as they came to life, marching under Ryujin's command. His quirk, Revivify, animated the statues into hulking sentinels that obeyed his every thought. The sight of them moving with unnatural purpose sent chills through the students, who screamed and scattered in panic. Rumbling throughout the school as the footsteps stomped throughout the school. Goro's voice returned over the intercom, softer now but no less chilling. "Listen closely," he said, his tone like ice. Every student froze where they stood, their faces pale with fear. Izuku and Najire exchanged a worried glance as they crouched low behind a desk, trying to remain hidden. Then, a high-pitched squeal cut through the air. A girl in the back row, someone who had been barely holding it together, suddenly collapsed to the ground with a gasp, clutching her ears. "Please, no more, no more." Her body jerked uncontrollably, like she was fighting against invisible chains. She screamed, but her voice was muffled, as though her mouth had been covered by something unseen. "Stop, stop." She writhed on the floor, but no one moved to help her. The others, standing around her, simply watched, as if they were afraid to even glance in her direction. No one came to her aid. Izuku and Najire widened as suddenly the school fell completely silent. Izuku gulped. "The principal's quirk is op as heck. We have intruders among us," Goro continued. "Yamato, Naomi, bring me their heads. High-tier students, use your ranged abilities to pin them down. Mid and close-range combatants, finish the job. Kill if necessary." His next words were venomous, filled with disdain. "And the low tiers and outcasts. Use them as shields. That's all they're good for." Izuku's breath hitched as he heard the chaos erupting outside. Footsteps thundered down the halls, and shouts filled the air as students scrambled to follow orders or avoid being caught in the crossfire. His fists clenched, determination surging through him. Izuku's heart raced as the chaotic noise of the school echoed through the hallways. He quickly scanned the corridor, looking for a way out while keeping an eye on the USB drive. He couldn't afford to lose it now. "Hey, I found them!" a voice shouted, sending Izuku and Najire into a state of high alert. They turned to see a student pointing directly at them. One for all crackled around Izuku as his instincts kicked in. Without hesitation, he launched a swift kick, sending the student flying backward, crashing into a wall with a sickening thud. "Move," Izuku shouted to Najire as they dashed forward, weaving through the panicking students. "You got the drive, Midoriya?" Najire asked, her voice urgent but steady as they bolted down the hallway. "Yeah, I've got it," Izuku responded, his breath quick and shallow, eyes darting around. "Okay, Arg." But before Najire could reply, a surge of electricity shot from behind them. With a sudden crackle, Najire was hit by a blast of electric energy, sending her hurtling toward a locker with brutal force. The metal door slammed against her back, and she let out a pained gasp, but she was far from out of the fight. Izuku's eyes widened as his danger sense flared, sending a jolt of adrenaline through his body. A red laser beam shot past his head with a blistering hiss, narrowly missing him. He spun around, instincts kicking in, only to face two familiar figures: Haruno, her body crackling with blue electricity, and Hiroki, whose energy beams radiated with a dangerous glow. "I had a feeling you two were trouble," Haruno sneered, sparks flying from her fingertips as she glared at the pair. "You took down Akira, one of my closest friends. I won't forgive you," Hiroki growled, his eyes dark with fury. Behind them, the outcasts huddled, visibly trembling, their eyes darting between the confrontation. They looked apologetic but terrified, likely under some form of mental compulsion that forced them to locate targets. Izuku raised his hand, trying to defuse the situation. "Look, we're with pro-heroes." Haruno and Hiroki froze in shock at the mention of pro-heroes. But before Izuku could continue, the two shot forward in unison. A blast of searing energy shot toward him, and then another crackling bolt of electricity followed suit. Izuku's danger sense screamed, and he dove to the side just in time, narrowly avoiding the combined onslaught. The blasts hit the walls, exploding in bursts of destruction. The entire hallway shook with the force. "Crap, if they're with the pros," Haruno muttered, panic evident in her voice. "I know, forget beating them up. If the pros found out about..." Hiroki's voice trailed off, and Izuku's blood ran cold as he realized what they were about to do: eliminate him before he could warn anyone. As Hiroki and Haruno prepared another attack, Izuku dodged again, but this time, the sheer force of their combined blasts created a massive shockwave, demolishing a classroom and sending debris everywhere. The room was in flames, and the chaos made it hard to breathe. Nejire, seeing the escalation, tossed aside her glasses with a determined look on her face. She charged forward with incredible speed, sending a shockwave that rocked the air. Haruno and Hiroki were thrown back violently, their bodies crashing into walls and skidding along the floor, but they both quickly regained their stance, ready to retaliate. "Midoriya, I think you might want to go, Hiro," Nejire said, her voice resolute as she wiped blood from her lip. Izuku nodded, eyes steely with determination. The tension was palpable, and the danger surrounding them felt suffocating. In a swift motion, he pulled the Omnitrix from his wrist and activated it, causing Haruno and Hiroki to freeze in utter disbelief. "Did she just say?" Haruno stammered, her eyes widening as she watched the transformation process begin. Izuku slammed the Omnitrix's faceplate, and with a burst of green light, a holographic figure appeared briefly before the light engulfed him entirely. "Fuck, it's him," Hiroki shouted in a panic. "It's hero time," Izuku yelled, his voice a mix of defiance and anticipation as the green light exploded around him. The light quickly faded, revealing Swampfire in his place. Standing tall with an eerie, calm demeanor, Swampfire flexed his vine-covered arms. "Swampfire," he declared. Before anyone could react, Hiroki, desperate and enraged, charged forward, blasting an even larger energy beam directly at Swampfire. The blast carved through the hallway in a blinding red light. The blast collided with Swampfire's upper body with such force that it sent a massive shockwave through the hallway. The impact was deafening. His entire head was blown off in a fiery explosion of energy. The hall was immediately filled with smoke, and a deafening silence followed. Nejire's heart stopped as she saw the horrific sight. "Izuku," she whispered, her voice shaky. The smoke cleared, and where Swampfire once stood, there was nothing but charred roots, wisps of smoke curling from the stumps that were once his head and upper body. Tears began to form as she choked back a sob, feeling the weight of his sacrifice. But then, something stirred. The roots and vines began to twitch, curling and stretching, as if trying to regrow. The stumps morphed, the vines expanding rapidly as they regenerated into a full body. A twisted, guttural laugh filled the air as Swampfire's familiar form reappeared, unscathed. "Peek-a-boo," Swampfire said. He cocked his fist back, and in a blur of motion, he slammed it into Hiroki's stomach. The force of the punch was so violent that Hiroki was launched backward, a sickening crack echoing through the hallway as he was sent flying through the air, landing in a crumpled heap against a nearby wall. Hiroki's body went limp, his eyes rolling back as saliva dripped from his mouth. He didn't even twitch as he slid down the wall unconscious, his body slumping into an unceremonious heap. Swampfire cracked his neck with an audible pop. That was annoying. Izuku. Najire's voice wavered with relief as she flew toward him, her blue hair fluttering behind her. She wiped away a few stray tears before stopping just inches away. Why, you're all right. Swampfire exhaled, offering her a tired but reassuring smile. Yeah, I'm fine. A sharp, nervous laugh cut through the moment. Oh, you think this is over? Haruno sneered, trying to mask the clear unease in her voice. Najire's eyes snapped to her, a fierce glare settling on her face as she propelled herself forward, spiraling waves of energy trailing behind her. Can't you see me and Izuku are having a conversation? She snapped. Before she could strike, Swampfire flicked his wrist, and thick, gnarled vines erupted from the floor behind him. They lashed out in an instant, wrapping around Haruno's limbs and torso. The moment they tightened, her electricity flickered out uselessly, snuffed by the damp plant fibers. Haruno barely had a second to struggle before Najire rocketed toward her, one hand pressed behind her to control her trajectory while the other crackled with energy. A spiraling shockwave blasted through the air, hammering into Haruno's restrained form. The impact sent her hurtling backward, slamming into the wall with a brutal thud. She crumpled to the floor, dazed, the vines still coiling around her like hungry serpents. With Haruno out of the way, Najire barely glanced at her before turning her focus forward. Her fingers curled into fists, and her eyes burned with determination. Let's go, she called over her shoulder before sprinting down the hallway. Swampfire wasted no time following, his heavy footfalls echoing against the shattered floor. The moment they turned the corner, a mob of students surged forward, their quirks lighting up the hallway in a chaotic frenzy. A hulking figure with arms of jagged stone roared and charged, his steps cracking the tile. A girl with elongated, whip-like fingers lashed out, her tendrils snapping like whips through the air. Further back, a student with glowing purple eyes raised his hands, dark mist pooling at his fingertips. Swampfire crouched low, his clawed hands slamming into the ground with a resounding boom. The entire hallway trembled as massive green vines, thick as tree trunks, exploded from beneath the floor. They tore through lockers, sending metal debris flying. The living tendrils shot upward, twisting and growing rapidly, their bark hardening like reinforced steel. Screams filled the air as the vines lashed out. The stone-armed student swung a massive fist, but a vine coiled around his waist mid-strike, yanking him into the air. His attack crumbled into dust as he thrashed helplessly. The whip-fingered girl shrieked as tendrils wrapped around her arms, her fingers curling inward as she was hoisted off the ground. The boy with mist-like energy tried to phase through, but the vines closed in too fast, smothering his movements before he could escape. Some students fought tooth and nail, but others, realizing the overwhelming force against them, let out sighs of relief as the vines secured them in place. They had lost before they even had a chance to fight. Swampfire rose to his full height, glowing green eyes sweeping over his tangled foes. That should hold them, he muttered. Najire gave a satisfied nod before glancing ahead. Come on, Izuku, we've got more to deal with. Without wasting another second, the two charged forward, leaving behind a battlefield wrapped in the crushing embrace of nature itself. Swampfire and Najire dashed past the students ensnared in the massive vines, their hurried steps echoing through the desolate halls. The destruction left behind told a tale of desperation and determination as they reached a connecting wing of the school. The air grew tense as their escape route came into view. Their momentum faltered when they saw their path blocked. Principal Guro stood tall and imposing on one side, flanked by Vice Principal Ryujin, his cold sneer a testament to his cruelty. Behind them, the coach and a group of loyal students barred their exit like a wall of defiance. Swampfire's glowing eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists. Without hesitation, he raised his hands, and a concentrated stream of fire erupted from his palms. The flames licked the heavy steel doors, melting them into a molten pool that blocked their pursuers. The pungent scent of burnt metal filled the air. Swampfire's eyes blazed with anger. You've been getting away with too much. You'll get what's coming to you. Guro shook his head in disappointment. You've been corrupted by this hero society. We're not supposed to protect the weak, we're supposed to oppress them. Ryujin sneered, kicking his lip. Ooh, a UA brat and one of the big three. I'll make sure to have my fun before I kill you. Swampfire growled menacingly. You're not touching her. Najire chimed in, her voice dripping with disdain. Plus, creepy teachers aren't my type. Tsukauchi's voice boomed through the megaphone. Principal Guro Imawato, please come quietly. We have reasons to believe that the school administration has been engaging in a pattern of abuse and neglect towards students with lower-powered quirks. We suspect that students with powerful quirks have been given free rein to bully and intimidate their peers, with daily beatings and humiliation becoming commonplace. Maruko and Ryuko, standing outside the front gate with the police SWAT team, looked at each other grimly. They had been investigating rumors of abuse at the school for weeks, and it seemed their worst fears were confirmed. Tsukauchi's voice continued, we also suspect that teachers and staff members have been complicit in this abuse, either by participating directly or turning a blind eye. We have reports of neglect, verbal abuse, and a complete lack of accountability. We urge anyone with information to come forward and cooperate with our investigation. Ooh, someone's busted, Najire said mockingly. The students and faculty inside the school looked at each other in shock and fear, unsure of what would happen next. Najire flashed a cheeky smile before sticking out her tongue. You can't prove anything. The students won't admit anything, and you won't be leaving with that hard drive, Guro sneered, clenching his fist. ... You and your Meta Liberty Army will be brought down, Swampfire said. This made the principal and Ryujin chuckle and scoff. Swampfire's words were met with amusement from Principal Guro and Ryujin, who chuckled and scoffed in unison. You really think we're part of the Meta Liberation Army? Ryujin asked, his tone dripping with disdain. Swampfire's eyes narrowed. You're not. Ryujin smiled slyly. We're a faction within the MLA, but in name only. Our true allegiance lies with the Elite Liberation Front. Guro added, the MLA's ideals are outdated and weak. We seek a new order, where the strong rule over the weak. Ryujin continued, we may share a name with the MLA, but our goals and methods are far more refined. Swampfire's chuckle cut through the air. PFF'd. Elf. Huh. Sounds like they're trying to be Santa's helpers, but instead of presents, they're handing out trouble. The room fell silent, except for Goro's snarling, before Najire burst into laughter. I didn't know we were fighting against a group of tiny, pointy-eared rebels. Elf. More like evil little fiends. Izuku couldn't help but find Najire's laughter affordable. Goro's face twisted in anger. We'll see who's laughing. Najire and Swampfire suddenly heard the eerie crawling of a giant spider. They looked up in shock as a woman with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a human emerged. Her black hair cascaded down her back, and her eyes, though similar to Mina's, gleamed red instead of yellow. Yamato. Sorry, Midoriya, the woman moaned, her gaze fixed on Swampfire. Ever since I saw you at the sports festival, I've been. Swampfire's eyes widened as she wrapped him in a sticky web. She kicked his face before caressing his body. I really hoped you'd be in your normal form instead of this tree man, but I can't say I don't like it. Don't touch him, Najire shouted, unleashing a shockwave that freed Swampfire. He lit his hands on fire, and Najire asked, what are you doing, Izuku? Making an exit, he growled. A torrent of fire erupted from his palms, blasting through the wall beside them. The explosion sent debris flying as the air rushed in. Without hesitation, Swampfire grabbed Najire's wrist and leapt through the opening, the two plummeting from the 10th floor. Wind howled past them, but Najire quickly adjusted, angling her hands downward. A concussive blast from her quirk slowed their descent, the force cushioning their fall as they landed. As they descended, Swampfire held Najire close. Izuku may have been in a different form, but in his, she could see it was still Izuku. Najire's heart beat faster, their faces inches apart. Swampfire thought about the initial kiss in a moment of weakness and leaned in. But just as their lips were about to meet, a searing fireball tore through the air toward them. Swampfire's instincts took over. His arm shot up, releasing a counterblast of emerald flames. The two attacks collided mid-air in a violent detonation, the shockwave pushing them apart. Najire landed gracefully, already scanning for their attacker. Swampfire, his heart still pounding, clenched his fists as his flames flickered aggressively. From the smoke, 6 towering figures emerged, each standing an imposing 22 feet tall. Their massive staff-like weapons hummed with energy as they twirled them with precision. Their synchronized footfalls sent tremors rippling through the ground, the force alone enough to shake the street beneath them. Swampfire and Nejire gulped, their hearts racing in unison. They steeled themselves, taking their fighting stances as they prepared for a fight. Brace yourself, Izuku, Nejire shouted as Swampfire stomped his foot, sending seeds burrowing into the ground. In an instant, the seeds erupted into thick, thorny vines, wrapping around the statues. The towering construct strained against their bindings, their immense strength threatening to snap the vegetation. Nejire dashed forward, her quirk flaring to life in spiraling golden energy. She unleashed a powerful blast, the shockwave obliterating one statue's head and scattering debris into the air. The impact sent a cloud of dust rolling across the battlefield, obscuring her vision. But as the dust settled, her heart skipped a beat. A spear tip hurtled toward her from the haze. She twisted her body to dodge, but the spear grazed her shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Blood dripped down her arm as she gritted her teeth, eyes blazing with determination. These things just don't quit, Nejire growled, retaliating with a concentrated blast that shattered the attacking statue's arm. However, the shattered remnants of the headless statue stirred. Nejire gasped in disbelief as the seemingly incapacitated construct hurled another spear. Swampfire moved without hesitation, his hand slammed into the Omnitrix on his chest, his plant-like form enveloped in green light. Amphibian. Electric arcs crackled as his new alien form materialized, floating above the battlefield. Amphibian's translucent blue body glimmered as he extended his tendrils. With a sharp motion, he unleashed a torrent of electricity. It soared like a lightning bolt, slamming into the headless statue with a deafening boom. A blinding blue light shot throughout the battlefield as the construct finally crumbling into a pile of debris. Amphibian drifted to Nejire's side, his voice gentle yet urgent. "Are you okay?" Nejire winced, pressing a hand against her wounded arm. "I'm fine, it's just a scratch." But before either could regroup, danger loomed again. Amphibian's danger sense flared, prompting him to yank Nejire close just in time to dodge a fiery explosion. Below, an ogre-like teacher with flaming hands snarled, accompanied by the coach, who crouched low, ready to strike. The coach leapt skyward, his immense strength propelling him toward them like a meteor. Amphibian's tendrils crackled, readying an attack, but a blur of white interrupted his line of sight. Maruko, the rabbit hero, crashed into the scene with a devastating kick, her momentum slamming the coach back to the ground with an earth-shaking impact. Maruko landed with her trademark smirk, dusting herself off. "Looks like I showed up just in time to save your ass, kid," she quipped. The coach rose from the crater, rolling his shoulders nonchalantly. "And who the hell are you supposed to be?" "Maruko," she replied, cracking her knuckles. "And I'm here to put you in the ground, bitch boy." The coach sneered. "We're just trying to discipline a couple of unruly pests." "Discipline, huh? Yeah, I've heard enough of your excuses." Maruko's smirk faded, her expression hardening. "I'm gonna enjoy this." Amphibian floated closer to her, hesitant. "Maruko, we have the hard drive. Should we then quit yapping and move?" Maruko snapped, glaring at him over her shoulder. "This isn't your fight anymore, so get your butt out of here." The coach lunged again, his fist swinging with the force of wrecking balls. But Maruko was faster. She ducked under his first strike and delivered a rapid series of kicks to his ribs, each blow cracking like a gunshot. The coach stumbled, but he didn't fall, his sheer durability keeping him in the fight. Taking Maruko's advice, Amphibian zipped away, his body shimmering as he phased through attacks from the remaining statues. Bolts of electricity crackled in his wake as he weaved between the stone behemoths, narrowly avoiding their crushing blows. At the gates, the air was split by the sound of metal crashing. A battering ram smashed through the entrance as SWAT teams swarmed in. Above them, Ryuko transformed into her massive dragon form, her wings slicing through the air like blades. "We have a warrant," Tsukauchi's voice rang out, firm and commanding. Principal Guro and Ryujin turned to face the invading forces, their expressions twisted in rage. Ryuko's dragon form loomed over them, her eyes blazing. "Your reign of terror ends now," she roared, her voice reverberating across the courtyard. With a powerful sweep of her wings, She severed several statues' heads, the constructs crumbling as her claws raked through them like paper. "We know what you've done here," she continued, her voice shaking the ground. "And every single one of you will face justice for your crimes." In the shadows, a young student peered out, trembling. His wide eyes filled with tears as he whispered, "The pros, they're really here." Beside him, a girl clasped her hands over her mouth, sobbing. "We're finally saved." Tsukauchi stepped forward, his voice steady but fierce. "To all students, you are safe now. We're here to protect you and ensure justice is served. Step forward. The abuse ends today." Ryuko, still in her dragon form, turned to the students, her massive wings shielding them from harm. "Hold on," she said, her voice gentler now. "Dekiru 10 just needs to secure the evidence. I promise you justice will be yours." As Amphibian flew through the horde of statues, their lumbering strikes passing harmlessly through his translucent form, he kept his focus sharp. The sound of stone grinding against stone was deafening, but it was the whispers of desperation from the students that cut through the chaos like a knife. "Who's Dekiru 10? One boy muttered, clutching a stack of worn textbooks tightly to his chest. "I don't know," a girl next to him replied, her voice trembling. "But he's fighting for us." Another student, a younger girl with tear-streaked cheeks, gazed up at the glowing figure darting through the battlefield. "Do you think he can really stop them?" Before anyone could answer, the ground shook violently, throwing the students off balance. From the rubble rose a monstrous statue, larger and more menacing than the others, its back adorned with jagged stone blades that it tore free and wielded like massive scythes. It roared, the sound echoing through the courtyard like a death knell. The students froze, terror gripping them like a vice. But Amphibian didn't hesitate. Electricity crackled along his tendrils, lighting the battlefield with bursts of bright blue electricity. "You're not touching them," he shouted, his voice firm and unyielding. With a surge of power, Amphibian darted forward, weaving through the statue's attacks. The massive blades sliced through the air, passing through him. He coiled his tendrils tightly, building up electricity until his entire form shone like a lightning storm. Then, with a roar fueled by One for All, he unleashed a devastating lightning-infused strike. The explosion of energy was blinding, the shockwave rippling outward and shaking the very ground beneath their feet. When the light faded, the towering statue was no more. Its upper half was obliterated, and its shattered lower half stood as a broken monument to Amphibian's power. For a moment, there was silence. The students stared, their wide eyes reflecting the glowing figure hovering amidst the debris. He destroyed it," the boy with the textbooks whispered, his voice barely audible. Another student, a girl with shaking hands, clutched at her chest. "Gee, they are really here for us." A murmur spread through the group as the realization sank in. Hope something they hadn't dared to feel in so long began to take root. Tears streamed down the younger girl's face as she whispered, "We're going to be okay. He's here to save us." Amphibian turned to the students, "Don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. We're going to get you out of here, all of you." The students clung to his words as if they were a lifeline. For the first time in what felt like forever, they saw more than just despair. They saw some glimmer of hope. As Amphibian flew toward the next wave of enemies, his electric tendrils lighting the way, the students' tears flowed freely not from fear, but from relief. "Thank you," one student murmured, her voice quivering but filled with gratitude. "Thank you. Please don't stop." The cries of thanks swelled, a chorus of voices reaching out to the hero who had given them something they thought they'd lost forever. Hope. Above, Ryuko's dragon form loomed, her wings blocking incoming attacks as she turned her gaze to the trembling students below. "Dekiru 10's got this," she said firmly, her voice carrying a protective warmth. "You're safe now. Just hold on a little longer." The students huddled together, their fear slowly melting away. Goro's face twisted into a vicious snarl, his eyes blazing with unrestrained fury. "Ryujin, give me a clear shot of the boy," he roared, his voice thunderous and seething with malice. A punishment is too merciful for such insolence. The teachers around him froze, their faces pale with dread. The implication of his words was horrifying, but Goro's rage burned brighter, consuming any pretense of reason. His hands clapped together with a deafening crack, his eyes darkening to an abyssal black rimmed with a searing red glow, like embers smoldering in hellfire. Lightning-like energy danced across his fingers, a storm waiting to unleash its fury. Ryujin smirked darkly, his voice a sinister whisper. "Sir, you realize this will leave the boy a hollow shell, don't you?" Goro's response was a guttural growl, his lips curling back to reveal bared teeth. He thrust his hands forward, and a bolt of malevolent energy surged through the air, locking onto Amphibian. Amphibian's glowing form faltered as the force struck him mid-flight. His movements ceased abruptly, his limbs jerking unnaturally as if invisible chains had wrapped around him. Izuku's scream of agony ripped through the air as his body contorted violently, sparks of one-for-all electricity crackling chaotically around him. He spiraled out of control, crashing into the ground with a bone-rattling impact. Izuku writhed on the ground, clutching his head as if it were being split apart. The torment was unlike anything he'd ever felt, 1,000 knives stabbing into his skull while an oppressive weight crushed his thoughts. His screams reverberated through the battlefield, raw and filled with unbearable pain. Inside his mind, Goro's presence loomed like a shadowy specter. His voice was a venomous hiss, dripping with disdain. "Ah, so you weren't born with power, boy. How pitiful." Izuku's fragmented thoughts tried to resist, but Goro's mental grip was relentless. Like a predator, he tore through Izuku's memories, each one unraveling before him, receiving one for all, bonding with the Omnitrix, and every struggle he'd endured to stand where he was now. Goro sneered, his disgust tangible. "You weren't chosen. You were lucky. Pathetic. You're nothing but a child playing with tools far beyond your grasp." Izuku's mind screamed under the assault, his memories twisting and shattering like fragile glass. The weight of Goro's condescension bore down on him. "You think yourself a hero. You're just a scavenger of others' greatness. All Might's power. That alien trinket. It's almost laughable how much you've been gifted and how little you've earned." Outside, Amphibian's body convulsed violently, waves of electricity radiating from him in uncontrollable bursts. The ground cracked beneath him as the air around him filled with raw, unrestrained power. His pain screams echoed louder, each one a testament to the agony tearing through his mind and body. "Get back," Maruko shouted, shielding the others as stray sparks struck the ground with explosive force. The storm of energy around Amphibian was growing. Itsuka's eyes widened in horror as she saw Izuku writhing in pain. "Izuku," she called out desperately, her voice breaking. She started to step forward, but Ryuko's massive wing stopped her. "Don't get too close," Ryuko warned, her dragon form towering protectively over the students. "Everyone back up." Izuku's mind recoiled in agony, his thoughts shattered by Goro's cruel words. "You're nothing but a weak, insolent child, playing at being a hero. And now, you'll pay the price for your arrogance." As the world turned dark, Izuku screamed in pain, his vision blurring. He looked down at his hands and saw that he had transformed back into his human form, no longer Amphibian. The world black as coal and cold as winter. Goro's voice echoed in his mind, feeling like a knife slicing through his skull. "You're a quirkless nobody who stumbled into power. A mere mortal pretending to be a hero." Izuku's mind reeled, trying to process the pain in the words. How do you know about?" he stammered, but Goro cut him off. "I know all about your little secrets, Izuku. The Omnitrix, one for all, it's all just a fluke. You're not worthy of that power. You're just a temporary vessel, a weak container for a power that's far beyond your control. You'll relinquish it to me, boy, and when you do, you'll finally understand the true meaning of strength. I'll take what's mine, and you'll be left with nothing but the bitter taste of your own inadequacy." Goro's words struck a nerve, echoing Izuku's deepest fears and doubts. He felt like he was staring into a mirror, his own insecurities and self-doubt staring back at him. The pain in the words combined, threatened to consume him whole. "You don't deserve one for all or the Omnitrix," Goro sneered. "All Might's legacy is being wasted on you. He was blinded by his own sentimentality, and now you're just a disappointment." "No, All Might chose me," Izuku protested. "He saw something in me." Goro laughed. "You're just a mistake, a weak and unworthy successor. And as for your friends, They're just humoring you, pretending to believe in you out of pity. Ochako's voice cut in, her tone laced with disgust. Deku, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm ashamed to be your friend. You're so weak, so pathetic. Izuku's face contorted in pain as he clutched his head. Ochako, no. But then she added, her words like a knife to the heart. And to think I used to think you were cute, Deku, now I just feel sorry for you. Ochako, and stop calling me that. It disgusts me to think someone like you is calling me by my first name. Izuku recoiled, his mind reeling from the principal's mind games. Hearing those words from Ochako was like a devastating blow. Goro's voice dripped with malice. You're just not good enough, Midoriya. You'll never be good enough. And soon, everyone will see you for the unworthy successor you are. Just a pathetic vessel. Midoriya, I mean, he's cool, but you know, he's kinda of a dweeb. Izuku was suddenly flung back to UA Heights Alliance. He heard Mina's voice as he walked down the stairs. The girls were all sitting around and discussing. Please, Midoriya only won those matches by sheer dumb luck, as if he could actually stand up to Todoroki, Momo said, sipping her tea with a hint of disdain. I mean, yeah, he kinda got lucky with the fight with Bakugo, but let's be real, it was a fluke, Ochako said, rolling her eyes. Yeah, dude is a total wimp, as if someone like him could ever be a real hero, Kyoka said, her voice laced with sarcasm. And that muttering is super creepy, it's like he's trying to convince himself he's worthy, Tori said before making an insulting impression of Izuku. Mutter, 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 poor baby can't even control his powers. And what a crybaby, he cries every minute, like dude, stop being a sniveling little brat. Mina said, her words cut deep. Before the whole place roared with laughter, Izuku felt his heart shatter into a million pieces. Izuku stood behind the corner, his eyes stinging from the tears he held back. Hearing his friends talk about him like that really hurt. Izuku slid down, feeling the same way he did in high school, like a total outcast. You always knew they could never have some romantic interest with you, Izuku. You're just not worthy. Goro's voice said. Izuku clutched his knees, feeling the sting of rejection. You guys talking about Midoriya? Kaminari said as the boys came in, oblivious to Izuku's pain. You said cry baby, and I knew you were talking about that quirkless loser, fuck. Bakugo said as he sat down, his words fueling the fire of Izuku's rage. Oh, Katsuki, you're way too funny, Ochako said as she stood up and sat on his lap, her affection towards Bakugo a stark contrast to her disdain for Izuku. Hey, round cheeks, Bakugo said, his voice dripping with condescension. Why so frustrated? Wait, you didn't think she actually liked you, did you? Because she kissed you out of pity. Goro's voice taunted, Izuku's heart sinking further. Didn't being quirkless teach you? You will never be loved. Just a burden, a stain on the hero world. Goro said, Izuku's vision blurring from the tears he held back. Bakugo gets what he wants. He's the real hero, you are just a footnote in his glorious origin story. Izuku glared at the voice, his anger and hurt boiling over. As he entered the common room, the insults continued, each one a fresh blow to his already shattered heart. Do you think he hurt us? Kirishima said, his voice laced with concern, but Izuku knew it was too late, the damage was done. Who gives a fuck? What is he gonna do? Bakugo said, making Ochako giggle. Seeing those two like that was like being stabbed right through his chest. He had never felt pain like this. He just wanted to stop. Yeah, I mean, what were they thinking, giving Midoriya the Omnitrix and one for all? I mean, there have to be better candidates, someone who actually deserves it. The voice echoed in Izuku's mind, a constant reminder of his inadequacy. I mean, we're pretty much screwed. He breaks his bones, what kind of hero does that? The voice of Jiro cut deep, Izuku's tears falling freely now. He's always stuttering, it's annoying. God, who in the right mind would pick him? Yui said her words the final blow, Izuku's heart irreparably broken. ... Izuku's world crumbled around him, consumed by an overwhelming torrent of self-doubt and shame. The voices of his classmates, once a gentle hum of ridicule, now became a deafening cacophony of scorn. each word a precision-crafted dagger piercing his heart. He felt like a fragile, delicate vase, shattered into a million pieces, beyond repair. The weight of their words crushed him, forcing him to confront the darkest recesses of his own mind. You never deserved powers, the voice echoed, a harsh reminder of his inadequacy. You're just a useless Deku. The phrase, once a playful tease, now a venomous taunt, seared itself into his brain. Izuku curled into a ball, tears streaming down his face like a river of despair. He felt like a small, helpless child, lost and alone in a world that seemed determined to destroy him. Someone so weak-willed could never be a hero. The voice sneered, ripping apart his already tattered self-esteem. You praise your tormentor. After everything he has done, it doesn't make you strong, it makes you a doormat. The words cut deep, exposing the raw, festering wounds of his own self-doubt. Izuku felt like he was drowning in a sea of shame, unworthiness, and heartbreak. Every insecurity, every fear, every doubt he had ever harbored came flooding back, amplified tenfold, threatening to consume him whole. The world around him began to crack and break like glass on a window. He was a fragile, broken thing, a shadow of the boy who once dreamed of becoming a hero. Now, he was just a mere specter of his former self, a haunting reminder of his own inadequacy. The girls of Class 1A and a few from Class B could feel something was horribly wrong. Midori, Mina whispered, her voice shaky as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. She couldn't explain it, but it felt like something was pulling at her heart. Izuku, Momo stopped mid-step, a chill running down her spine. Fatgum, noticing her sudden pause, glanced at her, but she was too distracted by the tightness in her chest. Dekiru, Ochako froze, her breath catching in her throat. Her eyes scanned the crowd that had been excitedly looking at her, but she couldn't shake the nagging fear deep within her. Greenie, Kyoka's voice was low, an unease crawling through her veins. Yui's neutral expression faltered, a deep, gnawing feeling of dread settling in. Something bad was happening to Izuku. At the same moment, Inko was in the kitchen making herself a cup of coffee. Without warning, a sharp, almost physical pain gripped her heart. The cup fell from her hands, shattering on the floor. She clutched her chest, tears brimming in her eyes. Izuku, my baby, she whispered shakily, her motherly instinct screaming that something was terribly wrong. Why does it feel like my baby is in so much pain? Just as the One for All users were about to step in, a firm hand halted them. They raised the misty figure-like hands. No, a misty voice commanded, the words hanging in the air like a challenge. What, if we don't intervene, he'll be left brain dead. A female voice protested, her glowing yellow eyes narrowing in concern. He's my son, the misty figure replied, their voice unwavering. If there's anyone who knows how strong he is, it's me. With that, the misty figure stepped forward, their form solidifying into a familiar face. The misty veil broke apart, revealing a shock of green hair and a sprinkle of freckles across his cheeks. Izuku. The familiar voice cut through the storm, and Izuku's tears slowed as he saw his father, Hisashi, standing before him. Dad, Izuku stuttered, his eyes wide with wonder. Hey kiddo, Hisashi replied, his own eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at his son. Izuku, listen to me. Izuku's words tumbled out in a desperate rush. Dad, I'm sorry I let you down. I'm not strong enough. I'm not worthy of One for All or the Omnitrix. I'm just some dumb kid, a quirkless nobody given power I don't deserve. Hisashi's grip on Izuku's shoulder tightened, his voice filled with emotion. Izuku, when I made my last stand against Vilgax, I sent the Omnitrix to you. I knew there was one living person who shared my DNA, and I knew you would be a great hero. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Why you sent me the Omnitrix? But why? Hisashi's tears flowed freely now. Because you are my son, Izuku. And every day, I've been blessed to watch you grow within One for All. I've had a front row seat to see you become the hero I knew you could be. Memories flooded Izuku's mind. Itsuka, Tsuyu, Ochako, and Iida trying to give him their points, and him receiving them with a mix of gratitude and humility. Hisashi's words brought it all back. He saved us. He had nothing to gain. He worked so hard to gain those points. Midoriya was moved. Hell present Mike right there wanted to say it was a logical ruse he didn't lose any points. But he controlled himself. And you? Midoriya, for the short time I have known him, he's been selfless, she sighed but smiling. Despite the fact it could get him hurt, there is someone else who can help. He works hard, he's determined, and I'm sure he would feel so guilty if he got in and it cost you 3 of your chances. But if we split among the 4 of us, then he gets in. Seeing Itsuka also bow, present Mike smiled at the sight of all 3. The video stopped. How could a hero course reject someone who was committed to saving others, no matter the consequences to himself? After all, that is what makes a hero. And that's what my alma mater is all about, training those who would risk their lives for the greater good. So we have rescue points. For your selfless actions, our panel of judges have awarded you a whopping 150 rescue points. The highest number of rescue points in the history of the school. Quote, more memories flooded like tidal wave as if trying to drown out his doubts and pain. Izuku said, sorry I do that sometimes. It's kinda cute. Yui said. He blushed. Really? You don't think it's kinda creepy? She just shook her head, indicating no, though some of your ideas on my quirk are pretty cool. Mind explaining your quirk? Yui said. The memory of him and Yui first interaction replayed as he clutched his chest. The memory of their first interaction replayed vividly in his mind. Then, another memory, Itsuka, with that soft smile. That's why I love you, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stared, his heart pounding. He couldn't meet her gaze. Itsuka, I mean, are you sure? Before he could finish, Itsuka closed the distance, kissing him softly. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, the tender kiss lingering in his thoughts. So, she whispered, with a teasing grin. Still think I don't love you? ... Izuku's body trembled violently, his breath ragged as he clutched his chest. His entire being felt like it was shattering, drowning beneath the weight of his own doubts. Goddamn it, kid, your story isn't over. Hisashi's voice thundered through the darkness, raw and commanding. I know I wasn't there for your worst day, but you can't let the past define you. Stand up. Don't let your story end here. The void around Izuku twisted, memories flickering like dying embers. His thoughts spiraled until a single voice cut through the chaos. Melissa's. Fear can be conquered by anyone, she had once told him, her expression gentle yet firm. I used to be terrified of heights, but I climbed to the top of the tallest building I could find and made myself face it. Everything you've done, everything you've changed, you could have done even without a quirk. Power doesn't change who you are, Izuku. The words echoed in his mind, piercing through the storm of self-doubt. You shouldn't define yourself by what you didn't have, Melissa continued, her blue eyes warm yet unwavering. Being quirkless isn't who you were, it's just a part of your story. Izuku's vision blurred with unshed tears. But, his voice cracked, barely above a whisper. Without a quirk, I couldn't be a hero. I couldn't help anyone. I was useless. Melissa's hand rested gently on his shoulder, grounding him. Izuku, did you want to be a hero, or did you want to help people? His breath hitched. The question struck something deep within him, something buried beneath years of longing. To help people, he whispered. Then being a hero was never your only option. Melissa's voice was steady, unwavering. Heroism isn't about quirks or flashy powers. It's about helping others, no matter how small the act may seem. It's the firefighter running into a burning building. It's the friend who listens when someone's at their lowest. It's standing up for someone when no one else will. You've got 2 strong legs. Hisashi's voice boomed like a war drum, shaking the very foundation of Izuku's mindscape. Now stand. Izuku clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he forced his body upward. It felt like the weight of the world was pressing down on him, an incalculable force trying to drag him back down. But something within him refused to yield. With a deep, shuddering breath, he planted his feet and rose. 2. Your friends know your true strength, Izuku. But it's time you realized it too. Hisashi exclaimed, his voice filled with conviction. It's okay. I don't mind at all, but I kind of want to give you a nickname. You know Deku kind of sounds like Dekiru, which means, you can do it. Ochako's words rang in his mind. You saved everyone you at USJ, I'm proud of you. The voice of All Might rang out. Young man, look around. You say you have done nothing special, I see all your qualities like an open book. This, my boy, is only the first step in your story, and you have already surprised me with your progress, so enough with that long face, because believe me when I tell you that you deserve it, All Might says without hesitation. Midoriya was about to burst into tears like a baby. Remember this, my boy. There is a difference between luck and reward, one is random and the other is deserved. I think it is useless to tell you that in your case, you deserve this after all the work you have done. You had to sweat for a long time for this quirk and now it's time for the reward, All Might says as he put one of his hands on his head and removes a hair. Before the most important memory, one that pushes him forward. Young man, you too can be a hero. Quote, your journey as the greatest hero has only just begun. It will be a long and difficult road, but you must push forward, even if the path ahead lies through a river of mud. You can't let doubt and fear hold you back. Hisashi's voice rang out. You've bled and sweat for 10 grueling months, pushing your body to the limit, shattering your bones and tears to master one for all. That's not the mark of a weakling, that's the heart of a true hero. Hisashi shouted. As Hisashi's words echoed in his mind, Izuku's memories came flooding back. The endless days of training, the scorching sun beating down on his back, the sweat-drenched fields where he pushed his body to the limit. He remembered the agony of his bones shattering, the sound of his own screams echoing in his ears, the tears of frustration and pain streaming down his face as he struggled to master one for all. He recalled the feeling of his muscles trembling with exhaustion, his lungs burning with fatigue, and his mind reeling with doubt. But he also remembered the moments of triumph, the thrill of progress as he began to stand up in the hurricane of doubt. Goro's face contorted in shock as Midoriya began to fight back, his spirit unbroken as he began to rise to his full height. As Izuku rose to his feet, the storm around him began to dissipate, the darkness receding in the face of his unwavering resolve. Goro's smile faltered, his eyes widening in surprise, as he realized that Midoriya was far from broken. Goddammit, kid, why don't you take your own damn advice? Hisashi roared, his voice booming and echoing in the tense air. Let me tell ya something, everyone. Class 1A, Class 1B, General Studies, Support Course, and you damn pro heroes watching. Wrath jabbed his claw at the crowd, his voice booming with unshakable conviction. Wrath is gonna win this festival, and he's gonna become the next symbol of peace. You better believe it. They said I'd never stand with the best. Wrath snarled, his claws flexing as his fiery eyes scanned the stunned faces of Class 1A and 1B. His glare stopped on Bakugo, piercing and unwavering. But here I am, standing at the top of UA. With a score All Might could only dream of. His record, 200 points. Wrath's score, 600. 3 damn times his record. Izuku widened his eyes shimmering as he listened to his own speech. Yeah, that's right, Wrath shouted, pounding his chest with a resounding thud. I'm the guy everyone laughed at, the one they said would never make it. And now, I'm here proving every one of those bastards dead wrong. He pointed to the crowd with a clawed finger. You wanna know what I've learned? It doesn't matter what your quirk is. It doesn't matter if people think it's weak or useless. It doesn't even matter how many people say you can't be a hero. Wrath slammed his fist into the ground, cracking the stage beneath him. The only person WHO decides what you're gonna be is you. He writhed within the void, the familiar surge of verdant electricity crackling around him. His body felt like it was reconnecting with its own power. Hisashi's eyes gleamed with pride and a hint of mischief as he thought to himself, you don't need us old ghosts to fight back against this bastard, Izuku. You're already strong enough. A sly smirk spread across his face as he watched Goro's eyes widen in horror, realizing his quirk was no longer effective. The boy's unwavering determination and unshakable spirit had made him immune to Goro's mind games. You think this boy is worthy? This useless Deku? Goro sneered, making one final attempt to destroy Izuku mentally. But Midoriya stood tall, fighting back against the storm. I know I am, Izuku declared, his face set in determination. With a surge of inner strength, Izuku pushed back against Goro's invading force, repelling him from his mind. I don't care what anyone says. I earned this power. I have made this power my own. He shouted, his voice crackling with fury. A violent storm of raw energy erupted within his mindscape, wind howling and bolts of lightning flashing as if his very thoughts were manifesting into destructive force. My mind, my rules. Now get the hell out. With a deafening roar, the storm intensified, ripping Guro out of the mental realm as if he were nothing more than a ragdoll. He clung desperately to the fragments of Midoriya's unyielding consciousness, but it was all in vain. The storm tore him apart, forcing him back into the void. Damn it, how the hell did I lose to a child? Guro screamed, his rage echoing in the silence. From the outside world, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief as Amphibian rose to his feet, crackling bolts of lightning still arcing around him. He took a deep breath, feeling the remnants of Goro's grip lingering at the edges of his mind, a distant force trying to hold on as he turned toward him. Amphibian species has powerful mental abilities, Hisashi observed, slinging an arm around Amphibian's shoulder before giving his son a bright smile. Why don't we give him a little taste of his own medicine? As Hisashi spoke, the air around them began to crackle with raw energy. Electricity surged through the atmosphere, building in intensity as if the very air itself was charged with anticipation. The ground beneath their feet rumbled, and the spectators, both heroes and students alike, stood frozen in awe, eyes wide in disbelief. Then, with a deafening roar, Izuku's hand shot out, and a massive bolt of lightning erupted from his body, its brilliance blinding. The shockwave from the blast obliterated the towering statues that lined the battlefield, each one over 22 feet tall, reducing them to smoldering rubble in an instant. The explosion of energy sent Crow heroes and SWAT members flying backward, their bodies flung like ragdolls, and the ground quaked violently beneath them. Guro, who had been maintaining his mental link with Izuku, failed to anticipate the incoming assault. That was his fatal mistake. Before he could react, Amphibian's surge of electricity slammed into Goro's connection, forcing his quirk to recoil violently as the bolt struck his mind violently. Goro's eyes widened in horror as he began to feel the collective pain of every student he had ever tormented. The agony of those he had deemed weak, the ones he had allowed to suffer in silence, the ones he had subjected to unspeakable violations of their bodies and minds. It all came flooding back, and his eyes bulged as if trying to contain the sheer intensity of the suffering. His screams were like nothing anyone had ever heard before, a raw, animalistic howl of anguish as his eyes began to rupture from the inside out. Blood vessels burst, irises shredded, and his eyeballs started to liquefy, pouring out like molten lava as the pain consumed him. His vision blurred, then shattered, as his eyes literally exploded from their sockets, leaving behind two gaping, bloody craters. The sound of his own screams was the last thing he heard before his world went dark, consumed by the very pain he had once inflicted on others with such sadistic glee. No, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, blood dripping to the floor. The realization hit the staff like a tidal wave. There was no escape. Desperation set in as they scrambled in different directions, but every path was blocked. SWAT officers in full gear held their ground at each exit, their weapons ready. Crow heroes stood alongside them, their stances unyielding. From above, Ryujin surveyed the chaos, her sharp eyes catching every detail as the school's corrupt faculty fell apart. Down below, Amphibian shimmered in a burst of green light, reverting back to Izuku. He collapsed onto his back, chest rising and falling heavily, his fingers tightly gripping a small USB drive, the key to exposing the horrors hidden within these walls. A SWAT officer's voice boomed through a megaphone. "You are surrounded. Surrender now and face justice." The staff froze, their expressions shifting from fear to resignation. They had lost. Their sins had finally caught up to them. Tsukauchi rushed forward, his gaze locking onto the exhausted boy lying on the ground. Midoriya. He dropped to one knee beside him, concern evident in his tone as Izuku coughed, trying to steady his breath. With a weak but triumphant smirk, Izuku lifted the USB drive toward him. I think this belongs to you." Tsukauchi blinked before his lips curled into a small smirk of his own. He reached out, taking the drive with a firm grip, his eyes filled with gratitude and something close to admiration. "Good work, kid," he said, tucking the drive away. As the parents rushed to their children, the students finally felt the weight of their torment lifting. They sobbed uncontrollably, their bodies shaking with relief. "I'm so sorry, Mom," one girl cried, her voice muffled against her mother's shoulder. "I was so scared to tell you." "We're here now, sweetie," her mother whispered, holding her tight. "You're safe." A boy who had endured daily beatings collapsed into his father's arms, his body racked with sobs. "Dad, I was so alone," he whispered. His father held him close, tears streaming down his face. "I'm here, son. I'll never let anyone hurt you again." A group of girls clung to each other, their eyes red from crying. "We thought it would never end," one of them whispered. A parent stroked their hair, her voice soft. "It's over now. You're safe." As the students cried and sobbed, Ryujin was led away in handcuffs, his eyes fixed on the girls with a mixture of contempt and guilt. One of them caught his gaze and shuddered, her eyes welling up with tears. You can't hurt us anymore," she whispered, her voice trembling. Ryujin's sneer faltered for a moment, before a police officer grabbed him roughly, slamming him into the back of a car. "Get in, you scum," the officer growled, his face twisted in disgust. "You're going down for this, you sick bastard." With no more words, the officer slammed the car door shut with a violent force, catching Ryujin's leg in the process. There was a sickening crack as the door slammed against his shin, the bone snapping with a sickening pop. "Arg!" Ryujin screamed in agony, his face contorting with pain as he writhed in the back of the car. The cop opened the door and kicked him inside before slamming the door. Nearby, Principal Guro Imawato mumbled incoherently, his eyes covered in bandages. "Pain. So much pain. Can't escape. My fault, my fault." His words trailed off into nonsensical ramblings as he was dragged away, his mind shattered by the horrors he had unleashed. As the students continued to cry and sob, they knew they were finally free from the torment that had haunted them for so long. They were safe. Meanwhile, the scene grew even more chaotic as the students who had participated in bullying and tormenting the others were being rounded up. Several of them, faces twisted with fear and defiance, were pushed into cop cars by officers. A group of boys who had led the bullying of the weaker students were being dragged by their collars, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of them struggled, trying to break free. "You can't do this," he shouted, but the officer tightened his grip. "Oh, we can," the officer growled. "And we will." Another student, a girl who had terrorized her classmates for years, screamed as she was roughly shoved into a car. "This isn't fair," she cried, her voice cracking. "I didn't do anything." "You'll have plenty of time to think about that in prison," the officer responded coldly, slamming the door shut on her. Few students, their faces pale and filled with a mixture of relief and guilt, watched as the bullies were taken away. For some of them, the moment of justice brought a strange sense of peace, but it was overshadowed by the shame they had carried for so long. Finally, I don't have to hurt anyone anymore," one boy whispered, his voice trembling as his hands were in handcuffs. "I can't believe it's over." Another girl, her eyes filled with regret, stood apart from the others. She bit her lip, her face flushed with shame. I'm so sorry," she whispered to a group of girls who had once been her victims. She also had been handcuffs. "I never wanted to hurt you, but Guro he made me do it. He said if I didn't." One of the girls who had suffered under her cruel words stepped forward, her expression softer than expected. "We know. I never wanted to be a part of it," another girl added, tears in her eyes. "But we had no choice." She and the others had been trapped under Goro's control, forced to hurt others or suffer unimaginable pain themselves. As they were shoved into police cars, some students kept their heads lowered, their guilt and disgust with themselves palpable as they refused to look at the parents. "I'm scum. I'm a filthy villain. I deserve this," one muttered. There was no defiance, only acceptance. They had been broken, manipulated, and now, they would pay the price. In a nearby tent, Tsukauchi was poring over the information from the USB drive, his face contorted in fury. The more he read, the hotter his blood boiled. His veins seemed to pulse with rage as his grip tightened around the laptop. The raw evidence of the horrors these children had endured was more than he could process without feeling the deep, consuming anger. With a sharp motion, he slammed the laptop shut. "Sansa," Tsukauchi barked, and every conversation in the vicinity came to an abrupt halt. Teachers who had been waiting to be processed into custody, and a few students, fell silent, eyes turning toward him. "Yes, sir," Sansa responded, snapping to attention. Sukauchi thrust a sheet of paper into his hands, his eyes filled with icy resolve. "This is a list of pro-heroes who were involved in this. I want them in handcuffs, with a cell waiting for them in Tartarus," he spat. Izuku smiled, relieved that everyone was safe, but his moment of peace was short-lived. Chito's Kazuki, a reporter, approached him with a camera and mic, startling him. Live at Seijuku's darkest hour, principal abuse of power, with Izuku Midoriya, aka Dekiru 10, Alien Force. She announced, thrusting the mic in his face. Izuku's face appeared on the screen, and his friends, who were watching the news, were shocked. Juro, still in the hospital still recovering from her counter with Stain, exclaimed, "Green." Iida himself was shocked. Midoriya, Kirishima and Tetsu, on break, saw the headline and recognized the name. Dekiru 10 exposes corrupt school. They read in unison. Ochako and Yui watched with surprise and intrigue. Momo looked on with admiration widening a little. Todoroki, who was on patrol with his father, caught the news with Midoriya being the headline. Seijuku being a famous institution, this got a lot of people's attention. Endeavor narrowed his eyes. Him. Midoriya, All Might, getting out of the bath, widened his eyes, seeing his student on the news again. Young Midoriya. Chito's continued, "We're here with the boy who saved every student, sneaking into the school and exposing the administration's atrocious actions." Izuku, flustered, stuttered, "It wasn't a big deal. Honest, no need to." But a man interrupted, his voice cracking with emotion. "You're the one who saved our children." A father asked his daughter, bawling her eyes out, "Is that him?" Izuku nodded. I mean, yeah, me and Nejire." Before he could finish, the father bowed, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you. You brought our child out of this hell. Thank you so damn much." The mother joined in, bowing and crying, as did the parents of the hundreds, if not thousands, of children who suffered at the hands of the staff. Izuku, overwhelmed, felt his heart pound as he was hailed a hero. Nejire grabbed his hand, and they bowed together, muttering, "Thank you," amidst tears and hiccups. Chitosa's voice cracked with emotion as she instructed the cameraman, "Get a good shot of this." The camera zoomed out further, showing the vast crowd of parents, all bowing in unison, their faces contorted in a mix of grief and gratitude. The sound of their sobbing filled the air, a heart-wrenching chorus of thanks. Izuku, his eyes wide with humility, felt his heart swell with emotion. He had never sought recognition, he only wanted to help people. Yet, here he was, hailed as a hero. Being hailed and praised like this was a new feeling. The scene was one of raw emotion, a moment of catharsis, as the parents finally acknowledged the truth and found solace in Izuku's heroism. The camera captured every moment, with Chito's brought to tears herself. "Thank you, Dekiru 10, the crowd echoed, their voices hoarse from crying. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.